Get all this up.
I think that's really where it came down to, wasn't it? The defenses was something that really we saw a lot of struggle with yesterday. And, you know, TSM, they really had a rough ride, I think, against Empire. And there's probably a lot of people sat at home that want to see that match played out again under grand final circumstances, because it really was quite a close one.
Dude, it just feels like that kind of game could have gone on for so much longer. You wanted a best of 5 when you know the energy in the building is already there. And they didn't have that much pressure on them yesterday as they do today. So I wonder if the contest like today, simply because they understand the stakes are different, if we see a TSM and Empire again later tonight, if that plays out any differently at all.
Oh my gosh, the energy, the pressure, my hand is shaking. I can only imagine how they're feeling. But Jesse, we've seen some incredible maps here at SI, but let's look at some map stats for the entire tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at the attacking and defending win rate. So we've got all 7 of the map pools here. Cafe the most played with a perfect 50% defensive win rate, equalizing out. A bit of a shocker, because we typically see Cafe as one that can be very defender-sided. I think we've seen a lot of like horizontal takes on the bottom floor going through, pushed it over towards the attack a little bit. It's nice when you don't have to go all through the entire map, top to bottom, and waste a bunch of time there.
I think that's a credit to the teams as well, because there's obviously a lot of work that's gone in, particularly on Cafe. It's been our most played map, so a lot of people have really put that time, and a lot of teams really looking to spend the energy on figuring out how they want to try and counter their opponent, how they want to bring that little bit more onto the attacks, because typically, you know, Cafe isn't that attacker-sided, but to see it as a clean 50%, I think it's a big credit to a lot of the teams.
I think it's also interesting how we see Chalet at the bottom of the pool, just in terms of how many times it's been played. A lot of teams decided they wanted to be early adopters of Chalet over the course of the past year, and it's also interesting just by contrast with
Better play
Coastline,
like
two
content
very
creator matches and
attacker-sided
stuff.
maps
Yep.
do happen
Yeah,
to
I mean, I
be
do all
at
the time.
bottom of the field. Obviously, Bank just above it at 46% compared to 42 and 45 for both those bottom maps. But still, I do kind of wonder if there's a bit of a correlation there. Teams have decided to go back to the maps they understand that have been in the pool for a considerable amount of time, rather than something that hasn't really been there that much, with the exception of Bank, because that's being reintroduced with a little bit more than what we saw back when it was taken out. What was it? SI 2020 Grand Final? And then we brought it back for this year. So
Okay, all right. And Ollie, you know, we've seen some unbelievable performances here at SI individually from players. Let's see if we can pull up the leaderboard and talk about who is at the top of the list. Bolo. Yeah.
Bolo's been playing really
you've
well.
got to feel pretty bad at this point if you're not on this list, because there's only 15 players left, and we've picked
Wow.
just by
name the 5 that aren't here.
Yeah, just by sheer math, we can work out the 5.
You know
that
what's
are
weird?
there.
Dan is not on
That's
this
probably
list,
very
but
unfair.
Dan was
But
like
these are the top-ranking
instrumental
players
to their
that are
win
left
against
inside
TSM.
the tournament, and that is very key. It is only the players that are left that are here, and you can see there's a very nice spread. We've got players from all 3 different teams occupying different spots. We've got, of course, Always and Shepherd bringing up that 9th and 10th spot with Achieved in 8th. All of those players have had very key and influential games, and at this point we can almost throw the stats out of the window, and we can almost just focus on how they clutch in the moment. How do they perform when the pressure's on?
Yeah, and there's also a FaZe Clan 3-stack right in the midst of that, 5, 6, and 7, all going for the Brazilians, and they're all pretty similar. We actually brought this point up with MIBR from yesterday, how their ratings seem like they're all very close with like
Dan,
with one
yeah,
another,
Dan got
sometimes
the
just like a
opening kill
percentage
every
point
single
away from
like
still being what they were to their
game.
teammates.
Or sorry, every
1.09
single
and
round.
two
So
1.08s, just from a ratings perspective. Again, we have condensed this list down very heavily, so the support players can get a little bit more aid than they would on previous stat sheets. But it's nice to see that even players who aren't that insane on the like the kill feed can still make a list like this.
And then look at that top 4. Joystick yesterday on Coastline was running over TSM. He's back in full swing. Merc, I would say, is having the best performance I've ever seen from him.
mods,
As
yeah.
the IGL, he's been crushing it for TSM. Astro's doing some wild stuff down there in the lower bracket, jumping out of windows, going for some amazing plays.
They said he had
And
5 opening kills.
Bolo,
Yeah.
the man we all love. He's been crushing it here at SI as well. Saw him this morning, actually, in line for our COVID tests. And he said, you know what? FaZe is a scary team. And I told him, okay, but you guys are scary too.
Ooh, I like that. Giving a little pep talk, Coach Jesse, huh? Okay. And again, we have an action-packed day ahead of us, so let's break down the schedule for today, shall we? Who is ready for the lower bracket final? Who? You guys,
I am.
come on.
I'm ready.
Thank you.
That was
Let's
a
jump
question.
into that.
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I was
it
saying,
was-
no, I'm ready. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Let's go. Y'all better be ready. You're the analysts for this thing. Well, we have TSM versus FaZe starting at 2 p.m. CET. Then the Year 7 roadmap is at 5:30 p.m. CET. And then it's what we've all been waiting for, the grand final. Empire versus the winner of the lower bracket final at 7 p.m. CET. Someone pinch me. Can't believe it's happening. Jesse, how dare you? I was
Mask.
kidding. That
That's
hurt.
assault on broadcast.
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
It wasn't that bad. Jesse, pinch him.
There we go.
That one's a little worse.
That one was
I
a
wasn't
little
even
harder.
looking.
Anyways, we are just minutes away from the lower bracket final. Y'all, I can't stop shaking. Seriously, I am so excited. Do not go anywhere, folks. TSM versus FaZe when we return. Ah, ah.
Sec. Let me reset my. I want to reset this. Hold up, chat. It's creepy shit. Look at the graphics from my stream. Stream Elements did them all for me. Those uniforms are actually terrifying, dude. I'm probably gonna buy them, but they're like actually terrifying for real. Listen, chat, we're just dancing, okay? Weekend? Always, dude. Oh, my volume lower. I'll turn your volume up, though. Back to the chimneys, chat. You guys want to battle in the meantime? Alright, fine. Somebody grab me the link. Someone exclamation point battle us. Yeah, we can run it really quick. Alright, after this we're gonna I don't think we're gonna do any more battles. I wanna just watch the games and chill. Unstoppable, take the trim 4 months. we should win this, hopefully. Oh, we are getting smoked a little bit. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. We're getting shit on. We're dead. We're all dead. They all dead. Bye, chat. Good night. Good night, sweet chat. What a
This
great
wasn't
ending.
supposed
We
to
got
be
smoked.
easy,
All right.
no. But what you're feeling, it will pass in time.
I know. That's what scares me. When the lights go out and the monsters come out to play.
I'll be right back. Here, B chat.
I could always count on Zofia, the strongest person I ever knew. We spent our lives trying to be perfect. The perfect daughters, the perfect students, the perfect soldiers. I spent years trying to reach her.
Oh,
But in the end, there was nothing left to say.
Flying, chat. We're flying. All right, chat. English.
Father would be ashamed of you.
English
Father
only.
died, Sophia,
Please and thank.
but you left me alone.
Let these children play their games. This is the adults' table, sweetheart.
I've always been loyal to them. To her.
Yes. But the question you need to ask yourself is, who's been loyal to you?
It's all right, Ella. You followed your heart, and that takes guts. Welcome to the family, love.
Cinematic is sick.
We are in the
Let's see
final
it.
stretch, folks. Someone is taking home the hammer tonight. Someone's going to the grand final, and someone is going home. But the real question here is who is the best dressed? I'm Jackie Jang, and I'm with my lovely analyst desk, Jesse, Jacob, and Ollie. The boys are dressed for a celebration, but I'm dressed for a funeral because someone's SI dreams die today.
Man, I don't really know how to take that one.
I was trying to hype it up,
No. To be
okay?
fair, yeah, but I mean, we aren't here quite for the funeral. I'm not going to be celebrating or like mourning the team that goes home today because they've got another game right after this that has the craziest stakes, the biggest stakes of Rainbow. True, someone is going.
I said y'all are celebrating.
But
I'm Morticia over here.
Problem
Okay.
is, whoever wins this game, they can't even celebrate themselves yet because they've got a marathon to pull. Imagine walking into today and worrying about not only your first game, but not even knowing if you have to worry about the second one just yet. There's a lot of things on the line here, Jackie.
A lot of pressure, Jesse.
We've got 3 teams here that are going to be fighting to be the best, and I'd like to crown them all winners. I think they're all great teams, but we've only got one hammer.
Can you
This is
suffer
the
free with
problem.
Prime?
Maybe next
Yeah.
year they'll bring 2 or 3.
Nah.
We wouldn't be in this problem.
Nah.
We can't have
Be nice.
participation medals.
You can
Yeah,
type
no such thing as a
exclamation point
participation
Prime.
medal.
There can only be
Link
one.
up your Amazon
I guess
account
they
Twitch
fight to
out,
the
and you
death
could
then, eh?
sub.
If we ever
Shattered
move 2 with a hammer, that wouldn't work.
Who am I
Should I tone
rooting
it
for,
down?
FaZe
Sorry,
or
y'all.
TSM?
I'm being a little
I mean, I like FaZe
Okay,
a lot,
well,
but now
let's
TSM for
hype
sure.
things up then. Let's have a little fun. And
I have a
get
lot
things
of good friends on
started by looking
TSM.
at our
I'd
first
much
team,
rather see them win.
TSM.
Damn, bro, this is $1 million. This is what, a $3 million tournament? And they have trailers?
These NA Titans were knocked down to the lower bracket final by Empire, but
That was
their
a cool
SI
cinematic.
dreams are not over yet. A chance at redemption, hope still alive. They've never won an international major. They've never been in a grand final. Always
Man,
the
hey.
bridesmaid, never the bride. But will that change today? Welcome TSM, Bolo, Merc, Achieved, Geo, and Chala. Now, let's look at their opponent FaZe.
I'm fucking hyped.
6 different invitationals. 2 members of this team have been fighting side by side to raise the hammer
Airman and
since
Astro.
the dawn of Rainbow Six Siege.
I literally played
But
against
they've
them
always fallen short.
in the first
They've
invite.
never made it to an SI Grand Final. But could today be their day? Will the reigning major champions take the hammer home to Brazil? Welcome FaZe Clan, Cameraman, Cyber, Astro,
Bro, those glasses
Bullet,
are crazy.
and Souls. Phase up, everybody. Everything is on the line. The grand final is so close, so close. But if you
Dead
lose
Star Boy,
here,
the Prime
that
sub.
hammer slips
T-Virus, the
right
Prime
out
sub.
of your grasp. But if you win, it could be yours. You
Pitbull is
could
here.
be world champions.
This is the kind of pressure I would not want on anybody. Not only do you have to worry about an opponent across the stage from you now, but you just might have to worry about doing it again in just a couple hours' time. For both TSM and FaZe, the journey has been long, it's been arduous. They're in the top 3 of SI, which is nothing to shake your head at, but still, you have got a marathon ahead of you, depending on how this first match goes.
When you talk about pressure,
I mean, I hope
Jacob,
TSM wins,
I don't
obviously.
see much pressure on the side
from
of
NA,
FaZe.
and I'm
Astro's
friends
coming
with
out,
all
he's
the
raising the
players.
roof, he's waving to all the imaginary fans at home. We've got the glasses being rocked again. It's a signature there of Souls and Bullet. They look like they're having a great old time. I think the only person that looked serious was Cameraman, but you know that he's got a lot of shots to call.
Yeah, FaZe are looking good. Astro waving. I think the only one in the crowd there is probably Kino, who hasn't been able to make it home
Pretty
yet.
sure, yeah.
If I'm him, I don't know who I'm cheering for. Brazil, NA, that's a tough call.
Oh man, y'all. Okay, let's get this started and jump right in and start off
Hey,
with
bro.
TSM. So, Jacob, this has been a heartbreaking year for them. They had a rough stage 3. Their history here at SI, you know, so close, but not close enough. Will this be their year?
I mean, yeah, I think top 4 placements at both of the past previous invitationals, and that just being confirmed by this one. There's been a trend of TSM. They haven't needed to make that many roster switch-ups over that entire time span, so there is some kind of formula underlying for this squad. Over the course of the past year, it has been a lot different because, yeah, they weren't able to make one major. The one that they did was met with undoubted failure because they couldn't play with their full team. So seeing them at full strength and what they've done with Merc in the IGL position, it is insane how much they've progressed in a very short time frame.
TSM, no strangers to the lower bracket finals, and after watching FaZe Clan crush the lower bracket, I was worried that TSM might suffer the same fate as in 2020, but then I did some VOD reviewing of that TSM versus Empire game, and I gotta say, TSM, despite losing that match, were near flawless in that game. I particularly focused in on watching Coastline, and the rounds that they lost, they still played so good, fought tooth and nail. Seemed like their biggest mistake was they didn't have joystick on their squad, and good news for TSM, FaZe Clan also don't have joystick on their squad, so hopefully this time that won't be a problem.
I mean, Joystick's still kicking around, though. He's still in the tournament.
Well, we'll deal with that later.
They're going to have to go up against him eventually if they get through. I think TSM, you know, this is really their time to shine. We've seen them get this close before. We've never seen them get closer than this. 3rd place is their best placement last year at SI. And I think, last year at SI. And I think you've just got to really root for these guys now because they've made a couple of changes.
You linked your account and subbed you have the charm now? Yeah, you do.
It hasn't been roster changes. They're looking to try and work with that formula that they've already got, and it is working now.
Arguably, though, what we've seen just in the span of what, 2 months,
had
I'd say,
Pojo
maybe
behind
even
you,
1 month,
how
looking
could
at how
you
they've
lose?
made that adaptation from what they had a
How
very
could you ever
confusing
lose?
role switch only just a few months
That
prior. Back in
beautiful
stage
man
3,
behind
everyone
you.
had questions. Identity crisis for TSM. This is something that back in the NAL, we
can't-
had zero
you
idea
can't
how they were
lose.
going to fare internationally when they got back to that
You
stage.
just
And now that they're here,
can't.
they look mighty impressive.
Okay, Ollie, these
If I
teams,
competed
they
this year's
actually
invite,
haven't gone
listen,
head-to-head
dude,
for a year.
I am
FaZe
so
knocked
old
TSM to the lower bracket for SI in 2021.
that people would be in awe
Is the
at my
same
age.
teams going at it again, but now the grand final is on the line.
There is a lot more on the line at this point. You know, we're very late into the tournament now, and this is pretty much do or die for both of these teams. I think my biggest worry for the side of TSM is potentially the momentum that FaZe have. They've made a really big run so far through that lower bracket, and they might just be a little bit too unstoppable at this point. They might be at that top speed and looking to just cruise it all the way on through.
I think these are two teams that have loads of pressure on their shoulders. TSM have always faced that in North America, being the most popular team that we have in NA. They've always kind of felt that pressure on their shoulders. And FaZe Clan, you're the last team from Brazil. There's a lot
Sin
of
Poppy
fans
Alpha,
out there
they
that are
3 months, let's
really
go,
putting a
TSM,
lot
let's
on
go.
you, especially since Brazil has been so dominant over the last couple of years. If FaZe Clan come out here and they don't have a strong performance, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, let's talk about their
It's the
opponent FaZe
cameraman.
more. Ollie, FaZe won
I've
the
known
November
cameraman
major.
and
They're
Astro
coming off
since,
a
like,
big
the
win
beginning
against
of this
MIBR.
game.
They have a lot of momentum behind them right now, tearing through the lower bracket.
They really do, and I think that FaZe, for them, they're going to be comfortable in this situation, in this position that they find themselves in. They're a very happy-go-lucky team, and you can see that in the way that they're walking around the venue. You can see that in the way that they're getting into the practice booths and stuff. They're always as a group, and they're always
What do they think, my
together.
headset?
And think
Oh,
that
I
that
love my
certainly
headset,
shows
dude,
when
yeah.
they get
It's a
into
Core
the
server,
server
Shozo
as well. They do a
XT.
great job of
Type,
bolstering one another,
exclamation
and we
headset,
haven't
you can check it
really
out.
seen anybody have
Cool
to
thing
hyper
is,
carry consistently.
good battery
It's been a
life,
very
good
even
range,
spread of
comfortable,
performances, top
good
through
sound
bottom,
quality,
and even
looks
Soul
nice.
too. I mean, there's
And the
gotta be
best
some
part of all
point
is
where
it
we
has
argue
dual
the
wireless
best support
mode.
in the world
You can
is
listen
getting up
to
and amongst there in the
your
kills.
game
The
and
highest
everything on
rated
your
player
computer, and you
yesterday
can listen to
in
your
the
phone
series
as well.
against
So if you're like
MIBR,
watching videos
but
on
that
your
isn't the
phone or
bottom
like
of
want
the
to play
barrel. You've
music
still
on your
got Simon, you've
phone
still
or
got
whatever.
Bullet, you've still got Astro, and you got cameraman there calling
unique
all
headset.
of those shots. For me, they are a very well-rounded team going into this.
We had expectations on Cyber Shoulders a lot too, simply based on the Sweden major performance. That man set the kill record for most frags in a single siege professional match. Granted, it was a best of 5. We had plenty of time to get those, and one of those maps for FaZe went to Infinite OT in that grand final against NIP. But in this tournament, he's been a little bit more quiet. We've not been calling his name or having his card get pulled up on screen for any reason. In fact, that's gone to Souls. The man has had way more impact in such a shorter space of time. It's been nice looking at a support support player getting the kind of love that we all know support players need. He's had those comparisons to a Bride
Yeah,
or to
I'm
a
in
Shepard
Sweden
over
right
the
now. I'm
course
gonna
of
play
just
in the
this weekend
finals.
alone, and it's been great looking at him still being the clutch god we know he can be when times get tough for FaZe Clan.
Or how about a comparison
Check
to
this
Geo?
out.
I think both supports in this game have been looking so strong. Souls obviously yesterday.
Whoever
the plant
wins
master, always getting
this
killed on
match,
the
they're
ground.
cutting a
His team going
player,
for
and I'm playing it
fantastic
in the
pushes.
finals.
They were able to get that site execute off time and time again. But I do think Geo's also been a player that has really picked up big for TSM in this tournament so far. He's the unsung hero. He's so damn clutch, and he's not afraid to play a bit of an aggressive position on defense. I was kind of critical of Geo throughout stage 3 and the spots he was trying to play on D, but I think the team's really kind of pulled that back a little bit, and when he does get a little more aggressive, he's really great at falling back before it gets too bad. So I've really enjoyed the adaptations we've seen from Geo. That's obviously part of the big role swaps that we've seen within TSM, but I mean, you said it, Souls on the other side is no easy opponent.
And we're
Yeah,
taking a
I'm in
live
Sweden
look
right
at
now.
the
You can
stage
see me, I'm
right now,
flying,
and we were
dude.
seeing these teams all
I'll be
huddled
playing
up.
in the finals.
Gentlemen, what's going through their minds right now? Jacob, you know, you keep on driving home the pressure, so much on the line.
Yeah, it's there. I think they need to find a way to just drive that to the furthest reaches of their brain right now, because if they think about what is at stake, that's enough cause for them to just fall apart right there. They already understand it, but I think if you take the time to really allow that impact or where you are at this moment to really sink in with you prior to a match, that could be self-sabotage. You don't want that to like get super deep into your brain mid-game when you know already the kind of stuff that is at stake for your roster. So just don't allow it to get super crazy. Tone it down. You know what's on the line, but just give it a second.
We've got the team stats up here for FaZe Clan, and we can see this,
Astro has been so
even
good for
spread
so
of
many years.
performance that
He's
we've
literally always
regularly
been a
talking
gunner.
about. And even after yesterday's game, it hasn't differed too great, has it? You know, we've got 63 to 71% difference there inside of the cost, so not a great deal at all. And it just furthers this team performance that FaZe are putting in. And just to flick back onto your point, the pressure, in the interview yesterday, Cameron was like, I didn't even know it was the last day tomorrow. Like, these guys are just taking it one game at a time. Now, that's, you know, he's in the heat of the moment. He's just won a big series. He's in the interview. English is his second language. But the takeaway from that is that these guys are just they're just literally turning up to the station, playing whatever game is in front of them, winning and going home.
And they're just not checking the calendar at all.
And they're like, oh, final day tomorrow, brilliant. Like,
Oh, it's Sunday? Oh, wait, it's Sunday?
doesn't matter. Like, we've got a game against TSM tomorrow. That's not a big deal.
Yeah, and I want to break down these numbers a little bit, because the one at the top right there, attack and win rate, FaZe are statistically the best attacking team in the world with a 58% win rate on attack. That's a full 10% above the average here at SI. Yesterday against MIBR, they were tearing apart the roam game when they needed to. They had some really creative Osa plays, Ying plays, Amaru plays, and even if they didn't always go exactly as planned, the fact that they won 78% of their attacking rounds yesterday means they were definitely doing something right. On Cafe, the post plants were nuts. Astro and the gang were winning rounds they should never get away with. On Chalet, they took MIBR's roamers and picked them apart piece by piece. And on Bank, I mean, their pushes were so expertly crafted by Cameraman to abuse the weak points in MIBR's holds. And they knew exactly how to focus in on the bomb site without letting the roamers get in their way.
Oh, I
If there's
cannot wait for
one
this
thing
game.
that
I'm
you
honestly,
wanna
like,
watch out for in
nervous,
this matchup,
dude.
it is FaZe Clan's attacks,
I'm
because they
honestly
are looking
nervous.
insane right now.
It's almost like it's something that's only come out over the last couple of days as well. Because I remember thinking back to maybe 3-4 days ago, we were looking at FaZe's stats, and everybody had a handful of plants. We had
FaZe
three
is
plants,
FaZe.
four plants,
I mean,
and
I
think
honestly
Souls
think
was in and
TSM
around
has
6
this,
or
but I'm
9,
just still
something
like
that. But the
a
spread
little bit
was very
nervous, you
even.
know?
You now look at it, it's gone nuts. Souls has just gone, you know what, we're playing properly now, and I'm just going to start nailing that diffusion to the ground. And it's like they've been able to hold back a little bit in previous parts of the tournament to really bring their A game toward the end.
Yeah.
Like, what, the one time we saw this earlier, it was Team Liquid schooling them like 2-0 in 2 different series, and now look at where they've gotten themselves to.
I mean, prior to this tournament starting, FaZe Clan were up there on the attacking stats. They were the second highest attacking team statistically coming into this event. You know who the other team was, Jacob? Any guesses? Ollie?
Well, I think good teams.
I mean,
Maybe a team that didn't...
Penta,
all right.
Dark Zero.
Most of those teams are not...
Okay, guys.
BDS! BDS!
Oh!
There we go.
3 Day and the boys were able to shut things
BDS.
down on attack, but
I know
FaZe
this is
Clan...
a
Oh, what do you mean?
Game
The
show.
first team to get knocked out
There
of
you go.
SI?
Okay, gentlemen, actually, we are ready
Oh, yeah,
to
those
move into the
guys.
map ban phase. We're working to get that
The
information
team that everyone thought
up
was
on
gonna
your
win?
Screen.
The hope of
So
EU?
let's see if we can get that up. There we go. All right, what are we thinking?
Wow, couple of bans out here. Almost exactly what I'm predicting. FaZe going for the Coast ban. I kind of expected a Chalet from them, but that was the other one I thought was possible. Bank
Smurf Ball,
makes
thanks
a ton
sub.
of sense as well from TSM to come out here. It's been a weird one for them this event, so I don't mind them taking it off the game here. Coastline for a map. Again, I thought we would see it for TSM. It's been really, really
All right, so
strong
ban
for them,
Bank, ban
but
Coast,
TSM will
select
take the other
Chalet,
option instead.
select
They'll go for the
Villa.
Chalet pick. I think this is going to be
TSM's
a really strong
good
map.
on
They've been
Chalet.
undefeated at SI, beating Furia 7-5 and then Liquid 8-6. They did drop it during the qualifier to one shot, but it still seems like a really strong map. And then Villa coming through for FaZe Clan. 3-game win streak. They lost it to SSG the first day of groups, then beat Rogue, Cyclops, and Sonics in their lower bracket run. This has been a really strong map for them the entire SI.
Historically, Villa's been a strong map for FaZe for a long time as well. Back in Brazil, obviously, it's a very different landscape, but realistically, you can translate a lot of that over. I think that the map veto, just off the face of it, looks like it's doing quite well for TSM, if I'm going to be honest with you. And I'm a big Latam shill, but I know that TSM are that team that put a lot of work in behind the scenes. They've got some brilliant backroom staff, and if there's one thing that those guys are going to look to do, it is going to look to try and counter and to try and just be one step ahead. So for me, that first map of Chalet, that's a little bit of an alarm bell, because it's not a brilliant map for FaZe, at least it hasn't been this SI. And then you think about a Villa, a map that FaZe have played quite a couple of times, not come up against too much obstacle. There's a lot of potential for counterplay.
All right, gentlemen, I'm putting you on the hot seats.
Yeah, the
Let's
first
do
map is Chalet.
predictions, and we start with my big brain.
Well, I mean, both.
Hi, I'm
both
right here.
Come on now, Jacob.
Big boy, you're not the big brain.
I think both these teams have been crushing it so far at this event. FaZe Clan obviously have done the amazing lower bracket run with their attacks. They've been really, really nice, but TSM have looked flawless in my mind through the upper bracket. Their game against Empire just secured it. I know they lost, but they still played so damn well, and with FaZe Clan's mistakes on defense, I'm a little worried for them in this one. I gotta go for the North Americans. How could I not?
Okay,
Well,
to my big boys with the big brains as well.
There we go.
That nicer? Okay.
I'm just going to remind him he doesn't have a shirt saying it, but, you know, we'll leave it be for now. Here's the thing. Other than the North American bias that exists here, for FaZe Clan, those concerns do permeate a little bit. But the thing that I think we're overlooking, gentlemen, is map 3. We haven't even been able to talk about Cafe being a map that for both
polls are
has been
like
incredibly potent. For FaZe Clan, it's way more. I don't even think they've lost it so far over the
polls
course of
don't
the
really
tournament. They
matter,
are 5-0
right,
on that
for the
bad
most
boy.
part.
And if we need to go to it, that's a
Polls
map
are
where TSM,
popularity
you know, is
contests.
going to meet them head on. If this were to be a 2-0, I'm giving it to TSM. But if we were to go to 3 maps, I have zero clue who's going to walk away with this one.
I'm going to come in with a scorcher. I'm going to give you an XCOM
Okay.
give it to you.
Oh, no.
Let's hear it.
I am going to say, and I'm going to stand on this, that TSM haven't beat a great
Quick
team
scope
yet.
in the
They've
prime
come
sub.
up against good
Ooh.
opposition, but they haven't truly been pushed. Empire was the furthest they got, and they lost that game. Liquid, it was 8-6, 8-6. They dropped a map to Furia. I believe that FaZe have been in some absolute wars here, and the
so
Latam bias is going to come out.
I think it's going to start like
at the
right
end.
now. Like looking at the schedule and stuff.
I guess, well, no, the only counter for that is that TSM have yet to lose to a Brazilian team since they've been at this Invitational. They've beaten Furia twice. They've beaten every single team except for MIBR, who are no longer here, and FaZe Clan. Liquid fell to them. Team 1, I think, as well at one point during the bracket, so not the best case scenario so far for Brazilian teams against TSM.
Ooh, well, our analysts have spoken. Gentlemen, thank you so much. But our teams are ready. There was 20 teams, now there's 3. But only one can be world champion. Who is going to the grand final? Ace and Dez, take it away. Let the lower bracket final begin.
Thank you very
Do I
much,
agree that
Jackie.
BDS
Welcome
lost
over
because
to the
Rafal
casting
could not
desk
play
on
with them?
Des. This
No,
is Tim
because
and Tim.
literally
These
they
two teams
they got
really
Rafal
going
back
to
and got
war here for a
smoked
chance
twice
to
as
lift
bad
that hammer
as when they had
against
their
Empire.
coach.
I mean, they are fighting hard over it, Des, but I'm not sure what the big... Well, I've got the hammer. I've got it, Des. I've got it.
It's that.
No, I've got it. I've got it. Look.
Tim, that's not the hammer.
What? It's a hammer.
It's a hammer,
It's
but not
got
the...
a lot less work to get it. I've got to say that.
You haven't got to sit and play a best of 3 and then potentially a best of 5 against Empire. I'll give you that much, but...
Have I raised the hammer today?
You've raised a hammer today, Tim, but the hammer is the one that these teams are still fighting for. This is going to be a screamer of a series, Tim. Major champions from Sweden, back in this place just 3 months ago, coming up against TSM that we have had the pleasure of casting now probably 5 times, I think, Tim. we've seen what these guys can do. You
Astro
at home
humor.
have seen what they can do. You've
Well,
seen Merc go nuclear on the entry.
They're
You've
not
seen
allowed to
4K
like
after
be
4K out
like
of Bolo.
really do anything
Today,
except for
we've
that
got
type
to
of
see
humor.
More of that, Tim, and even then, it might not be enough.
Well, we were speaking about TSM the other day, and I think they've been quite an interesting team in that the success has come about
That's
from,
my hammer.
from a really strong core.
I've raised
So
the
you've
actual
had
hammer.
Achieved, who has been just relentlessly grinding away and picking up important kills, never really necessarily the center of attention, but exactly when his team needs them. You've got Bolo, who's been bringing the panache, the flashy plays. He's been hitting the 3Ks, the 4Ks. He's been difficult to nail down. And then you've got Merc that's just been absolutely solid in terms of game sense and entry. He's just been so difficult for teams to shut down, always making the right decision. And because each three of them, it's been like this trifecta of a core where they're all bringing something different, and it's worked really, really well for TSM. But you'd better believe that they are going to need all three of them on top form today against the FaZe side, which for me, I agree with what the analysts have said.
Is the sound loud enough for you guys, by the way?
Playing teams that we've seen so far at the Invitational.
Let's quickly rifle through those bans as well here, Tim. We've had a couple come through that are quite interesting. More on the attacking side than the defensive one. Looking at that
Good
no
sound.
ban by
Okay.
TSM, something that FaZe have ran in about 70% of their rounds on this map, so that makes complete and utter sense. The one that many look at and might scratch their heads is going to be that Hibana. We're used to seeing things like the Thermite, the Ace, to open up the mezzanine wall. That's clearly not going to be a thing here, but in every single round that TSM have played on Attack Chalet at this competition, they have brought Hibana. They are not an Ace team. They're not really, sorry, they are an Ace team. They play Ace alongside the
I mean,
Hibana
they have
on
double
this map.
breach.
There's no Thermite, for example. So personally, a really good target ban, and the opposing pick that's been made on the other side is going to be the Maverick. You don't see TSM play this, so again, small differences already being shown between the two teams.
We are going to get into it then, Des. Are you ready? That's the only
They're
question.
doing it heavy upstairs.
If I had
They
to
got
quote
what?
you, I was
Two
born
people.
ready,
There we go. That's the sort of energy that we need. Everybody at home, I'm sure, is more than ready as well. And we get this lower bracket final underway. Reminder of the stakes. The loser goes home. The winner goes to this afternoon's grand final where Team Empire await. They almost don't come any bigger than this, Des. We've got one more game to go today, but this is huge for both of these teams. TSM versus FaZe, round one, and it's going to be a kitchen defense to start us off.
Really
Honestly,
standard
looking
setup
at
from
both of the series today,
TSM.
whether it's FaZe versus Empire or
Obviously
TSM
running up
versus
top
Empire, I
more.
was like, man, we need that. And I think these two teams having to face off to see which of those two series we get, you could not write a better storyline. FaZe blasting their way through. We've already seen them do this throughout the competition a couple of times, Tim, where that kind of fast opening, we've seen a couple of other LATAM teams do it as well, can sometimes catch teams completely off guard.
That's it, just avoid
So
you
do
getting
TSM and
challenged
FaZe
on
have
that
to
double
prepare
window
for each
whilst you're
other
trying to
in
take
case,
out
for
the
Empire?
door
Yeah.
there, the castle barricade that goes
Well, obviously
through
they
in
prepare
towards
for
Piano,
each other
just
and
using a
for
multitude
like for both,
of
really.
utility to get that cleared out very quickly, and it just makes Merc's spot that little bit more dangerous when he's trying to play in and around that area. For the time being, FaZe, they're going to be looking for the top floor clearance here. Geo, Merc, they're going to be the particular sticking points inside of Piano. FaZe wanting to get the vertical angles, wanting to use that hatch to try and pressure
They're burning
the sides
a lot of their
underneath.
utility, but they also
Not got
have
themselves
breaches
established
too.
inside of the building yet, but it looks like a little bit of discomfort on the side of TSM, and Bullet has now found his way in towards challenging that dining room door.
FaZe is a lot of map
started out on the
control
south
really
side here as
fast,
well,
and they're
Tim, so
really
they wanna get
ignoring that
control from
upstairs
below, open
hold
up the
that they
office
have
walls,
going
give them
on.
the sight lines into the upstairs, and just stop TSM getting a little bit cheeky from above. Outside of that, it's all about the dining wall on the downstairs to give you an angle. The Route 101 straight into sight behind the bomb chassis and looking for a plant. They have got two smokes to play behind as well, so they can opt to plant inside that or use it
have to beat
smoke
each
off the
other
single door that
first,
goes
so.
into West Main. Or
I mean, the
looking in towards
concentration is that
kitchen.
you
So
prepare
options
for the team
exist
you're
for
playing,
the
not
side
the
of
team
FaZe.
that's
For
later.
TSM, it's about
Right? I mean,
running
you will
that
still
clock down.
obviously prepare
They've
for
already got
both,
2 or 3
but-
members that have been involved in gunfights here. They've got 3
Keenan
smoke
Khan,
canisters
thanks
to sit behind.
Morgan Street for the
No
prime.
C4s, mind you. So everything is going to hinge on Achieves not
Everything's
going down
open,
early
but
on this
TSM
smoke.
does have all these long angles
Droning
open
just
right
going
now.
on
So
there to locate some of the members of the defense. Finding them on the west main stairs.
that's a nade kill right there in
goes a
kitchen.
nade. We're going to
Yep.
find a kill. It's going to actually be Bolo who manages to find cameraman first though, and the nade just
Bringing
trades
it back,
that
Gio.
out. Gio gets Astro, and it's
There
all
we
falling
go.
apart for
Good
FaZe as
flank.
the rush coming in towards site is not going to work. TSM are ready for it, Des. They're going to cut them down one at a time, and we're going to find ourselves in a 1 versus 4. It's all up to Cyber. He's taking damage. They know where he is. They shut him down.
Good
And
recovery.
TSM,
That was a huge
they
flank
get
from
round
Gio.
number 1.
Yeah, Bolo there taking a bit of a risk. If he'd been watched from mezzanine, he could have found himself going down, but I think he wins that 1 versus 1, charges the library stairs and gets the side angle onto FaZe, who have got all eyes towards the site. Really good shutdown and using that mobility, playing a bit of a risky game, you might argue, to get that first round away from FaZe on a site that we don't often see. Thinking about what we've seen mostly on this map, Tim, that has been the site that I'd argue is played probably second least. We see Bar and Gaming as the primary. More and more teams are playing into Snowmobile and Garage on the downstairs. Massive Office then tends to creep in, and then you get the kitchen and dining. So starting with the offsite here, they've now still got 2 strong sites they can rotate through, Bar Gaming and the basement.
You can just see TSM very happy with the first round there. There's going to be a lot more needed from them as we go on, and Bar is going to be the second site. We're going to be heading, staying on the same floor, but heading across to the opposite side of the map. So
Smoke
what are we
had the
going to see
FMG9.
out
I
of
mean, the
FaZe?
FMG9
I would
seeing a lot of play.
expect
It's a
to
good
see
gun.
FaZe coming in and looking for
I mean,
a
it
little
has
bit more
no
top
recoil
floor
and has a
control this time,
1.5
Des. They tried
sight.
to push directly to site last time, kind of hurt them. They got hit from
The
the
only reason
stairs,
people
they got hit
don't
from
take it,
multiple
generally speaking,
angles,
is because of
made their
like the
life a little
sight.
bit of a nightmare, and I think FaZe will
being
have
able
learned
to
from that, and they're going to
remodel
try
sight,
and
but if you have
probably get
Frost,
themselves inside
Frost
of the
is a shotgun
Solarium
too.
side of the map, sweep across through Master and Office, and then come and try and
Danica,
dislodge
please forget
the
this
player
of the
on mezzanine.
Jägermeister.
Now, previously, the player on mezzanine, we've seen Bolo playing there quite a lot, but he's on the smoke. I'm not sure we're going to see him in that position. He may well be on blue stairs instead. Although, he's there.
No, he will be there. Did you see Canadian's video by any chance on Twitter the other day?
I did, yeah. But you
those of you who
cannot
haven't,
move him from behind his
essentially, it was a number of clips of Bolo being behind the shield in this position, across NAL, across SI, and just Canadian on stream being like, you cannot kill this guy behind the shield. It pops up and like kills 3 of you, and it's unbelievable to stop him. It's a full-on 30 to 45-second rant. Fully recommend you go to Troy's Twitter and take a look at that. But Bolo is a menace behind these shields. So let's keep an eye on it. Normally, teams will try and bring along things like a Capital, at least from what we saw in the NAL. Or
Jägermeister
nade
did
him out from
some
below,
self-killer.
if you can get below, that is, of course, given it is the site, or you look to go from that office window. You have options to play with to try and shut him down, but he dances around explosives so well, and it's so hard to pin him down. Bullet taking out 2 of those nades with him in his back pocket as well, because Merc has found a very cheeky early little peek.
It's a big start for TSM in round 2 here, and FaZe just looking a little bit slow to wake up today, and they're going to need to make sure that they're a bit quicker if they want to start getting kills. Gio's going to keep himself in the corner. We've seen this setup quite often from TSM. Sometimes you'll just have the player blue stairs and mezzanine. TSM, they go for the full works, the full package. They get the man inside a library as well, and when you create that sort of triangle, it makes it very difficult to move any of them. You can't breach the wall because everything gets shot off. You can't get into library because of Bolo. Merc's there to protect from office. It's just an absolute nightmare to break down. You've got to find a way to get that first kill. Once you can get a corner gone, it gets a little bit easier to take individual positions, and that is a big piece to take out of that defense. Souls is going to find Bolo with a nade.
They don't have any control though yet.
Maybe just allow him for a little bit more flexibility to get those throwables in towards him.
Yeah, Gio's lucky to be alive. He dropped back down through the hatch. Yes, Bolo has gone. They've removed 2 of that kind of 3-point triangle, which means Merc has got to fall ever so slightly deeper here, as you can see, down towards the basement. Achieved is doing what TSM always do on this defense, by the way, is holding up towards dining side and then starts moving his way down as the round progresses. The problem is his team are getting hammered on site here. Charles down to half.
There we
Achieve
go.
steps
Let's
in. It's a
go,
big 2K. I
Achieve.
spoke about
There
that.
we go.
Making it
3.
Absolutely nuclear from the north side, and Lee Souls. Yes, he's got a bit of a clutch got on him, but the Grim Reaper of TSM stand inside of the site. Achieved, Charla, 25 and 50 HP respectively, so a couple of bullets from Souls, and this round can be done and dusted with. He's got about 40 seconds to play with as well, Tim, so I would argue, not in a massive rush, he can take a few extra seconds here to get himself in an ideal position,
there we go,
but Achieved is waiting a huge 4K in the rounds.
If you remember at the beginning of this game, Des, I picked out a few of the TSM players and I said Achieved his greatest strength throughout this invitational has been finding kills and big moments, important kills, exactly when his team needs them, and that was a great example. You're going to continue seeing it. I'm quite happy to just put it out there. I'll say, I guarantee you're going to continue seeing that from Achieve today. If there is a moment in your mind where you think TSM really need a kill here,
wow,
and a 2 or 3K comes in, it'll be Achieved every single time.
The thing is, normally he'll be playing, like I said, in Dining and Kitchen, West Main. He'll work his way down through to kind of 90 the whole way.
That was actually
and
a
that's where he'll go
huge
for his challenge in
flank.
towards lobby. But here the small difference was he was up on the second floor. So maybe if FaZe have looked back at this game and gone, okay, we know what he likes to do. We know where he positions himself. That's all well and good. It's going to kill you if it comes down to him coming from a different direction. So drones could be set up. If they're not watching the top floor, he's going to get a stinging flank like that and end the round very quickly, because up till that point, FaZe were in command. They'd got themselves 2 good kills. They'd forced Geo back to site. Everyone else was penned in the downstairs, which meant FaZe had plenty of room to work with. That flank was fantastic, and we've seen a couple of big flanks out of TSM over the last week, to be fair. Tim, think about that Vigil 3K from Merc on Bank.
Yep, absolutely. I think, I mean, that was just beautiful, wasn't it?
Best flank you'll see all year.
Yeah, absolutely was. I think you're right there, Des. We're only 2 months in, but I can't see that being bettered in the calendar year at least, and I would say it probably already goes down as the best in the competitive year that is coming to a close here at the 6 Invitational. But I think, for me, FaZe Clan just struggling to get control of the map here. They're getting in, they're taking some rooms, they sort of get in the top floor, but they're not controlling it, and that's the big thing. It's all right getting boots on the ground, it's all right finding your beachhead, but you've got to lock it down. You can't let Achieve come and smash you on the flank for a 3K, because look what happens, it's going to be 2-0. Simple as that. FaZe need to start doing better with that. There's options for them. I don't believe they'd be necessarily playing the Nomad anyway, were she available. I'm not saying that's, they've done without that and they're getting hit on the flanks. It's not the case.
There's no
ways
way.
and means of doing this without that operator.
Is that drone below?
And they need to start doing it.
Below.
It's the simples. It's the flank
no
drones.
way.
It's holding the flanks. It's making sure somebody's there to react.
You can't ignore it, because, again, 70% of rounds, they rely on the Nomad to protect against that sort of thing. The player that plays Nomad is very aware he's not playing Nomad and instead has got to do something different. The rest of the team might be still thinking, okay, well, he's got the flank covered off. So just these small changes. Again, you can see how the bans come in huge at the right time when they are targeted, and both teams have got those attacker-sided target bans, so we'll see how things progress. But a 2-0 for the defenders to start a map off Chalet off, Tim.
I know, they're just taking turns
this
flanking.
Has been one of the most attacker-leaning maps that we have seen for the longest
They're
time.
literally trading. They're trading playing Melusi, and whoever plays
It has been
Melusi
very
just gets like 3 kills on the
this
flank.
competition is
he's missed it.
Missed the head. Achieve's going to farm from above anyway. That's
okay,
fortunate
got
cover.
him anyway.
Merc's just like, thank you, Angel Achieved.
Can I just say, TSM really needed a kill there, Des, because otherwise they're going to lose that entry. And look who pops up, Achieved. But Souls, the #1 support so far, as we've been calling him. He gets in, he's getting the diffuser down, Des. FaZe have been doing work. It doesn't matter that Cameraman got lost in trophy, because they've got trench wall open, they've got inside a side, and they've got the diffuser down. Stunning TSM, who now have to fight back, and it's getting difficult. 2v2, Cyber finding Merc down at the bottom.
I think TSM got this.
Damage onto Polo. He's juking left and right. He's trying to find anything he can, but there's nothing inside for him.
Nice!
Nitro goes out, gets one.
Geo
1v1. Cyber finds the kill, and FaZe able to lock down their first round on Chalet.
You go from an Achieve 4K.
I think if Volo slowed down a little bit there, they probably would have had that.
You're walking
That was
into
a nice try.
battleground, Tim.
I mean, I'm as excited as your voice sounds, because this game, I'm just... 45, it's a 45 round potential here.
Oh, don't get me too excited for that, Tim. Don't get me too excited. The thing is, we were talking about the bans upstairs and we saw them come through and we were like, man, if this gets through to that third map of Cafe, FaZe are 5-0 on that map, but many have been talking about TS7, how good they are on it. It's just one of those series, and I think it's fair to say, out of these last 3 teams here, all 3 are worthy and potential winners. Look at how close TSM were yesterday against Empire, for example. It was a fantastic game that we got to see. FaZe are coming off the back of a Sweden major win. They've been looking great throughout the competition.
TSM's playing well. Their flanks are...
200
honestly, the thing that scares me a little bit about the way that they're playing is they're honestly not really winning on...
You're with Empire. Those of you in the chat
their
definitely
setups.
Channel points going on Empire later on.
They're winning on flanks, which is great, but it's like I'm hoping they can, as long as they can continue that. The problem is if FaZe really like tightens up and starts putting like good, you know,
it was a 1v1.
good flank
It was
watch,
getting
it could
the
be
diffuser down
scary.
while she were losing men elsewhere. I think TSM just took their eye off the ball a little bit there. You know, Trench gets opened, West Main Wall gets opened.
Like this last round they did that. They had somebody flanking down west, and they had Twitch watching with the F2 at trench door. So it seems like FaZe is like adjusting and like trying to basically like really watch their flanks here. The other sites are easier to hold that on. So I mean, sorry, it is easier to play. There's more areas to flank.
I hark back to what Lycan said to me in a conversation last week, because at one point SSG were at 4-4. They won the round and went 5-4 on the attack, and then they called a timeout.
No,
and I
I'm
was
gonna
like,
just
right, I'll ask
talk
him
about what's
this later
happening on screen.
And he
when
explained
I, like,
a couple of things. One, the comms
they're
were getting a little bit
casting
crazy.
already. I'm not
They
a
were a bit
caster.
too excitable. They were a bit too low. One way or the other, in SSG's case, they were a little bit too high.
The casters
that timeout gave them a bit of room to breathe and get things back to a resting level. Want you at the middle, not too low, not too high. The other side of it was, okay, I've seen a couple of things in the attacks and the defenses that have gone against us here. Here's what we want to work on for our next cash attack, for example. So they know what it is they're looking towards when
if
they
you
call
look
those
here,
timeouts.
the main thing that's been winning TSM the rounds, they've actually been like Bolo got grenaded out of that spot. They were like, the casters were talking about him being so good on. They lost pretty much everybody on site. It's been the flanks that have been so good.
Will continue, Des, for us at least.
And then literally you could see that flank was about to come back in place again down West Main, and Twitch killed the person flanking.
It's an event. It's an event. A spectacle. The greatest show on earth, Des, and continues. Round 4.
Me, Canadian, and Pangu casting. I don't think that would be like that great. I mean, it wouldn't be like, you know, we're more all like, we all understand the game really well.
As I said, they just struggled last time to hold on to sight. I think they just let FaZe get away from them a little bit. They took their eye off the ball. They were focused on the mid floor.
I'll
this
be
time the mid floor
today,
is all that matters to them. It's going to be a kitchen and dining site. We saw this back in round number 1. TSM were able to lock it down. They were able to lock it down pretty easily.
Merc and these entries, man, he's absolutely nuclear, and he's still going to find his way back to site here as well, despite being in library, despite cameraman having the cross. He's walked away there with his life. Not a lot of it, mind you. He's only down to about 40 HP or so, but you'll take that to get the entry because, Tim, look at what they removed. They got rid of the ace, and when you're attacking this site, it is so critical. The last thing you want to do is send your Maverick up to that dining wall and have him start getting it open, because someone could come down library stairs, which then means your team needs to have control of more of the map. They've gone for it here because they have no other choice, but it's far from ideal. You'd normally want the ace to get 2 on the downstairs, 1 on the above, and that's your way into sight.
Maverick doing the work to try and open up the fireplace.
Being so careful.
He is being very, very careful, trying to just get some access in towards sight. Doesn't want to lose his life doing it here. Souls does have diffuser in hand, so he's going to be the one looking for a plant at some point. I'm not sure if FaZe are just maybe again, Des, trying to surprise TSM here and get themselves into a position where they make a lot of noise over here and then slip in behind and get that diffuser down. Bolo's being turned on the spot, back and forward at the minute, because he knows that wall has been breached, but he knows that they're trying to push up above him.
He's being held by cameraman as well. This is the flank that stung them last time, because Bolo, if you remember, got the kill onto him and then went down library stairs and hit them from the side, got a 2K and basically ended the attack then and there with a joint shot coming in at long range.
They'll need another flank again.
TSM. Sol's going to
find Merc just tried and died.
The side, and there's a frost mats him. You know that sound all too well. Stay into trophy window. Down he goes to achieved up on the north side of things. Souls with 1 back. A 3 versus 2.
It's all good though. This time they held a lot better. They actually held on fundamentals. Like they didn't lose sight this time. They won all their gun sights.
Inside round number 4 is 1 versus 3. TSM done the smart thing, dropped themselves back to sight, and they're just going to sit and wait for the next 15 seconds. Doesn't have diffuser in hand,
literally just killed every single person.
Here, and it's going to make life difficult. I think we will see this timer tick away. He's unlikely to drop onto site. There's just no need. There's bulletproof cameras. They know exactly where he is, Des. And TSM, they're just going to wait it out.
They will, yeah. I mean, like I say, it's miles away from this one. Notes as well, by the way, we didn't touch on it in the round itself, but cameraman there, after their timeout, is bringing the gridlock. They're clearly really scared
doorway
about
mat works.
Even when they have the tracks down inside of the library
you don't
hallway,
really realize it, but
the
placement on the frost mats is really good because they're generally placed so that you really can't
it'll destroy the tracks and they'll run down anyway. Therefore, we've still got to commit a man.
So the goal of like most frost mat placement at like pro level players, the frost mats will be placed in a position
put a cam there if you're really that bothered about
so that
but in all another good round for TSM.
Basically placed in a position that you're ADSing and you're not looking down.
Now into bar and gaming, as you might come to expect, and as of right now, Tim, cameraman is switching off the operator. So like I said a second ago, if you're going to hold it with a gun anyway, the tracks are basically useless. He's going across to bring in the line instead.
No impact on site, really, from FaZe there. They got the wall open with the Maverick. Souls doing a good job there, but they just never really managed to, and I've spoken about this throughout the tournament, disrupt the defenders. They never moved TSM around. They never really forced them too drastically out of position.
They tried.
They tried.
And then Cyber jumped straight into a frost map.
Part of the problem.
A big part of the problem, because he was their flank. He was the one coming in through Trophy, because you were saying, like, a bit of noise over here, then bam, coming on the backside. But Cyber was just not expecting there to be a frost map there. A little bit of misdroning. Ultimately cost them what could have been a big flank, given he got a 4K a couple of rounds ago. In fact, back in round 3 it was. So he did some magic work back then too. Either way, Bar Gaming we step into then, Tim. And I imagine here we'll see something similar coming out from the side of FaZe. They did a great job at forcing the members of TSM back. They got the nade kill onto Bolo. They nearly killed Geo on his drop back into sight. So TSM know what pressure feels like here. Bolo on the Wamai should be able to lock things down a bit better than before, because last time he was on the smoke. Clearly now acknowledging he is going to be a target. That Wamai being on side with those magnets in hand is a way to keep himself a lot more secure up on mezzanine.
Pojo's a beautiful man.
Frostmats are being placed once again. Absolutely no surprise to see Charlie bringing him along. And you look at that, Des, and you think, that's just in the middle of the room. Where's the problem going to be there? But as we've said countless times, these ones that get put out in the open are often the ones that find their mark and get people snapshotting them. It's because players are going in, ADS, ready for a fight, and you miss it. You don't see it on the floor. Achieved, he's not going to be missed. He's going to find himself losing about 45 HP there to a couple of shots that have rained in. Needs to be careful for the remainder of the round. And FaZe Clan right now still trying to deal with this library. They managed to kill Bolo last time. The triangle is still, I said that, a bit weird, didn't I? The triangle is still in place.
Well, at least the triangle finds him.
It was just the way I broke it into 2 words.
It sounded
triangle.
What's wrong with that?
Pojo is so funny,
Opening
dude.
kill, Bullet's going to go with a nade onto Merc. He's going to find himself one.
Pojo's a great coach. I mean, he's been doing a really good job.
Blue Stairs.
Now it's getting weird.
Blue Stairs getting taken out, leaves Bolo and Geo. And you can already see, look at what happens. Bolo has to move, he has to react. That's mezzanine clear. But Bolo achieved getting in with kills when needed again.
Both traded out again, so 2 members of FaZe
TV2
stepping in and getting a couple of kills back. Neutralizes those 2 are 2 versus 2. Charla into 1 more. Oh boy, it's the battle of the supports. It's a Portal combat, Tim. You got Souls coming up against Geo, and what can he do? He's rotating his way down from this library stairs. Souls spooked ever so slightly by that C4 coming out. He could have, but he panicked a little bit once he heard that come through. He's got so much time to play with him. He's got the site in his control. He hasn't got a panic, but Souls wins those out. Time and time again. Clutch Master, Plant Master.
Souls is just so good in those final situations. I watched him yesterday on Cafe when he got the diffuser down and he had 1 pushing him from Lumber, 1 pushing him from Cigar. You shouldn't win in that situation. You've got 1 on either side of you, but you will notice that his decision making is just infallible. It is just correct every single time. Every choice he makes gives him the advantage. There, he could have stuck that diffuser, absolutely. Would it then have potentially changed
Pojo? I mean, Pojo's a really good player too, but I mean, I think, you know, there's a reason he coaches. Obviously, the players that are playing are better. Otherwise, they would, you know, otherwise they would pick Pojo, right? They'd have him as a player.
TSM. Merc going off the stairs as the opening kill was big. It forced the rotate. It moved Geo. It just makes TSM's life much more difficult.
Bit of a hot take here, Tim, but I think often what you'll find, if not for the usual suspects of players like Nesk, Parlo, you know, occasionally Muzi, Pino sneak into the picture as well, outside of those big names from LATAM, you don't really get as much hype or focus around some of the more backline players that you see in LATAM, right? Think about in Europe, we're always talking about Brede. Shepard slips into the conversation as well. Yeah, Souls at this point, I would wager.
Best in the world. One of the best in the world.
One of the best. I'm not going to go as far as saying any of those 3 are the best on their day. Of course, it can vary. But he's up there in terms of quality with all 3 of those players, I think. He's lights out. We saw it at the Sweden Major 3 months ago. We're seeing it here once again at SI, that he just puts up the big numbers.
If you remember, my first words written in a document, a prep document that we did about Souls for the Sweden Major.
I would say Bosco is.
My first words written there were
absolute clutch master.
This guy is unflappable. In one
you did write unflappable, and I was like, that's still a word that I hear, and I just think that's just such a strange word.
He doesn't flap.
Like triangle.
Triangle. He's just, he's just, and he's been doing it for the longest time. He's just so calm, so patient, makes the right decisions. Merc managing to get himself involved in the entry again. He lost it last time. He comes back strong and manages to take down Cyber.
How do you stop this guy? He was plus 23 coming into this competition, into this game, sorry. #1 in the whole tournament. The nearest player on the side of FaZe, who is very quickly slipping down the ranks the number of times that he's being caught out, is Cyber. He's at plus 10. No one on FaZe in the top 5, whereas on this side for TSM, they're sat right in #1 with Merc doing the hard yards.
It's like TSM,
remembering
until
again,
that last round on
this,
Kitchen, have been like living and dying on their
that's
flanks.
Now a Bolo roll. Merc's going into more of a flex once we can play the IGL. Geo in hot water here. Achieve finding one back, so a 5v3. It's not the end of the world. They've lost a bit of HP, but you'd rather lose some HP than lose the man altogether.
Geo still managing to hold on in the corner of Library for the time being. There's going to be a nade going in. Not sure if it will get the job done. No, it will not. Flash as well. And they just don't feel confident on pushing in here, Des. They know that they've still got mezzanine to contend with. They know that it is still a problem. Bullet, he's down on the double window, and right now FaZe just look a little bit out of ideas. They can't move any of these TSM players again. It's that same situation. They can't disrupt them. They can't move them. Charla, he just dances away from the explosives, keeps himself inside of the supply room there. Achieve just holding a nasty little angle from the main stairs as well.
They're not panicked on time just yet, but someone at some point will have to step in and challenge Geo. And Souls, I want to see that high risk.
Geo is literally winning in this round right now by just living and sitting in this corner.
Bullet and he's going down. I know he's got the angle, but you can take that firefight as soon as you step in. The problem is Bolo will likely swing at exactly the same time, so it's a big risk to take. And instead he's going to head his way up towards the roof.
Yeah, I know all of them very
50
well.
seconds or so at this point, Tim. It feels like another
I played on a team with Pojo. I've obviously played a lot with Bolo.
Not to want to aggress in that sort of situation. The nade goes in, the flash goes in, and somehow Geo still survives. Nobody pushing in behind it. And usually FaZe, I would expect to be going straight in through that window looking for the kill. 2 versus 5, time ticking down, and it's looking very unlikely here for FaZe as Souls gets himself caught up in a goo mine there. He's trying to mix it up, trying to take a different attacking angle, and he's just playing into a shield here. He's going to get peaked. Simple as that. Merc using the utility to its fullest, finds his kill, and it's all up to Bullet. He tries to repel on. It's going to be a flawless round. Ball up nice and easy.
This is what I like to see, is that FaZe, I mean, TSM's not basing their wins off flanks anymore. They're actually like winning, holding their positions, winning off pure fundamentals.
Basically the round shut down and closed out. And I was thinking about it watching the round. I was looking at Geo, and there was a bit of a conversation on the desk. You know, Souls, Geo, you got 2 great players here. All the praise naturally going in towards Souls. I feel kind of sorry for Geo, because he's a man there who's sat in a spot where you're going to get naded. You are going to be the primary target in that round. But where he's kind of come into his own, having some firefights, is normally when the rest of the team have died.
People that were saying that Bolo might have like struggle in Pro League.
Nicking these 3s and 4Ks constantly.
Said I felt like he was a good mechanical player.
9-2 right now in this game.
And he always had a good understanding of the game. Like he wasn't just like a brainless
player. You don't get much room to get very involved, either for Charla or for Geo. And
I always had a good feeling he would do well.
I'm really glad that we're going to have an inter-regional final.
I was also one of the only like people who didn't think he cheated back in the day as well.
And I'm looking at this
there's like a bunch of people used to think Bolo cheated. I never thought he cheated.
I don't really mind which way it is.
All that matters, Tim, is it's EU versus someone.
Exactly that.
I remember before I had to like delete all of my clips from like DMCA and stuff like that, I was going through all my old clips, and there was actually some people that clipped me saying that I don't think Bolo cheats, like way back, like in like 20, whatever, 17, 16,
I'm just looking at these two going at each other now, and I'm thinking, what a final we are going to have. This is just amazing. We're going to have 2 brilliant teams going up against each other. All 3 of these have got a story about how they've got here and, you know, potentially winning that first 6 invitational. We've then got the inter-region thing. It's just kicking off an unbelievable day.
If you're panicking a little bit about that angle looking south side and thinking, guys, there's nothing but a wall there. Why have they got a shield inside of the cubby? What they're actually trying to do is play behind it to challenge up towards Solar. We saw Bolo doing this the other day for TSM, interestingly. So FaZe are doing a very similar thing, where you can play on either side of the shield, but it gives them the ability to challenge your side from that reverse angle shield because you're closer to the slits. You can see through them a lot better. It gives you that little bit of confidence.
Geo's on the drum, no surprises there. Is he going to spot Souls? Yes, he is. Sees the man underneath the double window, forces Souls to move, and starts creating a little bit of space. Bolo not able to pick the man up. Look who does. It's going to be achieved. Finding Souls on the entry and giving TSM another advantage. And honestly, Des, they are threatening to run away with this. They are doing something better than FaZe were able to on the attack, and that is getting themselves inside the map, creating space for others to follow in and taking control.
He always like used to run in and stuff.
Like, good drone work coming out and a great pinch coming in from
He was always
TSM
really good at
overall
like
to
finding
start
really
off their
obscure
attacking
spots
side.
and positions and stuff like
now
that.
up to
So
10-2, by the way. Most of the entries have gone the way of Merc. He's been involved in those early engagements, but the mid-round kills have really flown in favor
also
of
evolved a lot as a player. I mean, I don't think a lot of people remember that in the beginning he struggled a little bit when he first,
continue this top floor push. And the
came
office
to
wall has been open
started
now.
playing professionally as well.
Deep we see FaZe playing. They've been pushed all the way back in towards Solarium now. There you go. The wall is indeed open. FaZe holding on well. We're sort of just over the halfway mark. 1 minute 40 gone. Toxic Bear canister coming out, just going to slow things down a little bit. But I don't think it's going to be long before they face mounting pressure from TSM here. And again, it's something that TSM are doing better, is claiming some ground, pushing forward, claiming more ground, pushing forward, finding kills.
Yeah, well, I mean,
second on the round, 5 versus 3, top floor control.
Just Bolo improved a lot as a player too. Like he was always very good, but like he improved.
A very late C4 coming out of Astro as well. Going to find no one. Cyber left to stand up against the Horde as a shotgun in hand. It's what you'd want in a zombie apocalypse, but maybe not against TSM. Bolo getting the trade. Achieve finds another 3K in the game. Tim, the man's 12-2 inside 7 rounds. Cameraman, he's got to do it all. I don't think any amount of cameras are going to help him in this round either. A 4 versus 1 with 30 seconds to play. He's going to get himself droned out. They'll hold some cross angles, and he is going to be done for. They're getting themselves a hatch opened up as well, so they can look for the drop, but it's still more drone work for TSM, so being very disciplined about how they're approaching this. You got Bolo coming down from the top side, and Nade's going to force Cameraman to move. He's down to a slither of HP. Bolo comes and he wins out the one, and they walk away with another very dominating round. Tim,
people have weird. I mean, dude, everybody has weird clips. If you want to go through,
it's looking dangerous for FaZe right now. Latam fans
if you want to go through a lot of like basically any player, you can just go through and like isolate certain clips out of thousands of games and make it look like they're cheating.
Just seem able to switch it on against this FaZe. I don't think anybody has.
You could literally do that with anyone.
As neutral, as negative as this is passive.
Anybody who plays lots of games, that's like a high-level player, you will guaranteed be able to like.
Tweeted about it yesterday. It's really weird how
put enough clips together to make it look like they're cheating.
7 teams just bow out the competition with barely so much as a whimper. Yeah. Look at Furia. They were phenomenal. Finished first of their group, came up into their knockout game, and basically just didn't show up to the races. Look back at Philippe Pox for MIBR yesterday, a player that many have gone, oh, top-rated, putting on a show. These guys mean business. They're in the top 6. They can do this. He goes 1-9 in map 3 and just again barely.
Golf and TSM wants revenge.
So I don't know. I'm just really hoping it's not a similar story for FaZe. That's the last thing we need on a day like this. But you got to look at some of the numbers, right? Bullet and Cyber, you always speak about as being a massive duo. Bullet so far not present. Astro 0.
You can do that with any player. You can take any like diamond champion player and just like if you get. You'll have enough clips for
and that is
people.
It is.
It can make it look like
they're going to show the NA-teams exactly what happened the other day. You saw what Super and Bodega was saying to each other, right?
Yep.
There's going to be some spice in the server.
There's a lot of back and forth about knowing how to play against Latam on Villa. But TSM, I just feel like the homework has been done. I feel like they're going to have an understanding of what's likely to be brought there. Whether they can have an answer to it or not is a different matter, of course.
The uncultured Roni player of Souls.
Nothing wrong with the Roni.
DMRs, Tim. DMRs.
Round number 8. We're going to be going to Master and Office this time around, so it's going to be a top floor push from TSM. They're going to want to get themselves established inside a library. They've just shown us that they can do that
another
very,
problem
very well.
was as well is there were people who they're like
inside.
cheaters would. I mean, they still do, but like cheaters like impersonate people, right?
They need a follow up. They need a 5v3. They need to beat
so
TSM.
Cheaters used to like impersonate Bolo, myself, everybody, any popular content creator.
What I love from TSM,
cheaters will like try to use their names.
It really seems to be spreading amongst the top teams at the minute is the pace and the urgency.
And cheaters were actually able to change their names to anything back in the day.
40 seconds inside the round, you got achieved up already, smashing floors open,
it was like earlier in the game's history, but yeah.
Really good stuff. And for teams
like I
could, drone for 75 seconds, then
you know how I use streamer mode now, and I can literally change my name to anything. That was like actually in the game.
They wonder why they only have 20
cheaters.
seconds left when it comes round to the execute, and that was something during most of last year. Empire was saying, oh, we always struggle with the clock because we'd be very unconfident in ourselves. We would drone the same spot 4 or 5 times and then move. You're seeing a very pacey Empire in the game, or that you'll see later on that we saw yesterday, and you're seeing it out of TSM. Bolo, big 2K, another entry coming out, and GOR turns it into a 3rd. Make it a 4th. Where are you, FaZe? TSM rolling through the Latam team right now. There's 90 seconds left, and there's nothing left for FaZe in the round. Another flawless coming through.
These rounds feel like they are really taking the toll on FaZe right now.
A little bit.
There's no other way I can put it. That's 3 rounds in a row for TSM. 2 of them have been flawless. This is a boulder that's just running downhill now. It feels like there's nothing FaZe can do to stop it. The important thing here now is like a little bit of triage, essentially. It's, you know, what can we do to start treating this wound? We ain't going to heal it now. It's very unlikely, I think, against this TSM side on Chalet that FaZe take themselves into overtime. There's always a possibility. They're still in the server. They still got guns. They can still shoot back. They're just not showing us that right now is the problem.
And that early timeout may have come back to bite them a bit, Tim, because I feel the longer this game has gone on, the worse and worse it's got. The more members they're losing in the round before a response comes through, or in some cases not finding a response at all. They just made it look easy there. Bolo planting his feet and finding a 3K at the top of Library Stairs.
That was huge,
3 or 4 players swamping the one man left inside at the end by himself. It just comes at such pace. Again, the round was over inside 90 seconds. That is ludicrous.
You just feel FaZe need a couple of rounds here to give themselves
I mean,
a chance
I'll be streaming
on
for, you know,
it's more what it's about
time.
now. It's more about let's just get
DSM's crushing it though.
Honestly,
let's knock this out. Let's get a quick fucking 2-0 and see this reveal for the new season.
Astro gets an ace or something. You know, just something absolutely big within a round that they can cling on to. It would be fantastic for them. They're going to be defending downstairs. It's going to be a whine and. Honestly,
oh, holy shit, I didn't realize that. Cameron's 1-7, Bullets 2-8. Holy shit.
To what FaZe did, which is get down there, open that West
Astro's like an amazing fragger, too. That's crazy that he's 0-8 right now.
Those plant numbers up and get him inside a sight with that case, get it put down. And it certainly looks that way. They're pushing in towards gaming to begin with and library site, so you want to clear that out so you're not having to worry about blue too much and then start moving forward. But they're paying some attention to the main wall as well, so maybe it'll be a little bit of a different approach here from TSM.
Yeah, Cozy moving away that mute jammer at the exact time they pull the go button, and the breach is open inside 30 seconds, Tim. Meanwhile, you've got
the thing is, when you have this rough of a game, it's a tilter, dude. It's a tilter. Like, if they don't bring this back, which it doesn't look that they're going to, but yeah, FaZe's mental is going to be completely, like, chalked.
Just on a little roam on the top floor there, it's going to be interesting to see whether TSM have picked him up or not. They really need somebody like Bullet to be coming in and just playing spoiler. Charla just droning out those main stairs, trench wall. So it looks, like they are mounting for the sort of push that I was talking about. We've got achieved over there as well. By opening the main wall, there's nothing wrong with that. It creates difficulty for the defenders inside a site. It just cuts down even more angles from them. Look how aggressive Cyber's getting here. He's going to take a chunk of damage off Charla. Impressively quick nano boost coming in from Bolo. As soon as that damage was done, finds himself a yokai as well. Great work on that main entrance. And look at what opening the front wall does. You can see FaZe spinning around on the spot there. They don't know which way to look, and it just feels like they're being pulled from pillar to post by TSM here.
There's 2 of them watching down towards this main breach.
Yeah,
one
2 are watching
alternating
main
in
breach.
blue between the 2. So you've got 2 looking north side, you've got 2 looking south side, and Cyber being that sort of flex
player. They have a lot of time. TSM's good. They gotta watch. They gotta worry about this flank though.
To play with. They can just line up all their pieces here, collect the information
they had to have Achieved go down to help with this like utility. Achieved was on flank watch, so Bullet is able to have this flank watch.
That was the player on that main breach, so it's going to allow FaZe to focus up a little bit more. But bottom west main stairs wall has been opened. That starts to cause a problem. Merc manages to find Cyber, and now TSM will look to get trench wall open as well. The mute jammer was moved, but they have to clear pillars. Once pillars is gone, FaZe have got a big problem, Des. Souls has to hold on.
They're not flanking anyway.
I've got cameraman who's just coming back down the lobby stairs. I think he was hoping to catch something else somewhere else on the map.
Bolo's on a drone. They probably have a flank drone on west since Achieved left
finding one
west.
onto Geo. It's looking better for FaZe Clan here as we get into the last 30 seconds. They know where TSM are coming from. They've ground to a bit of a halt here, and I'm not quite sure where to go next. They find the nade kill, but just after Bullet finds the kill onto Merc. So it's still not looking so good. A 3 versus 2 with 15 seconds to go. They've got to make a push happen. Astro finally getting himself on the scoreboard, gets himself traded. Charlotte in a 1 versus 2, swung on by cameraman. It's an easy closeout, and FaZe do get 1 round, Tim, but they still need 3 more.
They really needed that just to try and put the brakes on TSM a little bit, try and get themselves back into it. The problem at the end of the round there for TSM was that they just had 1 man short. They needed 3. Once you've got West Main and Trench open, if you've got 3, even against a greater force on defense, you can still achieve that site as an attack. But when you've only got 2, you could see there, the problem is, on a trench wall, Achieved is then trying to watch 2 angles. Because his man on West Main can't watch blue. So that's why you need 3. You have somebody watching blue, you have your man on West Main watching down towards connector, and you've got your third spare body who can go in and put the diffuser down. Achieved was having to watch both connector side and blue, and it just made it a little bit too much for him to handle. FaZe took full advantage. They knew that was the case. Quick peek out of blue. Absolutely not a problem. Get themselves the kill, and that was a much better defense from FaZe than we've seen so far.
There's one thing that made me really happy in that last round, Tim, and it's that we have a man of culture in the server. Do you know who it is?
Who is it, Des?
It's Cyber. Man of culture using the DMR.
Well, I know that you are a big fan of the DMR. I mean, they're very big damage single shot.
There's a warm-up for TSM.
Ludicrous.
Yeah, you know, you gotta play. You gotta get your aim lab in, your T-Hunts.
You will basically kill everyone in 2 shots to the body, except for 3 armors.
Well, we'll see.
Calling 3 armors a bit weird because it's less armor. It's more just like a HP stat.
It's a HP stat now.
Yeah.
Do I wish I was still playing now?
Let's get into it then. Baron Gaming coming up next. This has been the primary site for most.
I mean, yeah, there's no way that they're not like somewhat, you know.
FaZe stepping into there after a
FaZe definitely like is like feeling it right now. They're like, shit.
On TSM side though, Tim,
they probably have that pit in their stomach right now. But if they're like true competitors, they will.
Now we've seen this deployed a couple of times throughout the competition. Dark Zero, we've seen the Canadian making good use of it in the odd case or two.
I don't know. I just think TSM looks really good right now.
Executes into the basement of Oregon, for example. But none that I can think of where it's like, man, they just completely steamroll the other team. So even with that operator in back pocket and able to make use of those Candelas, I still want to see them being careful. We don't want Merc getting caught off the rip, for example. You can't be the go-to entry in this round.
Achieved already on that library window. Bullet playing on mezzanine. This is something that we saw TSM do extremely well. If you notice, FaZe are doing it a little bit differently, Des.
I mean, there was no aim lab back then. I would use the aim lab now. Exclamation aim lab, but I mean,
everybody's over to master and office side, and that might just leave Bullet a little bit exposed on mezzanine. But saying that, I think somebody has now dropped the strobes onto blue stairs, and that's going to be a big help. But here come TSM straight into side. Des Merc gets one, Bolo gets one, Merc another. Achieved. Surely this is over. 5 versus 1. It could be another flawless round to close out for TSM. And what a message the North American side are sending here on Chalet. Cyber, he's looking for anything he can get. He knew there would be nothing. Charla finds the shots into the back. 3rd flawless round for TSM, and they take map 1 in quick fashion.
What I love there is the intelligence and awareness being shown by TSM. They get the drones in, they identify, hey, there's only 2 on site. Boys, we can hit site right now. And Bolo, I said I don't want to see Merc be in the entry. This time it was the Bolo hype train, baby. Charges into site, kills 3 people, and by then it's already too late for FaZe to think about getting back. This is why TSM on that same site only send 1 man to be off on the roam up to the north. Otherwise, you will get smashed on the site. I love the awareness being shown by TSM, the willingness to say, right, boys, go. We're gonna go fast. We're gonna go
really,
hard,
yeah. The biggest thing that I would do if I was like, prepping for a game, I would literally just, you know,
I'm a little bit nervous for FaZe.
But make sure not to eat too much.
I don't think TSM are going to be scared at all. The Chiefs just come away 14-3 days.
Have my caffeine, you know, have some G Fuel, have water, make sure I'm hydrated, make sure I have G Fuel and caffeinated.
Just run FaZe
you know, make sure.
It is as simple as that.
Just I would Terrace Hunt.
Now have to
there's no aim lab back then.
They just have to
Terrace
write that off
Hunt
and say,
until the game started and just like
that's where we're going to
chill,
win this.
keep my hands hot.
But I wouldn't want to double down on FaZe right now because TSM, they just looked on another level.
Well, think about the game versus Empire, by the bear in mind. TSM got smashed on the first map, smashed back on the second, and the third one was a bit more balanced.
No, this was TSM's
Don't count
map.
FaZe out just yet. There is a reason why they are here as a top 3 team, and there is every chance they fight back on Villa. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back, Villa awaits. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, this is definitely a Chalet was, yeah, TSM's map was Chalet and FaZe chose Villa. Did I used to be nervous? No, I don't really get nervous from stuff. I just have no shame. Yeah, that's the trick of not being, just have no shame. Like, I don't really care, you know? But yeah, the No Mall Elite is available tomorrow. I'm gonna buy this shit right away. This is a day one buy for me. That's why I'm a great streamer. I'm able to show face and fuck up when needed. I don't know. I just kind of feel like, well, whatever. Like, you know, just play your best and do your best. Like, what's... Like, I don't see the point of being, you know... I guess it's, like, hard to say this, but it's like, you know, if you're nervous, what does it do for you? Right? If you're, like, gonna get nervous and, like, that you probably shouldn't be there, right? Like, if you lose, whatever. You still made it to a crazy big tournament, and that's it. You just gotta do what you gotta do, and that's it. Just try to win, do your best. If you lose or get shit on, it is what it is, you know? It's all about having fun. No, it's about winning. But, like, yeah, fun too, but... People that want to just have fun don't end up at these tournaments. People might say that they're there just because they want to have fun, but no. You're there to win. That's some shit that people just, like, say. Wow, this is in Sweden. Yes, winning is fun, that's it. I don't think I've ever had fun losing a game. It would have always been better if I won, right? It might not be as bad. Yeah, that was pretty good, Preston. Right. You play for fun when you go and play, like, you know, casual at home. Not when you're at a, you know, multi-million-dollar tournament in another country. It's your job. Would 100% just team kill somebody at SI. Can you imagine if someone just like tilted their fucking balls off in like a invitational finals and they just like shotgun their whole fucking team? That'd be fucking crazy, dude.
TSM coming out guns blazing, defeating FaZe, stomping them, to be honest. But I think, Ollie, you said that FaZe was gonna win. It ain't looking too hot, my NA boys, though. TSM. You're just smiling? What's going on over here? Oh, he's just...
I'm getting the look from Jacob right now. Let's be honest. It's not over till it's over. It's a best of 3. This isn't the best of 1 said and done. Put your jacket away.
Oh.
I mean, I don't know. Something about NA pride. I mean, you know, the league that we work for, producing one of the best teams in the world, about to go right to the SI Grand Finals. It just seems like it's all done and dusted.
Honestly,
at that point,
this is the biggest curse you guys could have possibly done. You probably want to...
It's already done.
It's
Can we just go already?
Jesse doesn't believe in curses, but I can agree with Ollie. It ain't over yet, but map 1 Chalet 7-3, that was rough. That was. I mean, y'all said off the top of the show, though, this was to be expected. We got the map summary up right now, so let's look at the stats. What are we thinking?
I mean, we did already know off the top that this was going to be a weak map for FaZe just because of their recent results. TSM have really adapted to Chalet. They liked it back when it first came into the NAL pool, and they've taken it to task to make sure that this is their map in and out. And there were several times over the course of that game where it was flawless executes, flawless entries, sometimes shutting down FaZe Clan at the source on defense. It was pretty damn amazing.
Yeah, TSM kind of running things right from the start. Those bans coming out, Nomad and Valkyrie, I
Dude,
think really helping them out
14-3
there.
achieved
Valkyrie on defense,
off.
we didn't get to see a whole lot
Same
of
with
that.
Bullet
Space
did
didn't
great
get a whole lot of defensive rounds.
11-4.
But the Nomad in particular, I thought
Asher
really
with the
was huge
1
for them
and
when they
10,
were going on for
2
their
and 8
defenses.
for Cameraman.
Where do you even want to start
3
with
and
this?
9
Do you want to
for
start
Bullet.
with Achieve 14
Dear
and 3
Lord.
plus 11, 100%
Those are some of the best
cost.
fragging
God.
players in the
Charlotte
world,
put
and
a
they just
shift
got
in as
like
well,
dumpstered.
100% cost. It was a nuts performance from TSM. They absolutely dominated that opening kill stat line. Someone you can really thank and look toward for that is Merc. He might be sat there at the bottom of the table, but this really goes to show how impactful kills can be. And Merc had 4 extremely impactful entries.
And that's just following the trend of the tournament. Merc coming into this game had the best entry stat of any player in the entire tournament. He was 46 and 23, meaning a perfect 2.0 ratio, doubling the amount of opening kills that he's getting compared to opening deaths. That led TSM to be the best opening kill team in the tournament as well, 57% overall. Nuts, and they're continuing that trend.
Yeah, Merc had a fantastic series, or game rather, and Achieved had a standout game as well. Ollie, you want to talk about Achieved's flank in particular. Let's see if we can roll that video that we have.
Yeah, let's have a look and see just exactly how Achieve manages to do this. Now, we mentioned the Nomad ban earlier. That was a big old problem. We cut that clip a little bit short there just to fit it in, but the problem that Achieve had, the benefit that Achieve had, is he had so much time. There was nobody inside of Piano. It's a play that Achieve does quite regularly. He likes to hang around over toward that side of the map, especially
you know what's
when his
kind of
team's
funny?
defending inside
Dan
bar.
was not listed as like a top 10 player,
You sat and you're looking at
but
FaZe,
no
going,
joke,
drones?
the
Question
only
mark? Like, is
reason
anybody on a drone?
that Empire won
You know,
coastline
Nomad
yesterday, in my
ban's a thing, but
opinion,
drones still
was because
exist.
of
They're
Dan.
old-fashioned ways. Like, everyone's got headphones on. Like,
What's it called?
You guys not have drones?
Dan got like opening pick at literally every round.
Because it's not the first time that Achieve's got away with that. If you're going up against TSM, you should know that you're going up against a guy that loves a bit of a flank.
Yeah, I was very concerned overall. Just the fact that happened not once, but twice, probably even 3 times, depending on how that defense went for TSM. The Oryx play for Achieved never really seemed like it let up. He had top angles, he had excellent flanks at the right moment. FaZe Clan, for their own part, I don't really categorize as a bad droning team. They're probably one of the more creative teams on attack when understanding how to deal with and execute. They also decided, understanding after just the first 3 rounds, despite winning one of them, we got to pause. We have to put the brakes on this, see if we can call a timeout, figure out what isn't working here, and still, they weren't able to do anything aside from what?
Yeah, Dan was who stuck out to me during that game as like the most impactful player. Quite literally got opening pick like every round essentially.
When they attacked on this map, had any team in.
Well, and bringing it back to that Achieve flank, right? Because that was one where they actually did drone him. It's just they droned him like 2 minutes earlier, and they droned him down in West Main. He went on a wild chase all the way up Solar Stairs, all the way through Piano to go for that flank that he was able to pull off. And, you know, I can sometimes excuse a team for like missing such a crazy flank, right? Because, you know, that is maybe harder to grab. If you've already seen him below, maybe you don't expect him to go up above. But when I've spent the entire pregame hyping up FaZe Clan as the best attacking team, they can't be making these mistakes, especially not in lower bracket finals.
Especially not on an attacker-sided map either.
Yeah.
Valid. Jesse, I actually want to pick your brain about that a little more. FaZe, they took that early
tactical
everybody
cheats in
trying to stop
dude.
TSM's
like basically
momentum.
you like.
Do you think maybe they addressed
So the way it works is like you're allowed to cheat
better?
and it's fine, and it's just like everyone's competing
off the first
like
couple of
with
rounds,
cheats.
the first 2-3 rounds. We saw FaZe Clan doing exactly
crazy.
what they did against MIBR. They were ignoring the roamers, and they were going for very site-focused pushes. But TSM were shutting that down so much better than what we ever saw from MIBR because they were going for big flanks, right? Obviously, Achieve, who's talked about a lot, but even Bolo in that round 1, coming down Library Stairs, she should put a little bit of that pinch pressure on. It was something that MIBR never really could get a hold of against FaZe Clan. So
the only reason I won the Invitational is because I was cheating.
In round 4, it seemed like they tried to adapt.
I stopped
they
cheating
tried to
now
move some more players over towards the roam clear, but it just wasn't working. Merc and Bolo and Achieved all on that roam game, which is way too powerful, and it never ended up amounting to much for FaZe Clan.
Okay, I want to move on to map 2. Let's start looking forward here. Ollie, I mean, y'all singing the praises of TSM's Trinity. They were well coordinated, composed. How does FaZe battle back on map 2?
Fortunately for FaZe, they are a pretty good team at Villa. And I think
make your case here. I want to hear it.
That's something that they're going to need to be a good team, right? Because
yeah,
we've already seen what TSM have brought today,
and
they didn't look like they were slowing down. They were jumping themselves out of windows. They were hitting nasty pre-fires. They were really dominant in that opening part of the game. And that's something that you can translate through onto Villa quite nicely as well. For all that FaZe have played quite a bit of Villa and they've got a good success ratio on there, it again comes down to that, how much backroom work has been done. How much work have TSM put in to really understand and unpack exactly how FaZe want to play that. And when you have just been fairly well stomped on Chalet, you've got to hit that reset button fairly quickly. It
felt like in the ban phase, just for maps, almost as though FaZe knew that the back half was going to be something they could rely on if the front half didn't work out. They had to ban a map that didn't work out for them in Coastline and then had to go to Chalet because where else was TSM going to go? They knew they were weak on that map. So overall, on Villa, this should be a way closer contest.
Okay. Our teams
I don't know, dude. I feel like FaZe is going to be shaken after that game.
Dez and Ace, take it away and let the lower bracket final continue. Let's go!
She makes so much noise.
I love it.
She's so... For those of you at home who wonder what Jackie's like off camera, she's exactly like she is on camera, if not more excitable, right?
And it's been brilliant. I've got to, thank you, Jackie. It's been a pleasure working with you this last 2 weeks.
It has been delightful. But Tim,
the
delight may end here for FaZe unless they can pull it back on Villa. And we spoke about, again, the map ban phase when we came into this, when we were off camera, but had a little chat about it before. I'm a little bit nervous. If it gets to Cafe, there's a world where they win. They are 5-0 on Cafe
Pulse?
at SI, but instead they've gone to Villa, which
Des,
has got a bit more
Pulse,
of a mixed bag record,
whatever.
right? TSM have already played this map against Furia. They won it. They did lose it to Dark Zero, but this isn't a stranger map to them. They know how to play it, and it's the same sort of story for FaZe, where they played it a bit, but also lost it along the way. Doesn't feel to me like the go-to strongest pick.
FaZe going to win this map. There you go.
Yeah, hello to this guy.
You heard it here first. FaZe are going to win this. We're going to go all the way to 3 maps. I can see it coming, Des.
All right.
It's going to be a war. FaZe, for me, though, they've got to wake up quickly in this one. They cannot let themselves get behind, because the problem is, even if they've got a bit of confidence on Villa, they've lost Chalet. If they are then 2-3 rounds down, it starts to become a real problem where you're thinking, we're only 4 rounds away from going out here. TSM start on defense. It's not ideal for FaZe. They need to come in on the attack and really send a message here.
Another Hibana ban coming in. Real hard targeting out against Geo today. That's 2 maps in a row. They've taken away his most played attacking operator. Interesting. Defensive side probably going to be something like that.
I don't think it's going to be a 7
see you
now.
in the clash. That's a bit of a spicy one. As opposed to seeing, say, a Mira, a Valkyrie. You're going to see one of those 2 power picks on this map.
So that leaves Mira, Mira, Valkyrie up.
First 6 rounds. Valkyrie going away. I'm curious to see if Mira gets picked up on the majority of these sites, because for TSM on this map, it can do a lot of work. I think about Aviator games and being able to lock down Study. I think about when you're defending Trophy and Statuary and can lock down Master Bedroom. It can really impede attackers and make their lives difficult.
We'll see how the pick rate for Mira goes. Not immediately in the lineup for TSM. May change during the 6-pick phase. We will see. But Trophy and Statuary, it looks like, is going to be our round number 1 site choice. Charlotte goes for the flip over to the Frost. So there's not going to be any Mirror brought along for Trophy Statuary. As you say, I think maybe Aviator games are a little bit more likely, but still not essential here. Charlotte, interestingly, sticking with that Frost, we saw it have at least a big impact in 1 round on Chalet. There was obviously, more use for the operator, but there was that big round where Cyber was looking to get in on the behind, get in on the flank, and just poof, straight into the Frost map. Snapshot and ended it before it started.
In one of the games TSM played on this map, the Mirror was banned away. In the one that it was available, they played it in one of the few rounds they had on the defense. So we know it's in their wheelhouse, but for this round at least, on this site, it's not going to be part of the lineup. Instead, as you say, Tim, going in towards that Frost. And I've said it a couple of times this week, by the way.
I'm not complaining.
Castle, I'm like, oh, Summit Spicy's come in, and it could well be.
Now I'm a bit like, oh, Geo's played.
No, never mind. Castle main, go figure. They're trying to lock down a little bit in towards the Cubby side of things here, I think, just to give them a more I suppose, confident angle to be able to challenge inside of the cubby itself, inside a bathroom. But by the same token, the most important thing it does is stop there being an angle from bedroom through the cubby wall that's now been opened up and into the bathroom. So the members of TSM can play a little more aggressively inside a bathroom, at least in the early round, and look to keep, I guess, FaZe kind of bay, slow them down a little bit, give TSM time to rotate around. So all with the intent of saying, right, we've seen what Super endured against the LATAM team on this map. How can we slow them down? Castle, not a bad pick.
We've been seeing more of the aggression in towards Master Bedroom recently on the defences of Villas, particularly that shield being placed on the bed allows somebody to push up potentially through Concrete Door and really get aggressive up into Master. As long as you don't expose yourself to that window on the right-hand side, you're usually fine. Gio, he's going to find himself getting challenged here pretty soon. Turns away at maybe just the wrong time. It's the Iana clone first of all, but then it is being followed up. Nice and easy. How does Bullet walk into that when Gio just a second before has taken down the claw?
Oh damn, they shoot it back.
FaZe have an answer. Souls, Astro managing to find two. Cameraman gets in as well. 4v2 now.
TSM going super hard on the roam and getting absolutely clapped down by the side of FaZe. 3 kills to kick things off, and it leaves them in a 4 versus 2.
I thought after Gio got that pick, it was like...
That is bucket loads of time on this map. They've still got
2 minutes
6
left,
drones. They've still got themselves a ton of
4v2.
nades in back pocket. Make that flashes, make it regular nades. You've got so much to play behind here. It's a lot of work for Merc and Chi to do in the back line here. Normally the 2 that you'd see at the forefront of this team doing the hard yards. Instead, they got Charla, they got Gio out in the map, and so far it hasn't gone too well for them. They've got to hold on here, Tim, for another 75 seconds or so, but I'd expect to see FaZe taking away this round.
I see nades on the right-hand side.
Take a little tickle of damage there, nothing too serious, but needs to be careful. The nades continue to rain in. It was explosive damage that he took last time around. Big play from Achieved and gets caught on his way back in. Something FaZe have done well so far, Des, is able to get those trades, able to put TSM in just unwinnable situations. Souls starting to get that diffuser down. Pressure mounting on Merc. He's pretty much stuck inside of bathroom now, but he's going to have to get moving because it's a 1v3 diffuser down and he's got about 30 seconds to find 3 kills here. Manages to find Astro but can't quite spray him down. Takes a lot of damage himself and backs his way into a corner right now. There's no way out for Merc as FaZe, they're not going to push this. They don't really need to aggress it. I think Astro's just thinking about the pre-fire and the move. Gets the man, and that's FaZe despite losing that entry.
That was like a commanding round
on
for
the
FaZe.
I'm pretty sure Astro in the first round of this map has already got more kills than he'd got in the entirety of Chalet. He was 0 and 9 for the longest time. I believe he picked up his first kill towards the back end of the map. So it's good to see them starting in different spirits.
Go FaZe.
And this kind of feels like what we saw from TSM back on Chalet against FaZe, right? They were just barreling through them in rounds, slaughtering everyone that stood before them, barely giving the other side a chance. And that round really did look hopeless for the side of TSM. I'm not going to sit here and say Charla and Gio can't shoot. They absolutely can, otherwise they wouldn't be in TSM. But what I'd like to see a bit more of, Tim, is getting Bolo, Achieved, and Merc in that front line. When they've been fragging out all tournament line, when they are your gunners, get them in the face of those entry players from the side of FaZe.
Absolutely. You know, as I spoke about at the beginning, that's your core.
And
like you said, I'm not by that suggesting that Charla and Gio or Periphery play, you know, they're just playing a different game. The core 3 there are going out, getting kills, making the challenges to allow Gio and Charla to do what they do so well. And by contrast, Gio and Charla and what they do so well on the support and those sort of flex rolls from Charla is facilitating those 3 in doing that. It works, it's perfectly symbiotic, and they just need to see a little bit more of that. It's early days on Villa yet, you know, but they need to be winning those gunfights if they're going to see it improve.
Look how many impact nades are on the side of TSM here. They've got 6 in back pocket. That's enough to get yourself a full Pokeballs. However, what they're looking for with that is to nile onto the laundry wall. The thing is, FaZe haven't brought along a conventional hard breacher. They've got the Maverick. Now, sure, you can just yeet a bunch of those towards the hard breacher and hopefully kill him in the process, but they were hoping they were going to see something like the Ace Cells being brought along, or the Exothermics from the Thermite, because if so, you could clear those off, you can just keep on rotating through those impacts and the wall never gets opened up. So maybe slightly impeded by the setup here coming out of FaZe, and could it be something FaZe are aware of, seen TSM do before, and want to make sure they can't get away with that same style of play again.
Ball at the top of main stairs here, so TSM going to try to hold on to the top floor for at least a little while. Bolo dips himself away. We'll see just how far. Is he going to stop at red stairs, or is he heading back down them? He's going to barricade off, so it'll at least slow the progress of FaZe, and it just acts as a little audio cue for him that he's being pushed. And he's going to try and hold on to the top of red stairs, I think, given that he's getting some goo mines down. Cyber manages to take down Achieved, and that is one of those core 3 gunners that we've been saying need to find the feet quickly on Villa, or they might just find themselves at a little bit of a deficit to the FaZe team.
Over with and
feels like a showcase in so many of these games. Think about the best of 3 yesterday, Tim. The first 2 maps leaning one way or the other, really getting to see the strength of either side. And then it felt like that 3rd map was the one that really went on to make a difference. Astro cruelly having his drone stole out from underneath his hands there as he reached out for it. Geo finding one back, a couple across the 2 rounds now, not a bad start. Merc with a C4 as well. TSM starting to warm up in the round. However, FaZe, I've said it a few times, they don't need to panic here. They've still got 90 seconds to play. They've got a bunch of flashes on them as well. When you look in the back pocket of Cyber, they can play into this because there is no anti-nade setup, there is no Wamai, there is no Aruni, there is no Jaeger. So as long as they time this well, get on their drones, use those flashes effectively, they will be able to find the kills they're looking for.
Got Souls on the hunt, but he's going to be shut down with a big shotgun from Charla, and that is exactly what Charla does so well. Just providing that backline support to TSM and shutting down the man who was aggressing towards Cyber. He's got himself into a little bit of a corner. It's going to be Charla. It's going to be the shotgun. It's going to be a second on the round, and TSM are able to level things up in Dining and Kitchen.
I'm a fanboy.
Really came back with a fight there as well. TSM 4 players left alive at the bitter end of it. Really only losing a cheat inside of Living Library. Outside of that, it was just the TSM tail from start to finish.
I wonder what Charla does to get that shotgun to work for him. Every time I use that thing, it does not work. Either.
Now we step across into trophy and statuary. So back where we were in round 1, where TSM did, being quite frank, get absolutely slammed. So hopefully here there's a small change in who's playing where. We've made the call for Merc, Bolo, Achieved to be the ones meeting the aggressors into the building rather than your supported players. And hopefully it works out a bit better.
I use a laser too, it doesn't work.
Round number 3 is going to see us heading back to trophy and statuary for TSM. I mean, it went wildly wrong in round 1, Des, if we're honest.
Do you think Pojo gives them like a shoulder massage and then that like leads into
so they're going to need to do something different. For me, it's particularly the impact on the roam that they need to be finding. They lost a lot of the gunfights. They lost a lot of men very, very quickly last time around as FaZe were able to cut them down. The problem for TSM that faces them at the minute, you feel like if FaZe get 3-all, I'm then really weight this in the favour of FaZe to take it on defence.
Quite possibly so, yeah. Again, knowing they can sit behind that mirror if they want to in the second half. Once again, no anti-nade utility coming out.
Pojo does give good back
really not in their wheelhouse, despite the 6 frag grenades that have been brought along by FaZe in a couple of these rounds. Round 1, round 3, the last one there were a couple less, but not like it made all that much of a difference. Still got rolled over with 4 members of TSM being left on their feet. There is a bit of a change here because what you are seeing is Merc, and it was Achieved for a second, looking to do the roam down towards the south. Charla is dug in on the smoke up towards the north, but you still got Geo out here looking to get busy.
Merc still just putting those corner stations down as the final touches to the preparation are completed, and FaZe well underway on trying to get themselves inside of the map here. I like to see this better aggression.
It's going to be a lot. A lot is going to take place during this like
a little bit tentative, but now getting in there,
getting
the nades in, looking to get the boots on the ground behind it. Achieved and Geo holding on to the study side a little bit harder this time. We saw Geo inside of games. He managed to get himself the opener, but FaZe were able to play into it a little bit more.
They're doing like a hard...
looking to maybe go for a little bit of route 1 here, Des.
This is route 1, mate. This is... They're taking the maze here, I think. It's not when you go to some weird like outdoor adventure place and you've got to walk through a hedge maze. They've got to find their way up through the bowels of Villa. And here they come, the juices up, and Bolo's the first one to greet them. But Astro, with that extra bit of juice, keeps himself alive. That's where you're seeing the strength of those finger boosts. But he dies out to the smoke of Charla as he steps forward. Cyber is in position to come moving up just as soon as this smoke has expired. And Achieved, I think, wants to step in here and get his teammate up, but doesn't want to risk it. Cyber finding him from below. A 3 versus 2 for FaZe, and Geo and Achieved to do it all.
Interestingly little bit of game mechanic that we don't often see there too often, Des. Finka does take more damage from the smoke canisters when boosted by the
it's not a
nanobots.
huge amount. You just
not a huge amount.
You die one tick sooner.
Exactly. It's quicker. And already having taken damage, it was too much for Astro to deal with and gets shut down. Obviously, the theory there being that your breathing's a little bit quicker. So, Achieved just trying to hold on to angles, knows that the push is coming in through Astro. FaZe have got themselves established. They've just slowed down a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. They've just taken the foot off the gas. They've got the ground that they need. They've got some space. Let's try and find the final men. Achieved, however, he's going to be the one to find somebody first, taking a headshot onto FaZe, and it's another one of those kills exactly when TSM need it. Leveling it up 2-2. 2 versus 1. Achieved again on the triple, on the quad.
Dude, Achieved has been hard like carrying this game. He wants this.
Just unstoppable right now.
It's another big 4K, just like we saw back on Chalet. This could be the series that really defines Achieved and TSM's journey towards finally lifting that hammer after so many years of coming so damn close. They get the win on Trophy and Statuary from a behind position. They were 2 versus 3. Either way, a round on the board is a round on the board. We step into Aviator Games, the go-to site on this map for most teams, but TSM have kind of avoided it, take a little detour,
how could you not win with that beautiful man Pojo behind you?
In round number 4.
Look how beautiful he is. Look at his elegant stroll.
FaZe have got to be worried a little bit by now, Des.
I think the rounds have been close still.
They have.
Well, except for round 2.
But as I said, when TSM start getting on to 4 and 5 rounds,
pretty much everyone talks.
It becomes a big
IGL will like
then,
call where to go.
You're a couple of rounds from going out, and that's no matter how good you are on a map, no matter how well you are gunning, that is going to impact on you. You've been here for 2 weeks, you've been grafting, you've been working night and day on this, and you're all of a sudden a couple of rounds, not just from going, but from going inside of 2 maps, not the way that they would want it.
Just worth noting again, because I touched on it at the moment it happened, when Astro took that entry engagement onto Bolo and had the juice coming out of the Finka, that kept him alive. He was down to sub 20 HP once that firefight was said and done. And this is another thing I've kind of chatted to a couple of coaches about, is the meta that we're in right now. What problems do you see? And a few have said, and many of the kind of community feel the same
battle
way.
For third
Gone
place
sixes on operators like
so
Iana,
whoever wins
Finka,
this
for example,
finals,
just a little bit too strong. But the real strength comes in 1, LMGs, and 2, in things like the ARX. As soon as you are juiced up and you're taking an entry fight on, an extra boosted amount of HP, you're getting dropped down to say 50 HP, or in Astro's case down to about 15. You sting yourself again afterwards, and before you know it, you're back to near full HP and ready to go again. Entries with super powerful guns or LMGs that can fire for seemingly ever, an extra padding bit of health makes them really obnoxious to deal with, and this is why, if attackers are going fast and rapid and really hitting you hard, it can be hard to get a kill back the other way. So don't suddenly be alarmed that Bolo has, like Samson, has lost all of his ability now that his hair's been cut or something crazy along those lines. No, he can still get those kills. You are just struggling against very powerful guns behind essentially big bullet sponges on the attacking side.
Exactly that. Geo and Achieved playing around red stairs. Going to need to be moved, and obviously they're in position to try and slow down any push from the north side, which is exactly what we're seeing at the minute. Achieved just holding himself a nice little vertical angle, but I think FaZe are aware of it. Achieved's actually dropped himself away all the way down to the basement now, and that might just keep him alive, because I think Cyber was just on the hunt there as he was moving underneath, but Achieved might just be able to work his way up behind him here, Des. Cameraman's down, and this is not looking that great for FaZe, depending on what happens with this push from Achieved.
They have a Finka?
That's a C4 out the window, I think, coming out of Merc there as well, that put him down. Has got himself tucked in tight against the building, so it's a little bit harder to finish him off. Astro, not too far away. Could have just juiced him back to his feet, to be fair, but has worked all the way around.
He must be out of, he must have used his juice or something. Did he use his juice yet?
Side, losing that one.
Am I going crazy? I don't think you...
Against 4 frag grenades now that the sledge is gone. But still, like, not the end of the world, but still not ideal.
Am I going crazy? Did they already use their boost?
They're able to rotate up and catch Cyber out. Cameraman has been collected, so that puts us back to a 4 versus 4. Just going to get himself up to the rooftop
3
for
left,
the time being. FaZe really slowing down here, does it? Feels like this early bit of aggression,
he has 3 left. You can see it right here.
Being down, it's just taken the wind out of the sails here in round 4. Utility going in. We've got clearance going on around maps table as well, but Bullet not really too sure where the utility is. He's scanning around, he's not finding anybody, and he just ends up opening a vertical angle up, and it doesn't really gain him too much. Souls is in a position here. He knows that he's clear to get this down behind
called
wall,
like, hey, just pick me up
potentially kill's going to be needed first.
Oh, Achieve coming up here behind Astro and Red as well. Oh, but Astro wins out the fight. That's unfortunate. Just saw the two coming in for a bit of an engagement there, but with no utility on site, FaZe can start thinking about that push. You haven't got a Cheege on the downstairs anymore. The C4 in that pocket to deny you going for a plant, so it's all about going in for the execute. In they step. Charla still in a position where he could look to help challenge onto this one, but he goes down. The trade.
Nice.
Merc gets one in as well and nicks it away. Astro's got a strong arm his way in. You've got to get the Iana in at the same time. In they come. Bolo can win one. Yes, he can. As Merc finds the other. They get the shutdown. And that vault door, Pete coming out with the shotgun was more than enough to put FaZe in the bin for that round.
It was well played by TSM. The thing is, on the side of FaZe, you pretty much know that's the only place the challenge can come from when you're planting in behind the vault door. That's the only place you got to cover. And there just wasn't anybody there who was able to contest that.
There was Charla versus Bullet, but the instant trade came in and Astro just wasn't quick enough to step back up and take his position. I think he was off watching 90 getting ready for a flank, and you had the Iana versus the Bolo down inside a study. They were kind of watching each other, seeing who made the move.
You get to
first.
your own mouse,
keyboard,
and
Bolo came in for the
earbuds
swing. So
and
brilliantly played by TSM in the end of it there. Merc,
you have to wear those like soundproof headphones,
they were really
though.
looking for and almost getting them the entry in the round.
Oh, he
I said it in the last game.
down.
I'll say it again now. TSM are just on another level at the minute. I don't even think this is necessarily down to FaZe's performance. It's what do you do? What do you do?
How do you stop them
against a team like this right now? You know, FaZe, they're trying different things.
TSM is firing on all.
They're trying to be flexible. They're going in for gunfights, but they just can't get anything going. They just can't get anything done. And you know, we've seen teams there time after time, and for TSM right now, it feels like they could just, you know, take a one shot through a barricade and possibly kill somebody. Everything is just going right for them.
It's very easy to say when we've seen him play well across the two maps so far, but throughout the tournament, one player that you don't really get a lot of appreciation for players like this sometimes, and I guess with the 4Ks it has really helped. But Achieve being a Sledge player, you go about doing your business and you kind of not really noticed. I think the consistency in which he has performed at this competition, I know he's not in the top 5 in any kind of stat, you won't always be as the Sledge/Flex player,
just like,
but he is really, really
just kind of like jumping through
windows
and stuff, but to be honest, credit to TSM, they're burning a lot of that utility as well,
you know, he's not necessarily bringing the flashy kills. It's not necessarily 3 kills inside of 5 seconds. It's not at the top of every leaderboard, but it just doesn't matter because what he has done is propel his team to being within 4 rounds of the grand final because he's been so essential to them and such a solid core, and I'm sure it's going to continue. It's going to be something that Empire need to consider when they go forward. Cameraman just taking a cautious backward step there. I think there was a cap can on the door frame, so not wanting to get himself too aggressive. Knows exactly where Bolo is. Still gonna lose it on the reverse.
Bolo!
Because elsewhere they've lost 2 members.
Yeah, the LMG there. He would have won that. Who
it's
runs
so painful when you feel like they're finally getting something going, and then you lose 2 like that as well. Cyber's down, Astro's down, a 4 versus 3 again. And what's crazy, Tim, is this is Villa. It's a pretty big map, but everything is happening inside the first 90 seconds. I feel there's been 4 or 5 times so far throughout this map I've turned around and said, oh, okay, it's a 2 versus 3, it's a 3 versus 3 with 90 seconds still to play. The teams are just hitting each other with pace, but the thing is, where the Sonics may have struggled to deal with that aggression against the LATAM team, TSM are just like, we got you, fam. We can trade this back. No issue at all.
That's it. And as you say, you know, you pick it up quite right, Des. It's been in the early rounds that we're seeing all this action because FaZe are trying to get it going. They are trying to get themselves inside of the map. They're not playing scared, but they're just losing gunfights, and it's going to start taking its toll mentally on them before long, I've no doubt. Cameraman, he's going to find Achieved, and that is a big kill to level things up. 4 versus 3. He hasn't completed it yet, but I think when the challenge doesn't come back in, he'll have a good idea that the man is down. He'll finish him off, and that levels things up. So FaZe, you've got an opportunity here. You're attacking onto Dining. Top floor control is pretty much yours. Merc does no longer have a C4 in hand, neither does Charla. You've got yourself the kill onto the roaming Bolo. FaZe, they got to push on and find this round.
I mean, he's on a quad. Damn. The whole thing out now. Charla, the only man that stands between FaZe and another round winner.
I feel like Charla could win this.
And an ace. About 40 seconds to play with, Tim. It's so much time on the clock. Soul steps in, loses out the 1v1. Surely he can't touch it up too big here. Cameraman steps in, he's the man! But Charla wins it out. What a clutch!
And this is what I'm saying. FaZe,
Charla's hand is shaking after that one. You see that?
You get yourself a 4K on Cameraman. You're looking for an ace. What does Charla do? 1v2. What's your problem? And that is TSM's answer. not every time, but the point is they have the answer every time, no matter what is happening, no matter what FaZe managed to do, no matter what FaZe managed to get going. And it doesn't matter which member of the team it is. I know that I'm like just completely going
Alpha,
like soft over TSM, just going absolutely wild, but they've just been that good.
Cameraman had a 4K, Tim. That was his redemption arc. That was his way back into the series after a really quiet map. One have thought surely he's
they just separated too much there. They literally go and take 1v1s there when there's one guy left.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I knew they were going to
lose.
lose.
Have done that a few times throughout this competition. Bringing down this front three. I feel like I'm talking about a football team. When this front three from TSM are out of the picture, when Merc, Achieved, and Bolo are no longer a conversation, in several situations, Charla and Geo have been there and they've won out critical rounds. Think about Geo's 1 versus 2 on the castle in Bank open area. Think about Charla in that round just now. You're going to see that time and time again, and that is what makes this team so terrifying to deal with.
Yep, it really does. It's like you deal with the front three, you think you've got the job done, and you've got one of the,
get
what has been the
18,
strongest
the 8
backlines
months
in the Six Invitational 2022 to go up against, and they are just locking it down time after time. That's the second time that we've seen Charla have that kind of finish here on Villa, and it just doesn't feel like stopping anytime soon. It's going to be the final defense this time around in round 6 from TSM. Trophy statuary they will be trying to hold on to. We've seen them already defending this site. They lost it once back in the first round. It's the only round that FaZe were able to pick up, so maybe they can get something here, Des. 4-2, not the worst on Villa when you're on the attack, but it really feels like I'm starting to try and scratch for positives for FaZe here, if I'm honest.
I mean, the strongest they've looked is Cameraman's 4K. That is, and even that got shut down by TSM, right? Outside of that, they've all been getting involved. They've picked up the odd kill here and there, but the odd kill isn't good enough against a team like TSM and the caliber with which they're playing today. It's unbelievable. And I'm really struggling to see how they find anything in this 6th round.
The final is going to be
when
tomorrow.
They've had the numbers advantage, TSM find a way back in.
Let's
see how things go towards the north side, though. Yes, Souls is down to about 40 HP. It's far from the end of the world.
So if TSM wins this, then there's the Year 7 roadmap, and then there's the finals versus Empire.
And hopefully that's not going to be the case, because FaZe desperately need a round here. They need a big start, they need an entry, they need to get themselves that advantage. Nade comes in, just forcing Merc away from his aggression onto the door there, but right now you just know that TSM are going to find another way to do it, and there it comes, Merc. He just flips himself to the other side of the wall. He gets 1, he gets 2, Des, and that is going to be Bullet and Souls shut down, and FaZe, they just look like they're in free fall at the minute.
That Vector's lethal, Tim. We interviewed a couple of players about it. Fastest gun in the game can be a nightmare at the best of times. Cyber finds one back, Cameraman another. So the 2 backline players from TSM have been removed, but you've got the man who's on a mission in this round in Merc. He is still standing. In comes Bolo. 1 back the other way, a 3 versus 2.
Please, I'll take the Prem sub.
Shots come in. Merc manages to take the head off of Astro. 3 versus 1, and another for Merc. TSM, they know that the blood is in the water. Dares they're circling, and they are ready to take another bite after bite after bite out of FaZe right now.
And there's just no response. We spoke about teams limping out. It's starting to feel like that for FaZe. Just not quite playing with the same aggression that we've seen before. They've made an attempt a couple of times here, but TSM, where others have failed, have adapted and dealt with that aggression coming in. And this maybe is where you're seeing a couple of limitations for FaZe. They can't find a way around that roadblock. They can't adapt. They can't find the secret sauce to get over the finish line. Canadian famously said that Bolo couldn't buy around him, but maybe here they bought their way into a grand final with a delivery like this.
Certainly looking that way, taking anything that they want at this point in time. FaZe, I still believe, like many others sat at home who I know will believe as well, FaZe Clan are still capable of doing this, but they have very few mistakes or opportunities left. This is your moment. You've got yourself onto the defense of Villa. Attack hasn't worked out for you, but you're going to have to go very, very well, and they're going to start us off down in dining.
What the viewers at home don't know is the whole time you were saying you still believe, you were just undoing your shirt, and all I saw there was a TSM jersey starting to appear. I know where your allegiances lie.
None of those games today.
Dining and kitchen is where FaZe are going to start, exactly the same as we saw coming out of TSM. Now, between the two sides,
no
spam. The Mozzie coming in for Cyber. On the other side, you've got that Nomad stepping back in.
This is what differentiates us from the main channel.
We touched about if it's missing for the side of FaZe, can we start really sting them on Chalet. Here being available will give TSM a bit of confidence. They can focus on their way forwards. And the most scary thing is, Tim, you got the boys on their main 3. You got Achieved on the Sledge, Bolo playing on the Finca, Merc on the Iana here.
It was weird that Astra was playing with like
nuclear on this lineup.
The rifle.
And you sort of feel like they're probably going to phase. They're going to have to withstand a hurricane here because TSM are 2 rounds away from a grand final rematch against Team Empire. I mean, the storyline writes itself.
Well, the fact that they win, if they win this, like I think they're going to right now, you know, pick up another couple of rounds pretty quick. I mean, that kind of, in my opinion, plays to TSM's advantage a little bit because they'll be warmed up.
But phase. They've still got something to
Whereas
say.
Empire's going to be coming into it cold.
They've got the potential. They've got it in the tank. Merc, he's taken in that opening challenge. He'd been boosted up by the nanobots, so he's not going to lose any HP overall from that fight. It's just a little bit of a trade, a little bit of a back and forth, and he will dip back. Cyber looking to find his man. Now, interestingly, they've actually got the ground that they need of TSM here. They've got the space above the site. They can start opening things up, but they're not safe because the flanks are going to get hassled from this south side. They know that they need to deal with phase over there.
They don't have a lot of map control.
The real heartbreaker,
right now.
I guess, when you think about it for TSM, they've been top 4
they are setting drones though for it
as well. Is this the one? At 3rd time lucky that they finally get to lift.
Well, they're top 3 now, so they've gone 1 better at least.
The matching where they were, they could fall short here.
Nice.
It will still look a bit dicey, but Merc finding the entry. Again, he's an absolute demon. I mentioned coming in, he was plus 23, Cyber was plus 10. That was the closest the 2 teams were.
He backed off
and the
because
longer the series has gone
here.
on, the more Merc has just buried Cyber and not giving him away into the game.
Astro, he's moving his way back to site here, and that's good for TSM.
Drones, though. Only 1 left, by the way, for TSM, so they are a bit light on the info game.
Yeah, they're going to have to work their way in blindfolded here. But right now, I wouldn't put money against TSM getting kills blindfolded, Des, if you actually blindfolded them on the stage, because everything is going their way. Geo manages to find souls. 5 versus 3 now, and TSM are racing towards a map point opportunity. They've got 40 seconds left to get the work done here in round 7. They haven't yet cleared out site. They're not in a position necessarily to get this diffuser down, so there is still more work for them to do. FaZe, they start standing up. Cameraman, he finds Geo and finds the diffuser. Astro comes out to try and support. This is going to be very difficult for TSM to recover, and they've only got 20 seconds left to do it. In goes Bolo. Is he going to get the kill? Yes, manages the spray. And once again, TSM win what looks like an unlikely gunfight. Charla in, getting the diffuser down. It's all up to Astro. 1v4, surely not, surely it will be too much. He finds 1, he finds 2, gets the down, but the diffuser is secured. Astro, 1v2, and kills to find.
Achieved on the upstairs is the problem here. I mean, Bolo sure has now darted down into the basement, but he's being contested from above, from below. They haven't even got to worry about this. Like, Astro needs to do a top floor retake. He's got to get rid of Achieved. Can't find him. Of course he can't. It's Achieved. Puts them 1 round away from a chance at lifting that hammer against Empire, Tim. And you know that'll be a grand final for the ages. FaZe, they've got a long hill to climb if they want to get themselves back into this game.
Sure, Empire are going to be watching this with caution, Des.
I mean, they played yesterday, and look how good that series was, Tim.
And it's going to be even better because
that was a beautiful
TSM feel like they're at the best that I've seen them at the tournament, here and now, in honesty. They've really brought it at the right time. They have come in, you know, I'm gonna say, I don't think FaZe have really lost this. TSM have won it.
Yeah.
You know, they've just come in and dominated every angle, every nade, every explosive, every strategy, everything about the game. TSM have just completely and utterly dominated. FaZe, you've got a mountain to climb. You've got beyond a mountain to climb. This is not Everest. This is like nothing seen on Earth, Des, to bring it back from this point. They are 3 minutes away from going out, from losing here in Sweden, and TSM progressing.
I was just going to say, we haven't seen a timeout from FaZe on this map, so are they really going to like not call one all the way up to the end? They call it when the death bell's already ringing, Tim. When the Grim Reaper has turned up, ready to take his victims, that is when they call their timeout. Having a quick pause, saying the final prayers maybe, because it feels like there is going to be no way of stopping TSM coming into round number 8. AVG going to be where FaZe set up what could be their last bastion against the North American team, Tim. Can they do it? The next 3.5 minutes are going to tell all.
One round at a time now, FaZe. 1 round at a time, that is all that you can focus on. You've got to forget the hammer. You've got to forget the 6 Invitational. You've got to almost forget about TSM, and you just have to play your own game, and you need to just take every inch that you can, no matter what it needs in order to do it. FaZe, as you say, holding on to Aviator Games. Bullet's going to move himself down underneath. He's playing on the mirror, and he's going to use some of that utility to try and hold on to that bottom floor. Nitro in hand, also a Nitro on the side of Astro as well, so there's going to be a lot of potential there for vertical denial. Waste some time for TSM. What I'm concerned about here is TSM just sweeping through that bottom floor, Des, like a torrent, and just washing FaZe out of there.
What I'm thinking here, if TSM have opted to ban away the Valkyrie, they are comfortable in a way that they can deal with the mirror. And when I look at that, I think, okay, you've got the Nova on side. Really, you're going to have the Valkyrie set up to deal with flanks, to give the information for flankers to make their moves.
Is playing, like,
if you can lock off those
if they play
flanks
like this, they're about to shit out
Empire. To deal with the Valkyrie, then I
really
thought maybe we'd see that come through. But instead, probably saying, look, we can deal with it from above. We can play the verticals. We can get nades in. So either way, they've just gone, look, well, we're not really bothered by either, but if we have the choice of one or the other, it's going to be the Valkyrie that gets removed.
Achieved is already inside of the map, holding angles. Cyber just, it's above him was the nade, but just made him move his feet just in case. Not sure if he was being pushed. I don't know if TSM are aware of Cyber's position here, but they certainly need to be, because he's looking to get aggressive onto this window. Perfect. And I think that answers that question. There's Charlotte able to shut him down. Achieved was on the push along with him as well. And this is what I was worried about for FaZe, that TSM just come in and sweep through that lower floor. And Bullet, he's taken some damage. He finds himself almost all alone. Onto Souls, 5 versus 3, and TSM, they are taking one step at a time towards that grand final, Des.
What do, Tim? You sit still, they come and run over you like a train. You have 2 swings on them. Cyber and Souls both going for a small slow peek to try and bring down the members of TSM that are outside the building, but they're already watching and ready, showing that TSM can move between that more patient waiting game for FaZe to move at them, or they're happy to play fast and hard hitting and run you over like a steam train.
In comes another, it's Merc onto cameraman, and this feels like the final breaths of a FaZe team that has run its race right now. The legs have gone, Des. It is too much. As Achieved finds Bullet, it's 1 versus 5. All the hopes of LATAM rest on Astro's shoulders right now, and he is opening rotations. He's desperately moving. He's trying to do anything he can, but there comes the final kill, and it's a flawless round at the end of a flawless performance from TSM, who will return to NA as heroes, regardless of the outcome of the next map, because they have got the region back into the grand final of the 6th Invitational.
TSM,
they're all calm about it too. They're prepped for Empire.
Long, but that is a performance of champions, Tim. I know what we said about Empire, that they'll come into that saying, oh, we feel ready, we beat them yesterday. Nothing is going to prepare you for a team that looks this good. Barely dropping around against FaZe, a team that just 3 months ago were the best team in the world. I can't wait for this grand final. It is going to be a screamer between Empire and TSM.
Across 2 maps, FaZe were only able to secure 4 rounds, Des. 4 rounds. 14-4 is the overall score there, and what I've honestly,
if they play like this, it's NA.
TSM, because that was a masterclass.
Is NA officially the best region of all time if they win this, by the way?
In the grand final, they've got plenty of time.
Because
They've
NA will have
themselves
3
extra
invites
time
in the
now
bag
to turn it around and get themselves ready for that big best of 5 later on in the day. They can have a little bit of time to relax. What an unreal performance from the North American side. Love to see it.
That last round for me really summarized it as well. Go slow, go fast, put the brakes on, hit the accelerator as and when ready. They just looked fearless the entire way through. Absolutely magic stuff, and I keep on saying it, but it's really true. This is going to be one of those grand finals I feel that goes down in history. It has been something special from start to finish.
It has, and it's going to be something that the players of TSM remember for a long time. I'm sure they're not going to be reflecting on it too much right now, because all of their thoughts are going to be turning towards that grand final. They are going to be looking pretty focused in the next half an hour or so and aiming towards that.
Not forgetting as well, it's a pure best of 5. There is no map advantage for Empire going into it. It starts 0-0, and we can go all the way through to 5, which will spark a question. Have they got the stamina? 7, potentially, well, there will be 7 grueling maps they've got to play their way through on the biggest stage there is. This is not just a test of can you play Siege well, because that has been answered.
But can you last
That one remains to be seen.
You quoted a stat at me earlier, Des. The question I've got for TSM now is, can you be part of the 8%?
Absolutely. That's me and Tim Duncaston in this event. But let's get over to the stage where we're going to have Bolo talking to Seltzer.
Thank you for the excellent calls, guys. And thank you to Bolo and TSM for the excellent match and for picking one up for North America. How do you think that sends a message back home for everybody?
I mean, I think it feels really good. You know, we knocked out the last LATAM team, so it definitely kind of sucks there, but you can't have a repeat, right? You can't have a 2-time LATAM. So hopefully we can bring it home for NA.
Oh, you got to keep it fresh, and you brought it fresh this morning. Tell me, was there a moment in either of those maps where you and your team knew fear?
I mean, it was what, 7-2 on Chalet, 7-1 on Villa, so not really. We were pretty feeling pretty good going into it, and I guess the scoreline really speaks for itself. So,
how do you set yourselves up to do that on a morning like this?
I mean, it was a rough loss yesterday, so you know, it was just kind of like a mental reset. You know, everybody still wants it as much as before, and we just had another obstacle in our way.
Well, you've been playing great all throughout the tournament, working well as a team, although it would be remiss not to shout out Achieve and his achievements this morning. So what do you want to say about your teammate there?
I mean, Achieve's been doing really good, you know, especially like making Merc the dedicated IGL kind of lets him, I guess, a little bit flourish a little bit more as an individual player, and it's done wonders for the team. You know, he clutches up huge. You know, he's our vertical player as well, and you know, he's going crazy. So really shout out to them, as well as the whole entire team. You know, we're all playing lights out.
Had a couple of nice clutches too.
I will say I do appreciate Achieve's standout performance. So.
And I do want to touch on Merc there as IGL. We talked about his achievements throughout the tournament as well, and the strides that he's made working with you all as a team. How do you feel he has moved into his role? I think
it's a really good dynamic. You know, kind of moving Merc into the IGL role. I know he likes, you know. He said he plays better whenever he thinks, and he's making everybody a cohesive unit. You know, we're all doing whatever he wants, and I think the dynamic of Merc main IGL and Achieve being a second voice, because you know Achieve still has a lot to say in a lot of things. So I think it's a really good way that things are going.
Well, we move into the final match just later on today. You're going up against Empire. Tell me a little bit about what that means, North America facing off against this EU team.
I mean, we're looking forward to the rematch, and hopefully we can show that NA is better than EU. And, you know, let's hope the upper bracket finals wasn't a reflection of what's going to happen.
Well, I'm wishing you all the luck in the world, but in case this is the last time we get to hear from you, what do you want to say to all the wonderful people watching at home?
I mean, thanks for the support. You know, we're grand finals, first time for TSM, so that's a huge dub already. But let's bring it home. Bring it home.
Believe in you guys. I'm from North America too, so I just wanted to give a little positivity, a little edge there. But you've been fantastic, Bolo. All the people watching at home been shouting you out. Your whole team cannot wait to see what happens today. But until then, we can dwell on that last match as fast as it was over on the analysis desk. Let's check it out and see what they have to say. Thank you so much, Seltzer. TSM is going to the grand final. They have eliminated FaZe. And Bolo saying, gotta bring it home for NA and looking forward to the rematch. And Ollie, I'm sorry, but NA, my NA boys over here, they are hyped. They are absolutely hyped. I guess we're just gonna stick on me and not show them. So
I did my best sad face
NA,
as well.
You really did here.
Okay, here we go. I was like, am I supposed to do a song and dance here?
You know, sad.
To be fair, I mean, you can't be sad though, can you?
No,
I mean, steamroll. Yeah, they look unstoppable. You've got to take it out and give them credit where it's due. I don't know what it is about this TSM team that just makes their opponent crumble. We've seen it throughout the course of SI. We know that FaZe are better. Now we know that FaZe are better than one round on Villa, but not today.
I mean, I would love to be here and just like celebrating, but I kind of want to temper it down a little bit because
why?
I am sad because FaZe Clan didn't play Siege today. They showed up, they won like 4 rounds through the entire series. They didn't play like we saw them play against MIBR. They didn't play like we saw them through the entire lower bracket.
That's because they were getting outplayed.
If I'm FaZe Clan, I mean, this is a disappointing result. I hate to say it. This is not the result we wanted for FaZe Clan. I thought TSM would be able to win this match, but I didn't think it would be quite like this.
In the words of Jesse,
Wait, what?
Womp womp. That's all you've been doing this entire tournament.
That's a womp womp. That's a womp womp.
That is a huge womp womp. But Jacob, Bolo also talking about the dynamic of their team transforming and how it is working.
Dude, this is what we wanted. This is the TSM that had to show up back in stage 3. They were trying some things out, trying to push themselves from second in their region up to first. They were looking for the catalyst, the reason to keep on excelling, and they found it in Merc again, topping the charts. He and Achieved have been lights out the whole tournament thus far, but Merc's initial impact to start off rounds turned TSM completely on fire and made FaZe Clan cold from the get-go. There was no way to get back into a game after Merc does what he does against FaZe Clan. He was styling today.
Merc's almost creating a new role.
Open
in
the bets on the grand final, you're going to bet 250k on Empire.
He entries well on the attack,
and
but
you'll be in
Merc is
shambles.
entering on the defense. He's so often in that opening kill conversation, and he's been such a big part of the way that TSM have played today, because regularly they've been playing rounds from the front. That was certainly the case on Chalet, a little bit less so on Villa, but the impact's still there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the way that he's been able to use his IGL as an excuse, I don't know, an excuse, but like a way to go forward and get aggressive and make the decisions that he wants to make on the push. That's the big thing, right? You don't see any hesitation from Merc, because if he sees a play, if he sees an opportunity when he's pushing in that site, or even if he's just holding down a spot on defense, he can go for that and he can make that call himself. He doesn't have to wait or confirm with anybody else, and everybody else follows too. That's the second thing. It's been huge for him to be able to have that control, have that command, and I think he used it amazingly to get a lot of the entries here at this tournament.
And we are understandably on the TSM hype train right now. And I put my hand up for a second there because we now know who the MVP is. Any guesses? I mean, I feel like y'all are going to guess this.
I mean,
how is it
easy?
not?
It should be Achieved.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding. Our MVP is Achieved. Let's roll up the graphic here. I mean, we could talk about him for hours. He had a really standout performance, Ollie.
I think one of the big things here is plus 16 in a map.
7 deaths?
In a map that was so short, in a series that was so concise. 7-3-7-1, and the guy gets 23 kills. Unbelievable performance there from Achieved, clearly just being enabled by the rest of the team. The information game, I think, today was something that we visibly saw on the side of TSM.
Roadmap should be
no
up
surprise
next.
to see him there as our MVP.
Achieved just walking around the map. Oop, there's a 4K. Oh, there's another 4K. Oh, yeah, I'll take another 4K. That's fantastic. I mean, he was unstoppable here against FaZe Clan on both of the maps. Chalet, obviously, we had the big highlight there when he went for his 4K flank in round 2. But even back on Villa, he had some really nuts plays. Round 3 in Statuary, getting 4 kills. Like, how does he find these? It feels like he's being able to take advantage of a lot of the intel from the rest of his teams. Feels like he's really being able to work with the rest of his squad to enable him to get all of these picks. The calls are clearly flowing, and he's got no fear. How many of these kills have we just seen being runouts? Jumps out of windows, jumps out of doorways. Doesn't matter what it is. Achieved is on you, and he's going to make you pay.
Yeah, but when
he's setting the confidence standard for TSM, and the nice part about it is, in spite of Merc having the entries kills that he does, it still feels in a lot of ways as though Achieved is the tip of the spear. If it comes on attack or defense, it does not matter. The Trinity, like Jackie's been talking about on TSM, has been so potent. There's nothing, you can't crack into this for TSM. They've been so good every single time. And I think the weird part about this is no matter who ends up finding an opening frag, somebody's in there with a follow-up. It's Bolo with a 2K. It's Achieved finding an opening on a vertical somewhere on a map. This just looks like it's running perfectly for TSM right now. And if I'm Empire, I would be a little concerned looking at the result.
I do want to get the trio's input here, but I'm going to start with Ollie. So FaZe's attacks, they were so good yesterday. I don't know, just not the story today at all.
I know that Jesse doesn't believe in curses, but I believe that Jesse has cast a hex, because we have not seen FaZe attack very well today. What is it that you did? You shouted them out, you gave us the statistics, best attacking team in the world and all this sort of stuff. Where were they today? And I think a large part of that was just how much pressure TSM were able to put on in the early part of the game. We've got to give a nod to TSM's backroom staff. They do a lot of work in terms of preparation to make sure that all the guys have got enough information and they know exactly what they're going to be going up against, if I can get my words out. And I think that that's something that they've done really well. And it was evident today that TSM wanted to fight that fire with fire and bring that aggression.
Yeah, listen, Ollie, I don't know if it's my fault, but I do agree that the pressure was getting to him. them. I mean, FaZe Clan
I know
yesterday,
you're
their
not from
attacks were
EU.
so well like coordinated. Their executes. It was the
Just
site
see,
push.
you're
It
just
wasn't
an
the roam clears
opportunist.
necessarily that were like really
Trying
popping
to,
off
you
for
know,
FaZe
everyone's
Clan.
gonna
It
bet
was
heavy
getting
on
into the site,
TSM,
winning those gunfights, and then not having
and you want
anybody else
channel
worry about, you know, flanking them or any of that stuff. But here, especially on Villa, it felt like everything was so rushed. Like FaZe would get to the bomb site, they'd get to just standing right
Very
outside.
American
It'd be
of
like
you.
a minute 15 on the clock. It'd be like 5 drones in their pocket. They still got utility to throw in, and they just wander into the site one by one. It felt like they felt this pressure on them the entire
like TSM
round,
fans.
where they
Listen,
just
I'm
had
just
to
an
get in, they
NA
had to go for an
fan,
execute,
okay?
because they knew that was where we're good at.
I'm just
That's
all,
what we need
any
to do. That's
NA
where we
team
win
could have been in this
round.
position.
But
I'd be
they were
voting for
completely
them.
botching it. They rushed it every single time, and it really felt like they were in their own heads here. Again, my fault? I don't think so. Their fault? Yeah. Something they got to work on.
Well, Ollie said it's your fault, so.
Well, Ollie, do I got to get off this box and fight you?
Oh,
Go ahead.
no.
Have fun.
Oh,
Have fun.
no. I don't want to see that. You were bad. I was like immediately split them up, and then Jacob's like,
No,
nah,
dude,
I'm
I
out
will
of the
let
way.
them fight.
I'll go for it.
No, dude, are you kidding me? Dude,
No,
on sheer
wrestling
height
on my
difference alone,
desk.
this fight is
no
funny.
Fighting
Come
on
on.
my desk. Okay, Jesse, we always call you Big Brain back in NA, so I thought maybe you could give us an educational moment, I guess, and use your NA Big Brain. You wanted to talk about TSM's defense for us.
Yeah.
Thank you for hopping off.
I'll get off my box. I'll give Ollie a little walk on the way. We'll clear this off the screen and we'll get to the round that I've chosen to highlight for you all. This is an overhead view of round number 6, and what I want to focus on is we're going to look to find Geo up above inside.
You can tell that touchscreen is so
he's
ass.
facing a lot of heat. So we're going to take a look at what he's dealing with here, okay? If we can back it up a little bit, here's perfect view. So what we've got, right, is we've got a lot of players outside focusing in on Geo here. You've got one player up here with the kit, and then you've got one down here, Astro, who's trying to put her in a pinch. And if we can clear this off, what you can see, right, is you can see they're creating a really good crossfire where they've got this line completely cut off. Geo's stuck here in the corner. This is a standard spot. People play this all the time. What's different, though, is you'll watch, Geo does something weird, okay? He's playing inside this position. He's on full HP. He's looking at the one window, but watch what he does here. Watch what he does. Are you ready? He's looking at the window to his left. He's ready. He's like, okay, there's 2 bodies out there. He's getting thrown flashbangs. He needs to play passive, but he goes for this swing. What is this? He's going wild. He's just jumped out, and now he's looking out this window to try to find Astro, and he's going to get punished. On its face value, this looks like a terrible decision because he gets a bunch of damage pumped into him. He's down to like 20 HP, and it's like, a Geo, what is the value of that play? And then you think about it, if we back it up a little bit, you might have been able to catch it, or if you just watch this live, back it up a little more here, you'll be able to see it on the overhead. There's something sneaky Geo's looking for. He's looking for the confirmation that one is outside this window, and you can just see it here, outside of the frame. Achieved is about to jump out of this window and do a ton of damage to Astro and get this kill, which actually relieves the pressure. There it is. You see him in the bottom there? See him bottom left corner?
200 IQ.
Right down there his leg. He's fallen off of the rappel because he's just gotten slammed by Achieved, who jumped out of that window right above the garage. And it's a beautiful little small piece of the puzzle that gets Geo into a much safer position despite the fact that he's lost all that HP in that round. It was a beautiful way for the coordination to work between Achieved and Geo. Achieved went on to get even more kills that round from the exact same window. He had a fantastic time, but it's those micro plays that really push the difference and make TSM such a deadly team.
Come on, get on over here, Jesse. Thank
In other
you so
words,
much for that.
NA on
wonderful.
top.
NA on top.
NA on top.
Like me on this box.
Aw, Ollie's such a team player. We've Seltzer's hyping up NA. You got 3 NA people here, but he's holding it down for Latam. But let's break down the bracket, everybody. There were 20 teams. Then it went down to 16, and they were dropping like flies, y'all. And now only 2 teams are alive. Y'all, we have our grand final. Empire versus TSM. The grand final. It's so close, man. I'm so excited. I want to go down the line and I want to see who's winning. And we'll start off with our Latam caster at the end.
I think there's very compelling arguments for both teams here. You can look at TSM and go that they're on a bit of a tear today. They're really putting a shift in. Question, have they got that much gas in the tank to really start to drive that through now into the Empire game? Because they didn't leave anything on the table.
No, it's a best of 5
against
for
FaZe.
Empire, yeah.
And then on the side of Empire, they've been able to relax this morning and maybe, look on
No
a little
one
bit
cares
concerned
about the
and go,
maps.
we've got to go up against this afternoon, and it is not going to be easy. So I think there's really compelling arguments for either side. I'm sure that we're going to be given a great game for our finals.
It's a weird weird one to figure out, if only because TSM kind of took it upon themselves to be like, you know what, Brazil was on a tear, so we need to just take care of Brazil ourselves. And they did. They didn't lose a single time against a Latin American team for the entirety of this tournament, which has been fantastic, but they weren't able to close things out against Empire yesterday, which is a little bit of a concern. Historically at the 6th Invitational, the lower bracket team that goes into the grand final has yet to win. Space Station defeated NIP, who were the lower bracket team in 2020, and NIP won against Team Liquid, who themselves were the lower bracket team. But the main difference in both of those is that the lower bracket team did not have nearly as dominant of a victory in their first game of the day, and TSM, they're looking to buck that trend. I think they very well could do it if they keep this momentum going at the grand final.
Yeah, I think the other analysts have gotten some great points about both these teams. Empire and TSM both look so dominant. But I don't care about any of that. I'm picking TSM 3-0 in the finals.
Yeah, baby!
They're gonna crush it. NA on top. No chance for Empire. And that's my analysis.
We're done.
Oh my goodness. On that note, let's pull up the old schedule graphic here. And we have so much fun planned for y'all today. We are not done yet. Obviously, you just watched TSM tick down FaZe, but we have the Year 7 roadmap. I know a lot of people amped for that one, and I mean, the most hype, the most amped, the grand final, Team Empire versus TSM. So that is the end of the road. That is the end of the road for FaZe. You see how I messed that up? His road FaZe.
It's okay.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having my back, y'all. You're a great analyst desk. But it is the end of the road for us. That got me a little teary-eyed saying that. Ollie, do you want to say anything to everyone at home?
That's putting me on the spot there, Jackie. I hope everyone's enjoyed it. I think we've had some cracking games. It's been great to work on the desk alongside you two. Thank you very much for letting me join in. And I think we've had a lot of fun with it. I hope you've enjoyed watching at home, but we've still got to find out who is going to be our winner. And, you know, you back TSM. I'm going to back Empire. I've got to revert back to my secondary region now. It's my home region.
That's fair. That's fair.
But, you know, it is what it is. I wish both teams the best.
You're trying to be the middleman, but also go Empire.
Yeah, very impartial, but go whoever is against NA.
Yeah, that's fair. Well,
I'm on the desk with you two.
Well, getting a chance to work with you on this one it's been a pleasure. I didn't think we would know if a tri-desk format was going to work out. This has been a lot of fun. At least for myself, I know Jesse can relate to this a little bit, having a first SI experience.
Everybody,
it's one of those things I don't really want to end, if only because it's been fantastic to work and collaborate alongside everybody who makes something like this so magical. Thank you for the support. Thank you to everybody who's given us the ability to showcase these skills and these talents and provide a story to these teams that otherwise probably wouldn't really have existed in the same context otherwise. It is a massive blessing and an honor to be able to do this, especially with the crew of people that we've assembled for something this massive, and to do it alongside my duo who, like 2 years ago doing CL, I didn't think this was going to be where we'd stand like 2 years later. It's honestly insane.
Well, it's been amazing to watch the game so far here in Sweden. It's a beautiful city, and we've enjoyed our time here, absolutely. But I'm just looking forward to that grand finals. Up on the stage, being able to kick my shoes off and watch TSM Empire. Oh, I'm excited for it to kick off and to finish off SI here.
Sweden is my city.
Me cry over here. For me personally, I always wanted to host SI, and I thought it was a dream that would never happen. And, you know, it has been a while since I have worked a Siege event, and when I got the call for this, I was absolutely overwhelmed with emotions. Big thank you to all of you. The talent has always been so kind and sweet to me. Y'all are friends. You're close, dear friends. But I really want to give a deep thank you to Ubisoft for bringing me on, and especially to everyone watching at home. The Siege community has always been so kind and wonderful to me, and just want to send you all a lot of love. So before I start getting a little watery-eyed here, we do have the grand final ahead. But coming up next, meet the balancing cell. Roll the video.
I'm David Perpignan, game designer at Rainbow Six Siege.
I am Angel Maldonado, game designer in Rainbow Six Siege.
I'm Albert Petit, project coordinator in the balancing cell in Rainbow Six.
I'm Alejandro Yepes Serrano, gameplay programmer in Rainbow Six Siege.
The objective of balancing is trying to keep the game fun and fair for everyone, so all the players can enjoy, invest time, and progress with their operators.
The balance game should be one that you can enjoy playing any operator. It doesn't mean that they are all useful in all the situations, but all of them have a specific spot where you can enjoy them and get the maximum profit of them.
And also we have to keep in mind the different skill levels. So different populations that play the game, they play it differently, and we have to keep an eye on that, because balancing for new players, it's one thing, and we have to keep an eye on also players that have been playing this game for 7 years.
It requires this creativity to find a formula that where new players can enter the game and understand the gadget, the ability
let me
of
tell you
the
to balance the
operator,
game.
and at the same time, giving to the pro
Just let
players
me balance
this
the
chance
game,
to
it's
explore
fine.
new ways to use it, be more creative. So in that sense, this is one of the biggest challenges, I think, from our cell.
So you have to evaluate every aspect of the game in a complex environment, that you cannot just pick one thing and evaluate, is this overpowered or not? You have to evaluate it on a specific situation with
delete
another
shields,
company of operators or
delete
gadgets.
Blackbeard.
So everything is relative, let's say. So normally when we identify that we have to act on something to balance
he's not
it,
Rook. Fuck him.
we evaluate if it's a big change or a small change. If it's a small change and it will not require a
delete
complete
shields
rework,
and
we
dock.
try to evaluate the balancing levels that we have, that in the end are like parameters that during the production of the gadget or operator we already prepared.
So these levers that we have, it can be from different natures. It can come from the operator itself, it can come from the gadget, the specific gadget characteristics, or even the number of gadgets that are in the loadout of this
I didn't
specific
see that
operator,
one.
for example.
Besides the operator ability, we can also think about his loadout, because every operator has a weapon and every operator has a secondary gadget. So depending on what we want to do on them, we can keep the ability as it is and not change, and we can take a look at his weapon, the power of his weapon, or what secondary gadgets the operator has available.
Yeah, I think a good example of a lever that it looks like something not super huge is like the area of the mute, that we change from a cylinder to a sphere, and suddenly you open tons of other systems to interact with it. And for example, you can place your Ace Selma charge in the wall, in the highest part, or even fuse the wall. And this is coming only because we touch a lever that
weapon
is,
magazine
we change
button,
the shape of the mute, and suddenly other mechanics appear and other interactions. So we have to evaluate everything as a whole.
Another way that we have to balance operators is to look at their own ecosystems. So, for example,
honestly,
we can
they do a good
identify
job of
some, like, for example, we have the breachers in the game, we have the roamers in the game, and something we've learned, I would say, during the life of the balancing cell is that you don't need always to touch the operator that is causing the issue. You sometimes have to look at his ecosystem and modify one of other operators. It's something we see really often with roamers, for example. Instead of affecting the roamer that is causing the issue, you modify another roamer, you make it more powerful, and that typically affects to that whole ecosystem. Other roamers go down, and the peak of the other that we change, it's going up. And in reverse, if we nerf a roamer like we did with Mozi and the P10, you can see how he goes down, and the other options for that spot are going up directly.
I think the best example is Maverick. Maverick was designed to create holes on reinforced walls, so you can pick through and create small rotation holes. And this is the way that was designed, and we imagine that it's going to be used. So when players, less skilled players take it, they are just going to the default wall, create the hole, and pick through. But when pro players put their hands in Maverick, they invent the Maverick trick. So they know how the game works, as they discover how to destroy the reinforcement without making an actual hole. So this is kind of the difference we have between the players. A good example of how the skill can change the way that an operator is used.
And I think that Maverick is a great example of that, because literally the creativity that you have with the torch, it's huge. You can go from a super small hole and peek, you can make rotations. So the Maverick tricking. So this is a really good example of this these different levels of knowledge of a gadget that you can have, or gadget or operator.
I also find quite interesting what's the path for a new player for these kind of interactions, because you start playing, you play the operator, you experiment what you have in hand, and then you go to Reddit, you start to check, and you see, okay, I can do this with Maverick, and how you evolve from the base of the operator and how much you learn until you can use it almost as a pro, because you're seeing Pro League, you're seeing guides online, and that's great. It's like a super interesting path for and you can find it almost in every operator.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool how the knowledge propagates, because the pros discover it, then it goes to Reddit. So it starts to be played in ranked. They are gonna start using it, and this becomes a norm in the game. So now in every match you see this mechanic being used, and how it goes lower and lower in the skill level, and now it's the normal use to this operator of this gadget.
And maybe for newcomers you think, I will give him one canister more of fuel so he can open more. But then if you do it, suddenly in Pro League they are opening the whole map, so that's the tricky point.
I think that when we reach this point where we create or tweak some gadget or operator, and it has this, it gives this creativity to the player. Like you can see many options just checking the mechanics of the gadget. For me, it's the most satisfactory among all the stuff that you can do as a balancing cell. Lion was the first challenge that we had as a cell. In fact, I would say that it was like the reward, the spark, like that made us became the balancing cell.
We evaluated multiple systems, and in the end, the wall hack was a pretty specific system for Lion. So we wanted to get rid of it and use another system in the game, that is the ping system. So now you have an easy delivery system that is just press a button, but the information you are getting is not that precise. So we don't have this wall hack effect anymore, and everything is consistent. So we are not creating anything unique in Lion. It's using an already existing system. So I think a pretty important point is that when you evaluate Lion, it looks pretty easy to dodge the ability. You only have to stand still.
Oh my god!
But this is a specific case of Rainbow. You have many systems. In this case, for example, you can have a drone pinging you. So if you move, you will get wall banged, and if you don't move, you will get ping in red with a precise drone. So in the end, this is a specific showcase of multiple systems acting together, and you cannot evaluate an operator only by itself or the ability. You have to think it in the whole ecosystem of Rainbow with all the interaction with other systems. And
it is true. It's not incorrect.
Main problem with Lion, combining with pushing and droning and the outline, so complex system acting together.
Yeah, so it's something that we love to do. It's checking players' reaction to the changes that we do. See what they found. We expect something when we release a new feature, but they always bring in something new that we didn't thought about it.
I happen to be a player to respectively high elo silver 3, and I know what I'm talking about. You just stand
like
still.
Well, maybe it's a Twitter conversation, or even the whole mood on opinion of the community, but you see how it evolves, the discussion, and how similar it's sometimes to the same discussions we have here.
It's really cool when we think that, okay, they understand what we are doing and why we are doing this. You feel like, okay, we nailed it.
Yeah, in the end, anybody in the cell has the opportunity to express their opinion regarding a change that you are about to release from any discipline. We all play the game, everybody has the opportunity to share the feedback, and this is like our first line. We gather the feedback, we discuss it, we adapt, and this is super cool, having this opportunity to us, having this small ecosystem, maybe not representative of the whole community, but as I said, with people from different levels, it's a nice first step.
At the end, in Rainbow, we are balancing a sandbox. So everything that we do, it's just to create tools and give player options to do what they want. It's like the defenders are creating a puzzle, and attackers are trying to solve this puzzle. So as a balancing team, we are just giving tools to them to create new things and to solve the puzzles in different ways.
They honestly do a good job, no joke. All memes aside, the balancing team, that team, they were the ones who were tasked with nerfing Lion and have made most of the changes. And the line, obviously I don't agree with everything that they do, but overall I think they do a pretty good job. I do. All memes aside. Ugh. Ugh. Are these like voodoo or something? What are these exactly? I mean, I'm probably gonna buy him, but... One broken mechanic gets abused, they nerf and the community decides to abuse new weapon mechanic, and the cycle continues. Well, yeah, to an extent, I guess, but... They, I honestly would like to see what they're doing more now where they started buffing more operators to make more operators viable. I've been really vocal about that, you know, on stream, on Twitter, on my YouTube videos. And, you know, I know the devs watch that kind of stuff, so it seems like they've been doing that a little bit more lately. Norse mythology. Buddy, I don't know. That's not American. I don't know what that is. No mold elite. Do I think they'll lower the ammo count for LMGs? They might. They might. I mean, I could fuck with that. Honestly, I wish they would just increase the recoil on them or reduce movement speed. Probably reducing movement speed would even be fine for LMGs. Just make it so, like, there used to be a movement penalty on LMGs. But, like, LMGs were really bad before, so, because, like, remember how powerful every other gun was. So they removed the movement speed penalty, they decreased the recoil, they increased the damage, they increased the ammo count, they increased the decreased the ADS speed. So it's like, it's basically that the LMGs are just too good at everything. I think if they just implement the, whatever, that one, like the movement penalty back, it should be okay, honestly. Or fuck with the recoil, I guess. Honestly, I would really just like to see, the easiest thing that I think that they could do is they could just fuck with the, what's it called? They could just fuck with the, with the movement speed. That's supposed to be the downsides of LMGs, is that they're not mobile. Alright, I'll be right back, chat. I'm gonna grab some foods. I have hunger.
If I win the 6th Invitational, I would spend my money traveling.
I'm gonna take a Europe tour.
I'm definitely gonna buy Siege skins.
I definitely want to get some nice pair of Jordans.
Probably a new processor for my computer.
If I win the invitation, I'm gonna buy a NFT monkey.
NFTs.
Buying NFTs.
Just kidding. Can we cut that?
Yeah, I'm gonna use that money for some investment like Bitcoin or something.
Crypto a little bit, I can respect a little bit, but NFTs are just like,
딱히 근데 크게 지출할 일이 없다 보니까 딱히 그냥 저축할 것 같아요. 아무래도 돈 쓸 일이 없다 보니까.
Oh, maybe I have a different answer for that. First of all, my team is not playing here for the money. We're playing for a big dream.
I probably wouldn't buy anything. I'd probably just invest it.
I'm not a big money spender.
But you think I'm going to the Gucci store?
I don't know. I don't have any things I want to buy.
Last year we got the 2nd place. Was so near to the hammer, you know.
You know, you're gonna laugh. If I win Invitational, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy my local pub because it's like a dump.
That feeling is amazing. I want to have this feeling, and the money is just a consequence.
You know, it's like really a dump, and I'm gonna like make that a really good place.
Maybe I'll buy a car. I don't have a car yet.
Some sort of car. I don't know what yet.
I don't have the driving license right now, but I'm planning to get it.
With the other half, I'm probably just gonna buy a car.
The first SI, you know, I bought myself a car, 2020 Acura, nothing crazy.
If I won SI, I would probably end up buying a Tesla.
I like Mitsubishi.
Everyone probably says like, oh, Lamborghini, like I'll, you know.
Oh, Tesla, because Teslas are nice.
Maybe an Audi.
No, a pub. It's like the Lamborghini version in Scotland, a pub.
I have like the new grill where it's like I didn't like the old grill on the Acuras, you know.
Probably I'll buy a house.
But if I win the invitation, I'd like to repair in the house, you know.
You know, when I've won the last invite, I got a nice car for myself, nothing crazy.
And then
I'm a simple guy. I would buy a house, you know, just simple things, you know.
There's some money for me. I'm gonna buy like an apartment, a house for me.
I would probably buy a jet ski. People that have money have this, so if I have money, I probably would have this.
If you just buy stuff, you know, there will be no money for the future, so...
You know what, I'd go to my nice financial advisor and say, hey, what do I do with this?
I will be moving out my house. I cannot stand my parents down my ear anymore.
It's like really a dump, and I'm gonna like make that a really good place. So yeah, why not? What would you do if you won 6th Invitational?
I just like saving money. The only thing I spend on is just food. Whenever I need it, I'll just go grocery shopping.
The 6th Invitational has always been about the holy trinity of what makes Siege a unique game. It's about 3 pillars, right? It's always been about a celebration of the community, a celebration of the development team, and a celebration of competition because, well, we receive the best teams in the world and we crown the world champion.
Watching major competitions and seeing anything that happens is pretty exciting. The SI has a special place in our hearts. We get to see our work on the big screen. We get to feel the excitement of the community, and we also get to reconnect with our colleagues all around the world.
We get to see the people that actually enjoy it, play it, and actually bond with them.
The 6i is always like just an amazing gathering of people.
Je crois que pour nous, en fait, c'est un événement qui donne de l'énergie à tout le monde, aux gens chez Ubisoft, à l'équipe de développement.
On partage un moment en commun, ensemble. Et c'est vraiment, je pense, cette espèce de réunion de famille où il y a les devs, les pros et la communauté.
The 6th Invitational for us is always the highlight of the year. It is the biggest celebration of the game and also the pinnacle of competition for our players.
As the event progresses, you get a bigger and bigger sense of communion. Like everybody really comes together. So in the dev corner and for a lot of devs, when I had a chance to kind of sit down and talk to them, people were just really excited. In that moment, it's like you get to live the best version of the game you work on. You get to see community and fans be super excited for the things you're working on.
For us, it's like the end time of the year. Like we're always running, so it's the one time that we have to stop and enjoy and celebrate. So it's pretty cool.
This is a really humbling moment for us as developers too. We get to see some of the most talented players come together and do things we never thought possible in the game.
We always build it in a way, but you always see it played differently. So this is a great opportunity for all of us
to see how far it can go and how far we can push the limits of Siege.
And so to have that at the Six Invitational is huge and what makes everybody want to watch it.
This is a hammer heavy. It's a real sledgehammer with a plastic
like the
case,
culmination of all we've worked for. So seeing the best players in our maps, it's just such an enjoyable moment. It's very exciting to see.
For us being there, it's pretty insane, and the vibe that we get from this event every year makes us want to do more and better the following year.
The Invitationals has always been a time where we work really hard to put together our game plan, where we can share the roadmap for the next coming year. But also internally, we're talking about the next couple of years. It's our moment where we can actually have a conversation with the community, and it's also a promise to ourselves what we want to do in the coming year and how that's going to look. For us, making sure that the Six Invitational can deliver these things to all of our players, but also for us as well, is extremely important. And in these trying times, it's just as much important to celebrate our victories and realize how far we've come after these 7 years of development.
Six Invitational, 6 years. So what a match over there, of course.
My dream job when I was a kid, it was work as a scientist.
I actually first wanted to be like pilot. Then I was colorblind, so that was like out the window, you know, like unless I wanted to crash the plane.
Quando era criança, eu tinha bastante vontade de ser policial. I was not made for just stay inside and reading biology books.
I was studying sports therapy at university, classic UK kid. I wanted to be a footballer, but that never worked out, sadly. If you call it soccer, you're not a football fan. So
I always wanted to work in the bank because I was good with numbers.
I tried to study a little bit to become a doctor, but that wasn't what I really wanted. So the opportunity came to play Rainbow Six competitive, and here I am.
Quando eu era criança, eu tinha sonho de ser bombeiro, né?
I want to be Legolas from the Lord of the Rings. Very strong guy with the bow going like insane guy.
Anything related with video games, computers, that was always my thing, you know.
In high school, and I saw all these players traveling the world, and I told to my mom I'm gonna actually travel the world and playing games, and she was like, yeah, okay, but I managed to do it, so I'm just enjoying this.
My mom would always tell me that there was this period of time when I was really young, my head was so big that I would literally be lopsided towards the areas, you know.
When I was a child, I had the dream to be an archaeologist. I loved history, but when I grew up, the dream just vanished.
My first dream is to reach the SI world stage, and then I can do it now.
Growing up, I was heavily invested into getting into YouTube influencer content creation.
어렸을 때 약간 요리사를 꿈꿨던 적도 있었는데.
Professional gaming kind of came to me early high school.
My family's great. They're very supportive of all of it. They love it. They watch all my games.
My dad and my mom always.
I didn't want to make 100K plus a year, so I played Siege.
Games too,
Imagine thinking that people that play pro don't make over 100 Gs a year.
They were terrified at first, just because moving to Vegas, just turned 18.
They were really confused because when I said I wanted to be a pro, they didn't really know exactly what it was until I brought my dad to Invite 2019, and he realized it was a big deal.
They learned to be supportive, and they're huge fans of it now.
They would accept it, but now they're what's that check looking like?
I think they were more scared about if I'm going to be paying rent or not. I think that was the first thing.
It was something that I always found in my, I can maybe live playing video games,
My mom always supports me no matter what. She's my #1 fan, so love you, Mom.
They trust me, so yeah, I think as long as I'm happy what I'm doing, they're happy.
He'll head in towards Archives and get caught! The hammer heads into orbit! Space Station Gaming are your world champions!
Right after it happened, it was honestly kind of foggy. I don't know what I was expecting it to feel like. 2018, I had been packing up my gear and watching Penta lift the hammer. So just being on that huge stage in front of the crowd and just everyone chanting, the amount of passion that our crowds have is just like something really, really special. None of the results prior really mattered to me. The one that mattered was Invitational.
We go out there, we walk out on the stage before the game, and you see everyone in the crowd cheering for you. It's just truly surreal. Everyone's like energy was just higher than it has ever been.
Randy, so far this entire tournament, is the highest rated player.
We're going into the finals, that's the goal, you know, to lift that hammer.
On the back of the trophy stand, all the names of the teams that have ever won it are engraved in. Canadian,
Oh, really?
you can taste that, right? It's so close to getting there again.
We had heard like a lot of things about like Nip being really
My name is
strong.
on there.
Pino, he's been doing insane.
If you like look at their stats from the event, Pino's stats didn't get crazy until they started making that losers bracket run. It's really impressive because he ended up having like some of the best stats in the whole event. As we saw it happening, we were like, they're here to play.
I just remember feeling very lucky to be there, just ready. Ready to win, ready to lose, just ready.
We had a good first round, and then a couple rounds after that, it was just like small mistakes or like getting surprised or caught off guard by like small things.
The biggest advantage that SSG had is now gone. Flawless round. Ninjas in pajamas take map 1.
The second map, it felt like their momentum was hitting though. It felt like we couldn't do anything.
And that's the map.
We're down 2-0, about to face defeat, and we're coming up to our best map. That was a good feeling. It was the turnaround that we needed.
Fultz is down 4 in a row now.
They can't seem to be stopped at this point.
Once we were down 4-0 on Clubhouse, we started to worry a little bit for sure. Now it was our best map. Like we had no excuse for this. It was when Nade first clutch, I think we like pulled ahead with the momentum, and I think we started to control the match.
Nade on 1 HP. Will the thermite be able to clutch? No! Plenty of time. No match point for Ninjas in pajamas.
I remember just looking up in the middle of the series at the crowd and seeing all the lights. The crowd was with us.
It was actually crazy,
like
dude.
Looking at stars, like a galaxy out. That picture is still ingrained in my memory.
We could just tell after that moment that we were like in control of the match.
For me personally, the crowd was one of the main reasons why I personally was able to keep myself in it mentally, and I'm sure it was the same for the whole team.
America, Space Station Gaming are your world champion.
An absolutely massive win for SSG.
I definitely feed off the energy. I feel like the crowd does the same with me. Like so many people like cheering for us and believing in us. I'm really glad I got to share that with the crowd that we did.
My name is Alexander Yeti Lawson. I play for the Susquehanna Sonics from the NAL, and I'm like the hard breach roamer, secondary hard breach roamer for the team. I started playing Rainbow Six Siege in the closed beta on Xbox, so I grew up playing Battlefield, Call of Duty, all the other, Halo, the normal FPS shooters that everyone played, and it just kind of got tiring. And I was looking for something with some depth, something that I could play, and it was not the same thing over and over again. And Siege really delivered that, and it had like the tactical realism of one-shot headshot. There was there's a lot of strategy involved at the beginning of the game. So those things really attracted me. I was definitely a casual gamer when I started, but then I saw the Pro League and I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. As time went on and as I got better at the game, I was like, I think I can do this. I was grinding for Invitational, for the very first Invitational on Xbox, never made it. And then after that, they announced that they're gonna cancel the console league. At that moment, I was like, I'm gonna do this. And I switched to PC. One of my teammates on Xbox came with me. We found some players grinding the game. I eventually upgraded to my first actual gaming computer. And then we get picked up by an org called World's Best Gaming, WBG. And that was my very first Pro League season. So in a short period, about 6 months, from me switching to PC, I make Pro League. This is everything you want. Nerve-wracking with the format at the time. Obviously, very small room for error. You lose 2 games, you're out. My grandparents actually wanted me to quit, and they were like my parental figures. They were like, do you want to waste time with this? I was in college, not really focusing on studies, and my priorities were obviously elsewhere. It was really hard, and my computer broke, and I was really depressed. And my grandparents actually bought me a new computer for Christmas because they could not handle me being that depressed. At that point, I kind of almost like got motivated again to really hit it hard. They're believing in me, so it was a roller coaster of emotions. And then the Obey guys decided to make roster moves. They approached me saying, "We want to give you a shot." I'm like, "I'd love that." And it was a breath of fresh air because I was like, I get to keep going. I get to keep going, chasing my dream. And it's just like,
I like Yeti
it's
a lot.
terrifying because 1 minute you think it's gone, and then the next day you wake up with an opportunity that's going to change your life. I had a Sonics tryout. That's the way it worked. They basically said, "We like how there's chemistry between you four, and we can kind of hit the ground running with this project." And we got picked up by the Sonics and started preparing for the NAL.
And the Sonics will be the 2021 NAL champion.
The Six Invitational
No,
means
Yeti's always been really nice. He's been around
it's a very
since like
special
pretty
thing.
early
If
on.
there's going to be any events that anyone remembers from Siege, it's the Six Invitationals. People will forget a major. People will forget, a minor or a regional competition, but no one forgets a Siege Invitational. Shoot, people remember things that Noah Ringu did, but it hasn't quite hit me that I'm at the Six Invitational, that I'm at the equivalent to, the World Cup or the Super Bowl of our video game. I think that it's so special that I get to be a part of the game's bloodline, and it's going to be there forever.
If I have to live with one of my teammates, I would say Souls, because he's really quiet and I wouldn't even see that he was there.
Honestly, it's so hard to choose
Cameraman
because they are
really
all annoying. When we are going for the boot camp, it's like 2 or 3 weeks, and honestly, it's so hard to sometimes they are annoying.
Neo, I feel like he's kind of the same person as me. He likes the same stuff. He's not too annoying. He'll just sit there and play something next to you.
I think it would be false. He's an easy guy to be around, and the rest of the team, I wouldn't handle them.
To live with, that's a hard one.
I had to live with them for a year. If I had to live with one of my teammates for a year, it would be crying, because he'll help me motivate myself to get out and do more. He's quite a funny guy, and I think he could be quite clean. I'm not quite sure though. I have to see that one.
Eu acho que eu preferiria viver com o Kamikaze, porque eu sou um cara muito bagunceiro e, ele também é bagunceiro e ele não liga muito pra isso. Eu acho que a gente se daria bem.
I think I would want to live with Heis, because he's a pretty funny guy, He got his serious face and all of a sudden he just say a joke, so I mean, the man, it's too funny.
1년을 같이 살아야 한다고요? 지금 같이 룸메이트하고 있는 코티드? 일단 룸메이트고, 그래도 같이 방 쓴 게 있으니까 좀 더 편하고 그런 게 있어가지고.
Me and Bosco have like a super close friendship. I mean, Bosco's pretty much my older brother. I look up to him, and in game and out of game, he's just someone I just have the utmost amount of respect for. So I would love to live with Debo. I love Bosco. So
if I had to live with one teammate, I think I'd pick Pambazoo. He's like my little brother. It's just adorable. I teach him things. We're like raising him basically.
The Dexter
The Six
29
Invitational
months.
is the convergence of the game, of the developers, of the amazing community.
Le top de notre e-sport, c'est ce qui représente ce pourquoi on bosse tous.
C'est l'apothéose un petit peu et un peu l'anniversaire de notre e-sport.
En général, ça s'est fait par une autre équipe à Montréal. Ils font toujours d'excellents boulots, ils nous inspirent en interne, donc on a eu l'opportunité, on va dire, de continuer cette espèce de legacy qu'ils ont mis en place depuis 5 ans, 6 ans. Donc ouais, c'était hyper cool de se dire que ouais, on va organiser un Six Invitational.
Alors avant d'organiser en 2021, je pense qu'assez facilement, en regardant les images, en entendant parler, je me rends compte du challenge que c'est. Alors quand en 2021 on vient nous voir, on se prend une bonne dose de pression de prime abord, et après je pense qu'on a été tout de suite en mode solution, à essayer de trouver une venue, comment on allait travailler avec le gouvernement, qui allait travailler avec nous.
On essaie de trouver la meilleure solution possible pour pouvoir faire l'événement. On a une tonne d'options différentes. On a un plan X en Bulgarie, en passant par des studios, et puis on fait des équipes dans des hôtels, et en fait on fait tout en retransmis à distance. Et on trouve finalement une solution, c'est d'aller à Paris et de faire le Six Invitational dans le Palais Brongniart.
La priorité principale, c'est évidemment la sécurité des joueurs, des staffs, des partenaires, etc.
Qui on peut ramener, comment. Moi de mon côté, ça a été surtout savoir quel supplier on peut avoir. Est-ce qu'on peut faire voyager des matériaux d'une région à une autre? Est-ce que toutes les équipes vont pouvoir voyager au Six Invitational à Paris? Donc ça, c'est le premier enjeu, vraiment avant tout. Sans ça, en fait, on ne le fait pas.
En fait, il n'y avait pas de blueprint, il n'y avait pas de recette miracle. Je pense qu'il n'y en a toujours pas aujourd'hui sur comment organiser un événement en période de pandémie. Donc comment est-ce que tu mixes santé versus optimisation versus ce qu'on a envie de faire en fait. C'est vraiment on va dire un exercice d'équilibriste en permanence qu'on a dû faire.
Area was really cool. Like, I don't know what building they did this in, but
une semaine avant l'événement, on apprend finalement que ça ne sera pas possible.
On discutait énormément avec le gouvernement, on était à ça de l'avoir. Et les choses ont fait que finalement, ils ont reculé. Et là, je pense qu'on était préparé à cette réponse, pour être honnête. On s'était préparé pour pas être trop déçus. Mais bien sûr, il y a de la déception qui arrive. Ça a été une tempête en interne pour tout réorganiser, pour se remettre en marche et pour remettre le pied à l'étrier.
Comment on va l'expliquer? Comment, tout le monde était super impatient à l'idée que l'événement ait lieu. Les fans, les joueurs pros, ils s'apprêtaient à voyager. Toute l'équipe d'organisation jusqu'à la dernière minute, ils ont travaillé de sorte que l'event ait lieu aux dates prévues comme prévu. Donc ça n'a pas pu se faire. Maintenant, voilà, maître mot, c'est l'agilité. Donc en fait, on est quand même très rapidement passé aux étapes d'après.
In the first day of the event, our initial feeling was of excitement and relief, but then you do have to catch up to actually working because it's only the beginning. You have to remain laser focused and you have to continue to execute on the event to make sure that everything goes smoothly.
Premier jour, beaucoup de fierté juste d'avoir les joueurs avec nous, de sentir quand même, même s'il n'y a pas de public, voilà, de retour de compétition avec des équipes internationales.
Pour toutes les équipes qui travaillent sur l'événement, c'est toujours un plaisir de voir qu'effectivement la communauté est au rendez-vous et qu'on a des beaux matchs, du beau jeu et des beaux moments en stream.
On a fait le Six Invitational. Alors, pas comme d'habitude, mais un Six Invitational, donc c'est toujours hyper agréable. Et surtout, dans une pandémie, ça montre le niveau d'expertise des équipes.
Et en fait, cet événement a aussi été un énorme succès, pas seulement grâce à notre travail, mais aussi parce qu'on a eu le soutien de notre communauté, on a eu le soutien des joueurs pros, des organisations. Et ça, c'est hyper important parce que ça nous permettait, on va dire, c'est une sorte de boussole par moment. Où on se disait, on va dans le bon sens et on a fait tout ça pour ça. Donc merci à eux, merci à vous tous.
My gate stands like a star in the darkness.
Hello, thank you
a
for
burning
the second.
light that keeps enemies at bay.
Rooney is definitely a crucial up to the meta. She brings a lot of utility. She has her 3 Rooney gates. She has a fist that can punch rotates, clean rotates, and then she also has a bulletproof.
She has really great guns, and you can win your gunfights most of the time if you're using like the DMR for long angles with the 1.5 scope.
You can basically two-tap enemies in the body. And also Ronnie is a great gun. When it had the bigger magazine it was better of course, but it's fine.
Yeah, and obviously the Aruni gates for positions that you want to, if you're scared that someone might shoot you in the back, you can work on a Aruni gate.
It's like a little document, like a mini documentary they put together.
I'd say the meta was probably more sped up, a little bit more aggressive, And Malusi, I guess, was like other than Barb, that's probably like the only other thing that was stopping you from hitting sight. And so the meta was pretty sped up, the attacks were definitely more sped up. But now with the Rooney, you have a Rooney gate, and they reactivate after every so seconds, so it definitely slows down the meta of attack, and
They put this video on broadcast like a dozen times.
She brings a bulletproof, obviously that's info, and also she's utility.
They probably need to
for
kill
the
time
to
right
clear,
now.
Where it could be like, you could use her in different ways, so like, first of all, for utility to hold certain areas, or like info, so like if they get in a Rooney gate,
And then
someone's around that area. So yeah, it's like a info and utility operator.
I think most Aruni players are just putting their traps somewhere inside, for example like on the hatches, so they can hear the drop from attackers, and just running around the map like roamers.
I'd say place your gates around just the side doors, it's pretty much like the best way to put them around. Anywhere like you think they'd enter, and then you can play offside or onside, it just kind of depends what you're comfortable with.
I do not play Aruni in comp.
Konzo, thank you for the prime sub.
My teammates usually play her, but I do play Aruni in ranked. It's pretty fun.
Personally, I play her a lot. She's a very crucial op to defending your bomb site?
On some maps, I play Aruni. I don't play it usually, but I think it's a really strong operator.
Me personally, I do not play Aruni. However, my teammate, Jack Doki Robertson, is an Aruni crutch. So please do not ban it for all our competitive teams we're going to play.
For Doki.
If I was dropped on a deserted island, had to bring one of my teammates with me, it'd probably be Eclipse, just because I feel like he'd have some random knowledge or would know how to survive this situation.
Yeti. Yeti deserted island. I mean,
is
he's just he'll be my hunter. He can cook for me. He's just he's a one-man army.
I'd have hopes that Kino. Hopes is he's kind of like a cockroach. He just finds food and he finds a way of surviving. And then Kino, I feel like he could survive like a nuclear fallout. I'm sure I could start a fire. I've watched some survival videos.
Joystick. He is responsible. For example, if the plane crashed on this island, I think Joystick would have everything needed in his luggage.
Sapper. While we take a rest after the scrim, he usually watch the survival trick on YouTube.
If I were dropped on the island, I would pick Prano. He can speak multiple languages, he can make a fire by himself, he can go hunt animals, everything. I can just chill and yeah.
I think I will pick Muzi because he sleep 12 hours a day, so he's not gonna bother me much.
Are we implying that this deserted island has, is it like a resort or something? But
포티드? 덜 먹고 열심히 살 일할 것 같아서.
Either Achieved or Geo, they're pretty resourceful.
I need to think a little bit
I've taken some biology courses in university, hey, don't eat that. Hey, that weird looking berry? No.
Maybe Sensi, because he know how to do this stuff, He always watching some crazy videos on YouTube. He read a lot of books.
You don't want diarrhea on a deserted island.
If there was a zombie apocalypse in my team, I think maybe Rats will be the first beaten. First of all, because he's the slowest, I think. And I think the last one beaten, right, would be, I think, Reduct. He's a smart guy.
Nella, 100%. I feel like he's the most clumsiest person.
Rob Pambazao gets bit first, for sure. I think Troy would survive the longest. Matt or Scott or Alex. I feel like they would just die in a goofy way just because they, Matt would probably just walk in a door and there would just be a zombie or something right there.
Sorry. Riz would get bite first because he's helpless. I don't know, he's just a helpless chicken. What can I say?
Yeah.
Bom, acho que a primeira pessoa que ia ser mordido num ataque zumbi seria o Ramalho, porque ele é muito lento. E quem sobreviveria mais poderia ser eu ou até o cameraman, porque a gente tem mais jeito pra pensar em resolver as coisas rápido.
So if we were in a horror movie, first person dying, I would bet a large amount of money on it is NJR Nick. He would just panic, freak out, lock up, start shaking.
Reset's for sure. He's always laying down, he's lazy as hell.
Brandon's a little weird to put a read on. I think he would turn on the killer, start hunting him.
Aces is the first one dead. He wouldn't
What was
care.
that thing
He'd
that
be
flashed
gone.
on
The only
screen?
person who would outsmart the killer is Meepy. He's got the big brain, Einstein brain.
My name's Jack Fresh Allen, and I'm an analyst in the EUL team based out in the studio in Paris, and I'm currently here at the Six Invitational 2022. Siege is my first game that got me into the esport, that got me into the streaming, that got me into everything. So I became a bit of a played ranked on the Xbox and just had interest right throughout from the start, really.
Jim,
Six Invitational
Logan
brings
Company.
a lot of hype.
Dude,
So
I'm
in
chilling.
terms of your interest,
Got my G
as soon
Fuel.
as Six Invitational happens, your hype, your
I'm
interest in
hanging
the
out,
game
just watching.
just increases tenfold. You want to play it, you
Chilling.
want to watch more of the game.
Chilling hard.
And you just want to be as involved with the game as you possibly can be. Well, it's probably the trigger that means, oh, I've got to move to PC, I've got to be involved in this because it was so hype. And then that was the gripping moment, as I'm sure it was for a lot of people. In terms of moving into Pro League, I was working as a financial analyst, i.e. using data to confirm or deny subjective theories. I started trying to use data to predict what teams were going to do. Back in the day, this was kind of ESL Pro League Season 9 time.
Was that the
So
code?
I started with Team Empire, just watching them, analysing them, trying to work out what they were trying to do. Then from there, I started contacting people. I thought, I can do this for teams. I can predict these teams. This is easy. The first team that I worked with was actually a project team called Team Sleepy, which Kickstar started himself. And it really was just a message off a whim. Kix was looking for analysts and I presented my portfolio. He really liked that. The next day he he picked me up, and me and Kix sat and watched scrims a lot, and he taught me everything there was to know about competitive Siege, the default takes, everything he knew in his brain from being a player, and he was trying to kind of implement that into coaching at the time. He also coached me through that. And it was only probably 6 months later, when I was on G2, we came to the Six Invitational 2020 as a team, and I saw Kix for the first time. It was surreal. It was like, this is the guy who's helped me get here. Without sounding kind of egotistical, I'd had this experience with Kix, and I'd seen what the top level could be like, and I wanted to go to the top level. I didn't want to be in the tier 3 of the UK. In the end, I ended up hearing from G2. Shast set me a task, which was to do some counter-analysis on an upcoming game they had. The counter-analysis did match, and I'm sitting there, I'm getting my family in the room, I'm like, I've got a job, I'm gonna work for the World Champions, this is incredible. And then G2 go and lose 7 rounds in a row and lose 5-7 to Na'Vi, and I thought, oh, I've messed this up, but Shasta says the counter-analysis was almost identical to the one I did, and you know, we'd like to pick you up. I'd retired from being in the team side because there's a lot of drawbacks. It takes up a lot of your life being in the team, being a kind of professional sports person, if you'd like. And it was only when Ubisoft UK approached me and said, we'd like to have you on a broadcast. We think your expertise would be really good. It kind of just snowballed. I started enjoying it more and more. I started wanting to be a part of it more and more. I was asking for more UKIN dates. I got offered the finals, and then I was very surprised to be offered the Sweden Major. And for me, that's beyond the best, if that makes sense. Being at Six Invitational is just, it's a dream. I competed there with G2, and now I'm here as an analyst, and honestly, I couldn't, it's beyond my wildest dreams.
So it's like a, you know, it's a truck tire with like a red truck. Just give me a second, brainstorm right now, you know. Okay. I'm gonna make my guess. I think it's bank.
I don't even know. Me looking at that, I didn't even recognize it.
Yeah, I thought it was a bank window in the corner.
That's bank, blue stairs.
That's tunnel.
I think it's in the basement of bank. I do like the rework. I like what they did with the top floor specifically. I think it makes that CEO side a lot more viable.
I think overall it's pretty good. I think bank's a pretty fun map to play. I think it's pretty entertaining to watch. Although the basement side, I think the hatch is being switched, or at least the one in lobby, can make for like someone to lurk and drop. But other than that, I mean, I like the map.
Honestly, Team Empire don't like to adapt to something new. We are like people who play consistency in like old maps like Oregon or something like that. And if something reworks, it's so hard for us to adapt.
I don't think it's changed like at all, actually. The only thing is, I would say, is like the repositioning and tweaks of the hatches and stuff are like way more. Like actually they favor both sides, I think, like the attack and defense, because you can kind of choose which one you want to open, which side you want to attack from, and then like defense can also defend them easier from like more anchor positions, because I think like the hatch that used to be in the reception area is now in the vault, so it's like you have more safer places to play, which was always a big problem with the basement defense on bank. So
I think the rework has made the map a lot better to play, because since the main lobby windows have been like covered up, you can't just sit there and rappel the whole time and look through the whole of the top floor site. So top floor is definitely more, it's easier to play now, CEO. So I think teams have actually went CEO as like their first priority, as like an easy defense to play. But yeah, the rework has definitely made the map a lot more fluent.
Getting the job done often requires a creative approach.
I think he's not like any operator. I think he's unique, and I think he fills the role like.
Yeah, I'm excited for the roadmap.
I think he's best like destroying banshees.
His gadget is pretty powerful, in my opinion.
The roadmap's
he can
not up
open walls, he can open line of
video,
sights, he can destroy gadgets, you know.
He's a really good operator to even go for lurkers because he has the flashbangs. He has a lot of intel as well because he has 4 drones that last 10 seconds, so it's one of the best operators in my opinion.
I think Flores is overall a really good operator and really diverse. Like you can literally change the playstyle if you have him in a team, because you can go to more direct pushes and he can clear all utility and create that space for your team.
Use his gadgets carefully, you know, not just throw it around, because one shot and it's gone. So just put a little thought before using it, you know, just a little spots, drone holes that can surprise and get to the bomb site and, you know, destroy some gadgets, some things like that just help a lot.
Even if there is like a simple wire below one window, which is like creating some safe zone for your team.
There's
they're
no
just
way
using
that
it
you
to
tried to give
destroy
a
any
shitty
kind of
joke.
utility they can. So you need to worry
And then
about multiple
I intentionally
approaches
ignored
instead
it
of,
because
like,
it's just
having,
so
like, a
obvious.
benchy, for example,
And then you
covering a
just
certain area,
instead
or a wire or like a shield.
anyway just type it
So
out
it's
for
basically
yourself.
used always for like just trying to destroy utility, or if you have a spare when utility
Fail.
is gone, it's always good to try to, let's say they have a rotate, push the Flores around there, activate it, and push in the same time, swinging the other angle while you know that the rotate is not going to get pushed.
I do play Flores. My team, only Cyber doesn't play Flores, to say the least.
My team play Flores, but like not a lot. We play Flores
Not
like
prickly.
specific situations, but like I'm not the one that plays.
What if they
Flores
cancel
in my
cross
team.
progression and they
Usually
just
spread
like
out.
they just tell everyone,
And
"Fuck
I do
you!
play Flores in the
There's
rankings
no
because
cross
I like the
progression
operator, I like
coming.
the gun,
We lied."
And I think it's a good operator.
I played Flores before, but my team sometimes use Flores, but not on me because I'm stuck on hard bridge and hard support. So that's not gonna happen.
No, they're
anytime
probably
soon.
gonna release it. Who knows
we
when?
do play Flores sometimes, you know, depends on the map, depends on the situation, but
I do
usually
know
it is
something
who
that I
play.
think is
He's a pretty
coming,
good
I'm pretty
operator,
sure.
He's stylish, so.
And it'll be
he got the
fucking big.
scarf, you know, the pink glasses.
Not to
so,
fucking overhype stuff.
Hey, my name is Jesse J. Chick,
I know,
and I'm an
I
analyst on
can't.
the North American League.
Carlson
and
Dubs,
here
the
at
47 month reasonable back late. You're late.
First time I played Rainbow Six Siege was Operation Chimera after watching the 6th Invitational where EG lost and got swept in the grand finals.
The best team in the world, never having that distinction.
And I said, hey, this is a game I should check out, I should get involved with. I remember I was sitting in my university campus and I was browsing Twitch. I saw Rainbow Six, the 6th Invitational. Honestly, I think it was mostly like the production value that was being held at that 6th Invitational, like seeing the stage that they had built up there, seeing the level of the organization. So that was really what like piqued my interest with it and got me hooked. Like, okay, this is a game that I should pay attention to. Well, like I kind of thought like, oh, hey, this would be a cool game to like work and to jump into, but I certainly never thought I'd get to this point. It was probably over a year between seeing the game for the first time, raising an interest, probably a year and a half, until I actually got like a broadcast opportunity.
Should look a lot better for Evil Geniuses. It's one of 3 maps that they have a 100% win rate on in the last 3 months.
When I finally got asked to do Challenger League Season 9, and that was the first real broadcast experience that I had in Rainbow Six. At the time, there were 4 casters in the entire world for Rainbow Six, right? And I was like, there's clearly room to grow here. I remember I was applying to a bunch of community leagues before I got in on Challenger League, and there was one time I sent out a message, CCS, I believe, was looking for new casters. And I sent a message to this guy named Flynn. I said, hey Flynn, you know, here's all of my stuff. Would you consider me for the opportunity? Heard nothing back. Absolutely ghosted. A couple months after that, Flynn reaches out to me once again and says, hey, there's this Canada Nationals gig. I remember that application you sent me a while ago. Would you be interested? And that was in 2019. And I said yes. We moved out to Montreal for a couple of months, did the events, and it was a great time. So it starts back in SI 2020. I am approached by Ubisoft. We're building a team, and we want to have a full-time, like, committed talent pool to work a new North American league. And I told them, like, yeah, like, if you have an opportunity for me in this new league, I'm absolutely down. I wasn't expecting to work the last 6 Invitational, right? I had just gotten started. I knew it was something that was my goal for this year. If I didn't get to work this 6 Invitational, that would have been a disappointment for me because this was something that I'd been working towards. The Mexico Major was an experience. So we get there, it's the middle of the night, everybody's asleep, but walking into the lobby, seeing the logo, to get there, to get into my hotel room, just be like, wow, like I finally made it to a major. Like this is it. Like this is the highest level of competition other than the 6 Invitational. Yeah, I mean, this is gonna be the clash of the ages. I mean, SI to me means sort of the peak of what you can achieve in Siege, right? I mean, working the 6 Invitational as talent, that is the end goal. I want to continue this. I want to come back here as many times as possible. The goal of my whole career in Siege was to get here. Assuming I don't screw it all up at this point, I think I've pretty much accomplished that.
I don't know. 7
Is it
hours, I
like,
guess. I haven't really been up for that
Villapiano?
long yet.
Oh, Chalet.
That's by gaming, I think.
Bro, like, come on, man.
Exclamation point G field chat. Oh, that's in mod.
I'm ready. So wait, how do I? It's a bear. I know that one. That's on Chalet.
Trophy.
Easy one. It's Chalet.
That's outside. Yeah. Well, that's like, isn't that in more than one spot?
Chalet, but
It's upstairs, master.
Piano.
I believe that this Chalet here work, it really helps the map to get a fresh start for it. Cause
On a
I
wine?
believe that,
I would just say like
ages of
a.
Siege, it
I don't know. I'm not
was
really like a
unbalanced in
specific.
So yeah, with Chalet,
Huge
I feel
wine
like
drinker.
I actually really like
Maybe
the
like a
rework compared to
Cabernet.
like the old Chalet. I feel like it's more balanced
Can't
for
go wrong
defenders. I
with
feel like
that.
old Chalet was
If you want
super
red.
attacker sided. Now I do think Chalet is still an attacker sided map, but I think defenders have more of an opportunity to win rounds, and also there's like more of a clutch factor on that map because I feel like there's a lot of gunfights early for the defenders because of just how it plays. So I feel like there's more clutch factor on that map.
right now you can do a lot of different stuff. On the past one, you like.
Knuckles,
were
take this up.
How can I say? There was the.
I like Shiny Slash more than Pink
the big
Trip,
window,
but,
yeah, the
but Pink
balcony
Trip
of-
is
with
also
the big
very
window, You
good.
can like rotate to anywhere. Because
Don't forget
it
as
was,
well,
like,
chat. Yes, 30%
two-
off G Fuel with
no,
code
it was
King
just
George.
one stairs, I think, right?
Only a day left. So.
I never remember as well.
No, it's actually feeling like a new map. For example, Kitchen Bomb side, you have a lot more freedom as attacker.
Look at they're using the
as
fuse
well
charge
as
to
a
walk
defender.
around, and this is a trick that like content creators used to use, and
Master bed
Ubi's
side is
using it
available
now.
I would say. Before that, it was pretty hard to defend.
좀 별장이 리메이크된 지 좀 된 걸로 기억을 하는데 거의 옛날 리메이크 되기 전 맵은 거의 기억이 안 날 정도로 좀 오래된 걸로 기억하는데 일단은 많이 바뀐 것 같아요. 아무래도 최근에 리메이크 되는 맵을 보면 은행도 그렇고 크게 이제 리메이크가 됐다라는 느낌을 못 받는 경향이 있는데 별장 같은 경우는 완전히 그냥 새로운 맵이라고 느낄 정도로 리메이크가 좀 잘 됐고 재밌게 되었다고 생각을 합니다.
Our agents may have their skill sets, but my designs, they give us the edge in the field.
One thing that I love in OSA is you can make some crazy plans. You know, you can just go inside the bomb and drop some smokes and put the shield in front of you and just plant. You know, relax and plant and go leave the area. That's it.
I think if the defenders aren't ready to deal with OSA, like if they don't have impacts in their lineup or like C4s, it could be very difficult to deal with. She has smokes, so she can smoke off lanes and place shields for people to like plant behind and just kind of cover behind. So I think her potential is very high for like creating a huge impact on attack.
When
I wanna
Foster
see
was
the
first
reveal.
introduced, I think she would shake up the meta a little bit. You know, she's got 2 shields, which is really impactful, and smoke grenades too, which will actually shake up the lineups a little bit.
After you put the shield, you can take it back. So piggyback the shield if you are like in an area, very important area with the shield, and you are there like covering your team to.
I still remember the first time I did that.
After you put your shield, just
I
take it
made
back
like
and go to another area, and you have the shield.
I
to
put the
make
shield
another
down
play,
in
whatever you want.
Villa
You have two
on
shields,
bricks,
so
and I
it's pretty-
planted
pretty
in front of the
insane.
enemy.
You can honestly treat her like
and I was like
Montaigne. You
singing
can
the
kinda just
song
walk
about
around
like
the
I'm
map
gonna
and, like,
plant
clear
in
it out
front
if you
of
wanted
you.
to.
Fuck you.
And people gotta
Fuck
be
you.
ready to deal with her.
That
Like,
clip
there
went
was a
like fucking
game, DZ versus
everywhere.
Furia,
I don't know if
where
you guys
Furia was
remember
trying
that
to plant
clip.
Jim with Osa, and they were just trying to plant right at the gym door, putting the shield down. But DZ had 4 sets of impacts, so they just kept impacting the Osa shield, and they couldn't plant and execute, and they ended up losing the round.
If it's your first time playing OSA, I'd recommend always bringing
Jamal,
smoke
thank you
grenades
the sub.
because it's good to cut off line of sight.
Remember it,
and
yeah.
also to just place the shields in any position you feel comfortable to approach the site.
Eu não tentaria colocá-los de janelas. Eu vejo que muitos jogadores iniciantes tentam colocar sempre a USA em janela. Eu acho que não é uma jogada muito boa. Eu tentaria sempre jogar com alguém atrás de mim para poder me dar o backup atrás do shield. E tentaria fazer algumas jogadas com plants. Eu acho que é bem interessante por ela ter smoke também. Eu acho que essa é a melhor opção para jogar com ela.
I don't play Osa as my role, but my teammates, specifically I guess Matt, Hot and Cold, he likes Osa a lot. I would say that we don't bring it out much, or haven't brought it out much in like competitive, but like in ranked, we play Osa a lot.
In my team, actually, we play also in sometimes like in bank, because with the shield you can like make some really fast entrance like in the golden stairs, you know.
Our team doesn't really tend to play OSA, but I do play a
Who's
lot
the
in
SSG
ranked
guy?
because
That's
it's really
Bosco.
easy to just push up against enemies, have some fun with your friends, you know, that get really close and just meme on people.
Are we recording already?
Yes.
Coastline inside of VIP. Boom, that was easy. Come on. You're gonna have to up your game on this one.
Oh, this is shit, chat. The first question is this a competition map? A quick guess would be Coastline. Thank God.
Oh. Actually, I thought you were kidding, because I really don't know what map this is. I have no idea.
Coast. Oh, it's Blue Bar. There's the same one as in Hallway, too.
Hall of Fame or guitar.
I think it's Coastline. Outside lobby. É difícil ainda, mas no notebook ainda. Ou é Oregon Switch ou Clubhouse Switch.
I think it maintains the old kind of Coastline feel. I think it just makes it kind of less annoying. Like the roof isn't as big of a factor. Don't have people just like camping up there. But like other than that, I feel like it's kind of the same map.
I think the Skylight was really good because, like Moringa from Liquid, he was always there, and it's really annoying when you're a defense, you die from the sky. You know, it's not really fun, and this you can still kill people from there, but you don't see very often.
I think that rework brings some new dynamics for the map. Before it was really like one thing. Every single match is like the same, you know. You have the same things to do and stuff like that. And with that rework, like we have more possibilities to make strats and stuff like that. And actually make the map more playable.
Bom, com o rework do mapa novo do Coastline, o jogo ficou mais defensivo, né, o mapa em si, e acho que foi uma boa melhora pro mapa. Mas
I don't know what people are saying about game codes, chat.
Principalmente a parte da Claraboia, né, que é muito aberta.
There's no game
poderia
codes.
ser explorado algumas
There's
coisas lá.
drops.
Coastline.
You type Activision drops, link your accounts, and then
changes
just watch the stream.
The overall dynamic
You'll
of the
get
map
shit.
is still very attacker-sided, very fluid. You pick a site and you just throw some stuff at the wall and see what sticks, honestly. Like, that's your best bet to do.
My name is Ronald Fernandez, also known as Cyano, and I am a Rainbow Six observer.
When you first got started playing Rainbow Six Siege, it was just a casual outlet, right? You didn't really have any aspirations to make it your career.
Turtleneck.
It's true. I mean, back when we first started playing, we would only really do terrorist time because we didn't have that confidence to really get into the PvP, the casual, even ranked.
When did you first hear or find out about Rainbow Six Siege having an esports scene?
It was around the time that Blood Orchid got released. So we watched Blood Orchid, and that's where we kind of saw, it's like, oh, there's an esports side of it. And that's how we got tapered into like the idea of like taking the strategy and seeing what we can bring into multiplayer.
Do you think that helped prepare you to be as good of a spectator as you are?
I think so, because it
This
kind of
man's
gave
a
me
true
broad
communist. He
perspective
actually
of
robbed a farmer for his
what were they
boots.
doing here? What was their purpose? It kind of gave me an idea of what to do in the game. When I brought it in game, I kind of got their perspective. It was like, what was the purpose?
Our boots,
more so
comrade.
from their point of view.
How did you get to the point that you're at right now?
Getting picked up by small tier 4 leagues, just getting my name out there. People picked me up for CCS. I talked to Rob, talked to Sternab. They brought me on for production side, but I still saw potential in the observing side, so I still did observing for small tier 4 leagues on the side. Worked with actually Veli for small leagues on the side as well, and I guess my name got pushed forward, and that got me into the North American League.
Your job is quite reactive, right? Like you can't really you can't come in and prep a match.
No.
So you just got to go with the flow.
I mean, that's true, because especially with Rainbow Six Siege, everything is different per round. They could have the same exact site.
I think that if there was a code that got flashed on stream, no joke, there was like an interview earlier, and I told you guys something flashed on
one
screen.
side, it changes everything.
What's one thing about spectating that most people probably don't think about or don't know?
So one thing
I don't
that
know
people
if that
don't
was
think
it.
about
It's
is
flashed
all
for
the
like a
different utility
split
that people have
second.
to remember.
I don't know
or
if
at
that
least the
was
observers
it.
have to remember all the different positions of everybody, so it's ever changing throughout the
It
round.
was not
so
a
it's
code.
lot of,
Okay, you clipped
it's
it
a lot
and
of
watched.
memory and a lot of kind of foresight, trying to figure out where the players are going to shift to, where the utility, if it's going to change, or if it's going to stay, how much of a power position is that one utility going to be.
What does the Six Invitational mean to you, and what does this event in particular mean to you?
The Six Invitational is everything. It is players from around the world duking out for the #1 spot in the world. It's incredible to see it, and just for the fact that I'm here is a huge honor. I never thought I would actually be at one. So it's a huge honor just to be here.
Thank you so much for joining us, and enjoy the Six Invitational.
Thank you, I will.
Supposedly there's supposed to be some code displayed on stream later today.
Speed. Precision.
The main thing about Thunderbird is if you can hit your shots, you're a good Thunderbird. Because all you got to do is, put down a little Kona station, maybe put 2 of them in sight, maybe 1 on the roam, like we're like a kind of a power spot near the roam, so that you can kind of like the roamers can kind of access without all the way going to sight. It's really just about knowing how to work the roam and how to work like the defensive, I guess, offense, if that makes sense.
This operator is good for the support roles. Like you can use the gadget from Thunderbird to heal. The gadget like C4 or Impact is really good also. It can deny the plant from the enemy planting.
Thunderbird and Comp tends to play more of like a roamer offsite player.
I'll be right back, chat.
I think she works well with like
I'm gonna
making
these plates
rotates, like with Oryx or someone. So
Yeah,
she can
like-
Oryx can basically just make all the rotates in sight by dashing through the walls and then healing up, so he's on full HP.
Thunderbird has the spear, has the bearing, so
up.
still fast, has a nitro, and if you're roaming, if you're running around playing like a damn maniac, just go hit one of the stations and you're back to full.
썬더버드는 로밍 도는데 최적화된 캐릭이라 생각하고 그 능력이 3개가 있는데 2개는 설치하고 하나는 가져다니면서 자기가 자가 힐을 하면 좋은 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
If you have all the the boxes checked with all the shields and everything like that, it's really nice. At Thunderbird, you place 1 of 3 Kona stations and it does like, is it 40 or something like that? And you can even overheal yourself.
My team doesn't play Thunderbird that often. I think she's a really good operator for like pugging, like ranked. So I think I would definitely play her in ranked because ranked is more gunfight focused. So I think she's a lot better in that environment rather than comp where you kind of just die instantly or like you get downed instantly.
I have played like Thunderbird in rank before, and our team also used the Thunderbird in the competition. I'm a support role, and I like to use it and then stay inside, try to help our fans if they call us for the help, and then boom, let's go for the help.
And that's how I fly.
Minutes. Chat. 16 minutes. Entertain you guys. does this look like? I'm just trying to kick back. Okay, sounds good, Preston. Oh, I'll give that a try. I'll give that a try. Okay. I'll entertain you guys. This is easy. Okay. Look at that tall building. Okay. So entertaining. Another one on the right. Look, that's the airport over there. Did they get permission to fly this drone? Maybe, maybe not. They could be breaking all the laws, chat. Is that the Titanic? It is. Over here, you see the Empire State Building. Yeah, that black building right there, that's the Empire State, chat. Next to it, that's the Chrysler Building. Yep. This is the Pacific Ocean. And see over there on the left? Those are the quad towers. Alright, there's 5 of them now, so it's the Penta Towers. Is this New York? Yes. There's a new challenge in Siege. Ooh, thank you, bits, Bobby. Yep, we're in New York. Do you see the Maze Bank? Yeah, I see it over there on the right, dude. Yep, that's Black Ice Lake. Real. Okay, over here, we're going to the Golden Gate Bridge. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Behind it, you see the Brooklyn Bridge. Yep. Exactly, yeah. There's a Christmas tree. You know what? I'm on top of the Christmas tree, baby! There's Big Ben, yep. There's St. Paul's Cathedral over on the left. You can see that. There's Chicago O'Hare Airport over there on the right. See that little blinking thing? You live in California? Listen, buddy, there's no in-and-outs here. The Eiffel Tower, you can see it on the in the middle there. That's the Eiffel Tower, yeah. The Leaning Tower of Pizza, yep. On the left over there, I see it too. I don't know what left, but no, there's no in-and-outs here. Where's that green car, chat? Here's the same bus making a left. Fun fact, that's a London double-decker bus. That chimney that you just saw, that's where all your hopes and dreams burn. There's the Titanic again. I think they're just replaying footage, chat. This has got to be looped. There's no way there's 2 Titanics. There can only be 1. Hogwarts? It's that middle building, dude. Look at it. Oh, back to the Empire State. This is the IKEA Empire State Building. You guys like it? I think it's pretty nice. You guys think they put it together with an IKEA Allen wrench? I feel like they did. At the Black Ice Lake. Mm-hmm. 300-page manual. That's honestly not bad. It was plastic there's in Sweden seas. Shame. Yeah. That's what it is, dude. It's the state of the world. The pyramids, yep. No, that's Penta tilted towers. That's why the org had to leave Siege. They needed the money to support those towers. Golden Gate again, yep. And the Brooklyn Bridge. Oh, here comes the green car, I think. Christmas tree again. Where's the green? There it is! There's that motherfucker! Bottom right, chat. I knew it. I know this loop well. I know this loop well. The Kamikado van? That's actually Intero driving in that car. Fun fact. Spreading avocados to the world. You can already see on these green roofs over here. This is every building with a green roof is a building that Intero's already hit with communism. They're easily identifiable by the green roof marker. He's moving quick. He's moving quick, Chad, I'll tell you. Oh, here comes the bus making a left again. Oh, there's our hopes and dreams. There's the chimney that's gonna burn them all. Or well, the bellowing ash that will come out. There was no snow, and like, I don't know, dude, there's some. You think they're getting new drone footage every day? I don't think so, dude. That green car, is Parker really making that kind of distance? I guess he's hit a lot of buildings up. To Black Ice Lake and the IKEA Empire State. There's a person actually over there. You see that in the upper left building, like 3rd floor? Pretty sure that guy's just like looking out. He's probably like, hey, who's flying this fucking drone? Look, the only person I've actually seen. Oh, there's people on the left. Up there again? Well, let's see if this drone goes a little bit more forward. Hold up. Hold up. There's still? Is that a person? I think it's a person, dude. He's spawn peeking. Dude. Real. Back to the Golden Gate, chat. Oh, here comes the green car again. Look at all these buildings. See, you could tell this car is driving away from all these green buildings because these, let's see, green car, green roofs. Intero has brought kamikados to that entire region. Incredible. Incredible. No, this is not stock footage, chat. We're actually in a helicopter right now flying over Sweden, okay? Not a drone. The same footage? Nope. The losers of the Sixth Invitational have to swim in that water shirtless. I mean, I don't think it matters if you have a shirt or not. I'm pretty sure you're fucked. The chimney, yep. Alright, chat, fuck it. I'm driving this boat, baby! Hop in, everyone! Free rides on the Titanic, baby! Get in! Get in this thing! We're driving! Ah, shit! Black Ice Lake! It's cold as hell out here. Shit! That guy's staring at me. Now an inch smaller, maybe. Hey, motherfucker, who you staring at? Huh? You! Fucking guy in this building! Stop spawn peeking! That guy is spawn peeking, dude. I don't like it. Alright, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be honest. There's only one way to end communism. There's only one way to end the communism, and I'm gonna take care of it for us, okay? Do it. I'll take care of it. All right. No more communism. Tastes like avocados, honestly. Where did Intero go? Don't worry, I'll shit him out before the season reveal. After the season reveal, sorry. He'll be there to cast. Might stink a little bit, but he'll be fine. That bus again. Did we get the season reveal after this, I think? Alright. Season reveal time, chat. The last thing we saw was the Titanic.
Welcome back, friends, to the Invitational. You know, one thing that I really think is the best part of the Invitational is that it's not just about the game itself and the esport, but about the people that make this whole thing run. You saw our talent and the players talking about their journeys to get to Invitational, their impact on the scene and what the scene has impacted them over the past few years. Well, there's a lot of people that made Siege what it is today. One of them is a good friend of ours here in the esports scene for sure, and he's getting a commendation. Congratulations, get flanked. Here's your commendation, my friend. Enjoy.
5 seconds.
Let's go! I consider myself an educator because, you know, in a lot of ways I'm trying to allow other people to learn from my mistakes. And, you know, whenever I discover something, whenever I learn from one of my own mistakes, I pass it on to other people, hopefully preventing them from making the same one or shortening their skill or learning curve. Name is Dylan Clark. Go by Get Flanked really nice. Online and Ingame. I live in Pennsylvania now. Grew up in a small town called Jane Lou in West Virginia. With a family of 2 kids and a wife. Get ready. I'm a full-time content creator for YouTube, Twitch. I also host a podcast called the Lajabon Podcast with Zeronic. And yeah, just make videos about mainly Rainbow Six Siege. I discovered the game when the E3 reveal was released in 2014. He's in the bathroom! I think initially what attracted me to the game is just how cool it is. You know, at that time, I'd never played a game where you could rappel upside down in a lobby and, you know, kill an enemy while they're walking underneath of you. I'd never played a game with this much destruction. So initially it was just like eye candy, you know, it was really cool. But once you get in and I realized, oh my gosh, you know, the droning is a game within itself. The challenge is what has kept me in the game. And the depth is
that
what has
siege
kept me
actually
in the
never
game.
took place.
But
That was
initially, the game
E3
just looked cool to me.
footage.
At that time, I was in Bedford, yeah, and I was still in the Army, and I was working as an aircraft mechanic. That was my real job, and YouTube was still just a hobby. But whenever I switched over to Rainbow Six Siege in year 2, that's when the channel really started gaining momentum and taking off. And after about a year, I made the decision to go full-time content creator, and that would have been
I think I shrunk myself.
and right around March of 2018. I started making tip videos for like a clan that I was in, like just about call-outs. And then it just kind of progressed from there. You know, you think about an attacking round in Rainbow Six Siege, you don't know how to rappel, you don't know where the objective is, you don't know how to use your drone, you don't know what operators to do, you don't know what hard breaches are. There's so much that you don't know.
I can't get any shorter, yep.
Give it 40 hours, you know, and get over the hump. But if you do, if you get over that hump, I promise you, you will be playing one of the most rewarding games that you will ever play in your entire life. For the instructional videos, it's usually, I'll have a moment in a game where I'm like, wow, that is something I didn't realize before, or that's something that's very useful, and I think that other people would really benefit from that knowledge. And then usually I'll have that concept, maybe I'll write it on my dry erase board, the idea, how to drone properly, and then I'll continue playing, and then while I'm playing, I'll be looking for additional clips or context for that tip. There is a challenge there because, and especially with Rainbow Six Siege, because we all know how rounds of Rainbow Six Siege don't go according to plan. So it can be sometimes multiple games, multiple days before you have an opportunity to get another clip that demonstrates what you want to talk about. And then after that, I'll collect the clips, lay down a commentary that lays out the ideas, play the gameplay background in the back and talk about it that illustrates the idea or the concept or the tip, record, get it out there, and then just make it live.
Come on, man. That's on me. That's on me. Oh my goodness.
You can make a tip video every day for the rest of your life about Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, you never stop learning, and that's the greatest part about the game. And people who say, well, I already know everything about Rainbow Six Siege, I guarantee you that they don't know everything about one of the maps. You can still show them a new line of sight they've never seen, or
50,000 hours in this game,
a new
and
way
I
to
learn
attack an
shit
objective
every day.
So my passion is teaching new players how to play a game and get more enjoyment out of a game. Rainbow Six Siege is the perfect vessel for that.
Just the excitement with which Get Flanked approaches Siege in general, it's clear that kind of rising through the difficulty and learning something new every time that you play the game, it comes through in what he creates and what he shares with the community.
What are you going to do if the game's too complicated? First thing you do is you Google it or you go on YouTube and you look for a video. And usually, these are the videos that you're finding of Get Flanked, a lot of content creators that are explaining to you, hey, we're here to democratize the information for you to learn it. And you'll see one of the best things about Rainbow Six is that when you improve as a player, you know immediately that you improve and reflects in your gameplay. And that's ultimately the perfect player satisfaction that you look for.
In most situations, the things that come the easiest aren't the things that we necessarily get the most
Turn mic
satisfaction
up, it's
out
fine.
of, or that we appreciate the most.
Is it really low, or are you guys
and
just
it's
trolling?
very easy
All right,
to be
calm the spam
somebody
down.
who just wants instant gratification, but like Siege, if most things that are challenging, that take time, that you have to work towards,
good.
when you do actually get to
Probably
that
when I
point,
lay back,
it's usually a lot more rewarding.
But I mean, I'm gonna be up here for when we're actually watching.
Congratulations to Get Flanked on all that he does to the community. A lot of people have learned from what he's had on his channel, talking about the game, how complex Siege can be. But this is what we have. What I said in the video is to democratize the information, making sure that everybody has something to learn. In a game like Siege, look, analysts, casters, we all get to learn every single day. If you want to bridge the esport and the casual gameplay,
Milosh has got the good fit.
There is nobody that does it better than Get Flanked. Congratulations again, and here he is to say thank you for everybody that supported him.
What is up, everybody? I'm Get Flanked, and what an honor it is to receive this commendation for the 2022 Six Invitational. It's one of the proudest moments of my life, and I think the only thing that could possibly make it better is if we were all together under the same roof, watching Invite together, cheering for our favorite teams, seeing all the cosplayers, and just hanging out as a community once again. Hopefully we'll get that back next year, and if so, I'll be there. Rainbow Six Siege has changed my life. It's been the catalyst for so many good things for me. I have been able to work my dream job as a content creator for the last 4 years. I've gotten to travel around the world and go to some really cool events. I've made lifelong friends through this game that I've shared so many special memories with. It feels weird to receive something else from the game, like this award. I feel like I owe so much to the game, and it's a debt that I'll never repay. So let me just thank a few people here real quick. I first want to thank the Rainbow Six Siege dev team. Anybody that's worked on the game over the years, thank you so much for making this game that we love and continuing to support it over the last 6 years. I also want to thank the community. The Siege community is the best community in gaming, and I thank everybody for their passion they have for this game. Everybody who has watched one of my videos, left an encouraging comment, tuned into one of my streams, thank you. You have made my dreams come true. I also want to thank the people I've had the privilege of working with through Dark Zero Esports, as well as the podcast that I've done over the years. It's truly been an honor, and I thank you so much.
I look annoyed.
I want to thank my wife and kids.
Tired.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be obsessed with this crazy game over the last 6 years. It's been awesome, and here's to a good year 7.
Thank you so much, Get Flanked. Congratulations again on your commendation for being one of the big pillars of the Rainbow Six community and teaching all of us a thing or two about the game we love most. And speaking of the game we love most, we often go to Invitational to kind of talk about the past and how we got here, but we also love to talk about the future. And you know what the future holds for Rainbow Six Siege? It's a 7th year, and hopefully more to come. So what is in year 7? I really hope you're ready for this.
This is it.
This I know
Year
a little
7
bit
of
about.
Rainbow Six Siege. It's bigger, it's better, and it's building on the best parts of the game we know and love. I'm your host, Camille Salazar-Hadaway, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to our showcase, the reveal of all of our plans for the year to come. And let's just say, there's a lot to talk about. To celebrate our Year 7 kickoff, we'll be giving you a gift to thank you for being a part of this amazing community. It's an exclusive charm you'll only be able to get here, and it's only available for the next 24 hours. Keep an eye out during the show for the code displayed on screen. Now, let's get to it. To present our Year 7 roadmap and talk about the future of Rainbow Six Siege, here's our creative director, Alexander Karpazes, and business strategy director, Mohammed Benhanada.
I have the link for you, chat, so you don't have to worry about that link. I'll get it.
Year 7 is huge for us, and we've learned a lot with Year 6. First of all, this is the first year where we've completely worked from home as a team, and with that brings so many challenges. So now that we're really comfortable in the cadence of content that we're bringing to the game, we want to step that up with Year 7. What that means is we're bringing in a lot of new content and we're bringing in a lot of impactful features. We've worked extremely hard on the core of the game and we're really proud of where it's at. But it also means that Year 7 is now the time to add to it to make sure that new players feel welcomed, and we're focusing on anti-cheat and player protection to make sure everybody who is playing the game feels like they belong, that they can still contribute to the game, and the game's still fun to play on top of that core. So this is something that we really want to dedicate ourselves to, on top of really big and impactful features that are coming every single season.
So for Year 7, we'll be bringing 4 seasons as usual and a new operator each season. First off, in Year 7 Season 1, we'll be heading to Japan, so a country that we already visited but that we love. In Season 2, we'll be heading back to Europe, in Belgium more specifically. In Season 3, we'll be heading back to Asia in Singapore. And in Season 4, we'll be heading to South America in Colombia. We're really excited this year. We'll be bringing new maps to the game. This has been a long time, actually 3 years that we have brought new maps into Siege. First off, in Season 1, we'll be heading to an Irish country club. In Season 2, we'll be trying something different. We'll be going to Greece, but on a team deathmatch map. So this is something where we'll obviously gather your feedbacks, as this is new for us. And in Season 3, we'll be heading to Singapore, so the same country as the operator. So for events, we'll be bringing a seasonal event every season, as we usually do. This being said, since we are doing a lot of efforts in bringing new maps to the game, we'll be using our favorite events with new gameplay modifiers and new customization. We might have a surprise or two during the year for new events. And as far as arcades go, we'll be bringing new arcades into the game and on a more frequent basis.
Year 7 pass. What is this? Is it the bring back the season
We
pass?
know that a lot of players like the one-stop purchase that was the year pass. This is why we're bringing it back for Year 7. So there will be 2 versions of the year pass, the Year 7 pass and the Year 7 premium pass. These will give you the access to the 4 operators in early access like before, exclusive customization, and access to the 4 battle pass or the 4 premium bundle battle passes. So this is something that will be available for a time-limited period up until March 21st. For the
Okay.
battle pass, our goal is to keep improving it season after season. What you saw last season with the premium bundle, where we added 20 tiers, is just the beginning. For Year 7 S1, we have a lot of improvements coming up. First off, the Battle Pass is going to last all the way up until the end of the season, so that you will have more time in order to have the rewards that you want. Secondly, the challenges are going to be lasting all the way up to the end of the season, so you'll have more time to complete the challenges and progress
that's kinda
faster
cool.
inside of it. Lastly, we're adding something new to the Battle Pass called the Bravo Packs. This is a new type of pack that will feature premium curated list of content, but also with no duplicates at all. This is the first couple of improvements that we have coming up for the year on the Battle Pass, so stay tuned for more during the year.
The last couple of years, we focused on the simulation and on the end-of-year tournament. This year, you see a huge divide between Nighthaven and the Rainbow Six Siege squad. And because of that, Harry's now breaking up Rainbow Six into smaller squads. You'll see team captains leading in a specialized force, and they'll start moving across the globe, doing what they've been trained to do, to put their lives on the line. And that brings a lot more focus on their military background, and you'll see an arc of storytelling throughout the year. With this change, you'll see operators interacting with each other more often, and you'll see each squad take on a unique identity that you can follow along and also root for them as they go out into the world.
Lore's always cool, I guess. I'm not as into it, but hey, that's fine.
The protection of our community is important and key to Siege. We are continuously looking on ways to improve it and to make the game more accessible to have the best experience possible. Our dev team has more to share.
Player protection, c'est un sujet qui est très important pour nous à Rainbow Six Siege, mais aussi à Ubisoft. Ce faisant, avec l'équipe Player Behavior et des services internes à Ubisoft, nous avons travaillé sur un set d'options qui seront mis en place en dehors du jeu, mais aussi à l'intérieur du jeu. Le premier permettant d'augmenter votre vie privée au niveau compte. Le deuxième permettant de protéger votre gameplay privacy, tout en jouant. Avec le lancement de la saison 1, nous ferons aussi des améliorations au niveau de la détection des abus qui sont effectués par des joueurs et qui déconnectent juste après les avoir faits. Un bon exemple est le cas d'un joueur se connectant à un match, lançant une frag grenade de façon à blesser un teammate et se déconnectant pour éviter toute sanction. Ce n'est pas acceptable à l'heure actuelle. Nous allons donc améliorer nos détections de façon à neutraliser cette frag grenade afin qu'elle ne pénalise pas un joueur fair. Match Replay est un super système qui a été ajouté au sein de Rainbow Six Siege. Nous avons entendu la communauté sur le fait de pouvoir reporter des joueurs générant de la toxicité ou du cheating au sein de notre jeu via le match replay. Ce faisant, nous allons ajouter des options de reporting où les joueurs pourront signaler tout joueur ayant des comportements perturbateurs ou des cas de cheating directement à notre équipe. Depuis bientôt 1 an, nous avons effectué un shadow deployment du Reputation System. Durant l'année 7, c'est là où nous allons commencer à mettre en place un rollout de notre système de réputation par phase. La première phase et les phases subséquentes seront tournées autour des préventives sanctions. En saison 2, nous allons nous attaquer aux récidivistes qui abusent du friendly fire, mais aussi du reverse friendly fire. La résultante de cette sanction est induite par le fait de ne plus pouvoir faire de friendly fire à travers un match sur une durée long terme. Nous allons appliquer ce système-là aussi au voice chat, mais aussi au chat écrit, ce qui nous permettra d'aller bloquer les récidivistes. Une personne se trouvant sous cette sanction-là ne pourra plus utiliser les canaux de voice et de written chat. Elle n'est pas appliquée pour un match et enlevée pour le match suivant, mais elle va se transposer sur plusieurs matchs. Avec la saison 3, nous ferons l'introduction du Reputation Score en mode bêta auprès de nos joueurs. Via cet affichage de Reputation Score, nous souhaitons commencer un pré-onboarding qui permettra à nos joueurs de savoir comment ils sont perçus par le système, mais aussi par rapport aux autres joueurs. Ainsi, ils auront un Reputation Score qui leur seront appliqués avant une activation complète. Et avec saison 4, le nouveau Reputation System. À partir de ce moment-là, un système de récompenses et de sanctions commencera à être déployé. Pour un joueur ayant une mauvaise réputation, il pourrait se trouver en phase de game mode restreint de malus au niveau des alpha packs, etc., de ne plus avoir accès aux test serveurs, etc. On veut cependant que les sanctions qui sont appliquées auprès d'un joueur soient vraiment reliées à son behavior. Donc une personne qui initie du Friendly Fire se trouvera avec des sanctions reliées au Friendly Fire et non pas des sanctions reliées au malus de Renown. Tous les sujets autour du player behavior, des comportements perturbateurs et de l'anti-cheat sont des sujets complexes. Il n'y a pas une seule solution, ce sont beaucoup d'itérations et c'est quelque chose sur lequel nous voulons travailler activement et c'est une priorité pour Rainbow Six Siege.
Accessibility is something that is really important for us as we want any players that want to enjoy Siege to be able to do so. In order to do that, we'll be bringing 2 improvements to the game. First off, the side colors. The side colors is something that we've already added to the game. This time around, we're improving it to make sure that it's as clear as possible and give more customization and options to the players. As for the team colors gadget, what we want to do with this is that we want to make it clearer for the players which gadgets belong to which team. In order to do so, the gadgets will be colored for your team versus the enemy team. This will make sure that, as a player, I understand way more what is going on the battlefield. We know that there's a lot of players that are colorblind, so we want to make sure to give them options in order to be more inclusive as a game for everyone.
Donc en ce qui concerne la visée, c'est plus dur de viser et de contrôler avec une manette par rapport à un clavier souris. Donc là, aujourd'hui, on a très peu d'options pour le joueur. Donc pour avoir plus de flexibilité et de confort, donc ce qu'on veut, c'est rajouter une gamme d'options pour le joueur afin qu'il puisse tweaker, paramétrer comme il veut sa manette. Donc pour donner des exemples simples, donc déjà, on veut séparer les réglages entre juste regarder et la DS. Comme ça, le joueur peut paramétrer différemment les deux cas.
Cool.
Mais aussi, par exemple, de pouvoir paramétrer les vitesses de rotation. Donc, par exemple, verticalement et horizontalement. Par rapport au recall, on veut davantage personnaliser les recalls sur console. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, on applique une valeur stricte arbitraire de 20% en moins de recall pour les joueurs console et on veut sortir de ça. Donc on veut vraiment prendre les weapons et puis les paramétrer de manière individuelle, comme on le fait déjà sur PC. Les joueurs PC peuvent paramétrer le champ de vision de 60 à 90. Par contre, sur console, les joueurs sont bloqués à 60 et n'ont pas de possibilité de pouvoir jouer avec ce chiffre. Donc ça, c'est une frustration pour les joueurs. C'est quelque chose qu'ils demandent depuis très longtemps. Donc je suis contente de dire qu'on est en train de travailler dessus. Et donc là, ça va offrir plus de confort pour le joueur parce que finalement, ça va élargir le champ de vision. Pour le joueur, donc ils vont pouvoir voir des choses, plus de choses, d'éléments autour d'eux, et donc c'est un réel avantage pour le jeu.
Siege is in constant evolution. It is important to create an environment where new players can learn the game we all love. Let's find out more about the dev team's vision of gameplay, balancing, and onboarding.
So for year 7, we are adding 3 main things. So first, we will add a team deathmatch playlist to the
EDM
offer.
is so fun.
Then we will revamp the rank experience and also add the permanent arcade playlist. Today, the team is not very happy about 2 things on rank. First, it's seen by the player as a progression system, that you should progress in terms of ranks, but in fact the system is trying to guess your rank as fast as possible, and it's not at all a progression. We want to fix that. If I take the experience of an average bronze player, he will start after his placement matches probably in silver or low silver, and then he will gradually go back to bronze and maybe low bronze, and it's not necessarily a very rewarding experience. With the new system, he will start in copper and will always go up until he reaches his bronze, and maybe since he will play more, on the time being he will get stronger and maybe reach silver or might reach gold. So we want everybody to be able to progress from the start to where they belong. Also, this place is supposed to be the ultimate competitive experience, but today the reward is only 1 charm per season and it's a bit lackluster. So first, we are improving 2 things for the reward. the number of rewards you will get, that will increase by a lot, and also the way you get them. So the way you get your reward, right now, it's a bit strange, because if you are platinum, you won't get the copper charm. So it makes the copper charm as rare as the platinum charm, and it doesn't make any sense. So if you are platinum in the new system, you will get all the rewards from the previous rank: gold, silver, bronze, and copper. We are making every rank 100 points from each other, and we are putting a reward for each rank. So it means that gold 4 will get a reward, gold 3 will get a reward, gold 2 will get a reward, and so on. So you will always be in the reach of your next reward. So right now the current target for the new rank system is Year 7 Season 3. So in Year 7, what we want to do is to offer more variety in terms of content to the Siege player, because we have many playlists that are very serious, even Quick Match is a bit serious. But players, they are asking for a more relaxed experience, fun, more variety, less stress, and we are trying to give them that this year. So first, like I said, we are adding the Team Deathmatch. That will be a permanent playlist. We tried for 2 years now to add arcade in the game. That was very short time, but we see a demand from the community to replay those arcade more often. So we decided to create a playlist where you will have the different arcade that we've created rotating every week. And of course, we will be adding more as the season progresses, and we will always listen to the community depending on the ones that are their favorite or the one that they like less. This year I think it's going to be very exciting, because between the new way to play Siege with the Team Deathmatch and the arcade and the new rank mode that will really create a competitive journey every season, I think it's one of the most exciting years for playlists.
I'm happy with everything so
onboarding
far.
on Siege is a very complex issue, because Siege is a very complex game. We need to make sure that we don't mask how complicated the game is, and make sure that we prepare a player for their first PvP match, and so that they contribute towards their team and they understand why Siege is fun and why it's been around for as long as it has. A few facets that we're looking into. One would be learn areas. So the first of which would be at the shooting range. So these are playable spaces that the players can enter. Players are actually getting hands-on in these learning experiences without the pressure of being within a match. Another element is help systems. So these help systems will be supportive elements that we are going to provide for players. The first of which for help systems is the operator tips. Operator Tips is a new system where players are going to be able to bring up information about an operator or secondary gadgets. And not only can you read, but you can also watch and learn how to pull off those different gadgets and how to be using those abilities in your favor and to help you contribute towards your team. We're also looking at new ways to introduce Siege to players, whether they're new to Siege entirely or whether we're returning. Playable tutorials that players can get their hands on. For example, there's a lot of different elements that we do not introduce in situations, such as droning. We need to do better at preparing players for the elements that they're going to be finding when they get into PvP, so that way we can reduce any kind of confusion they may be occurring and helping them relate to the situation they find themselves in. Furthermore, we want to provide rewards that are very interesting for players that are new to Siege, because we do know that some of the systems, the progression systems that we have in Siege, are really geared towards experienced players and don't offer a lot of utility or interest for players that don't have a lot of operators or don't necessarily have the ability to equip the cosmetics that they're earning by playing in our progression systems.
Okay. I mean, all this
Aujourd'hui, on a une équipe dédiée qui s'occupe de l'équilibrage du jeu, qui se trouve à Barcelone. Et donc, cette équipe, elle s'occupe d'ajuster, de retravailler, de modifier les caractéristiques des armes et des opérateurs, que ce soit leur habilité principale ou les génériques gadgets. Et aussi, elle les améliore et crée de nouveaux systèmes. Donc, pour la NS7, on a beaucoup de rework. Donc d'abord, en ce qui concerne les opérateurs, donc on a déjà communiqué sur Valkyrie et Goyo qui vont arriver début d'année, mais aussi nous travaillons par exemple sur Zero pour que sa caméra n'auto-perce plus automatiquement la surface, mais que ça soit un choix du joueur, donc que ça soit manuel. Nous avons aussi Bandit, donc de pouvoir déployer une batterie, plusieurs batteries sur un même mur. Nous avons Dokebi, donc Dokebi qui puisse affecter les joueurs éliminés par son appel. Et le gros rework là en cours, c'est Thatcher. Pour Thatcher, ce qu'on voudrait, c'est d'augmenter le plafond de compétences pour l'utilisation de son gadget. Parce qu'aujourd'hui, c'est un throwable, on peut lancer très loin, l'effet est très grand et ça passe à travers les murs. Donc il n'y a pas beaucoup de risques avec Thatcher. Thatcher aussi est beaucoup banni, donc c'est quelque chose qui aussi nous dérange. Donc c'est pour ça qu'on est en train de travailler Thatcher. Donc on a eu plusieurs itérations. Donc pour Thatcher, notre prochaine itération qu'on doit tester, c'est finalement là, c'est pas de garder la MP grenade, mais pouvoir aussi la cooker. Donc plus on la cook, qu'on la garde dans la main, plus son range va être grand. Donc son aire d'effet. Donc ça met un petit peu plus demande un peu plus de compétences. Donc l'équipe balancing travaille également sur un générique gadget, donc qui est une EMP grenade. Donc ça, c'est pour faire une alternative à Thatcher. Donc un peu comme ce qu'on fait déjà dans le jeu, où on a Termite et Hibana, Maverick, et on a proposé récemment le générique gadget Heartbreach. Nous, notre objectif est que chaque décision du joueur repose sur un processus réfléchi. Donc de réfléchir aux bons outils par rapport à la situation. Donc c'est pour ça que nous, on est en train de regarder pour rendre les opérateurs, réduire les opérateurs bons à tout faire. Parce qu'on ne veut pas que chaque opérateur puisse répondre à toutes les situations.
Crossplay and cross progression, chat.
Unfortunately, we're going to be postponing crossplay and cross progression. In order to ship all the content that you've just seen, crossplay and cross progression is going to be taking a little bit more time. Also, the technological transition that we need to do as a live game that has 6 years of life behind us is taking a little bit more time than expected. Therefore, crossplay and cross progression is going to be shipping towards the end of the year. I'm really, really proud of the work that's being done in order to ship all of this content. Whether you're a casual player that plays couple times during the season, or that you're a pro player that plays every day and thousands of hours, we want Siege to be something that is inclusive and that everyone can enjoy in their different pace. Actually, this is probably the biggest year that Siege ever has. And when we made the commitment that we're here to stay, this is really a showcase of it. When we're talking about onboarding, new maps, player behavior, all of this is a true testament of the fact that we are here to stay.
Siege wouldn't be the same without our esports community. Wei Yu, esports director, is here to tell you what you can expect from the competitive scene.
We have a lot of features planned for esports and viewership engagement. The biggest one probably for the year is going to be the free cam, or the ghost cam as some of you might know it. It is the ability to detach the camera from the operators and roam the entire map no matter where the action is taking place. This should be possible for both the caster cam as well as during the replay functionality. So when it comes to the replay functionality, we're trying to make a lot of different changes to improve the overall quality of life, just to make the usage easier. The main thing we want to tackle with the replay functionality is the backward compatibility. Right now, when a hotfix comes out or a new patch arrives, the replay files become unusable. In the future, we want them to have at least a shelf life of the entire season, so you don't have to re-download a client to watch previous replays. When it comes to our competitive roadmap this year, we already know the destinations for our 3 majors. The first major will take place in North America. The second major in August, we're heading to either Europe or maybe the Middle East. And the third major in November will take place in Asia Pacific. Our team has also been making long-term plans in terms of the 6th Invitational. We know that starting in 2024, the SI will travel the world. However, there is a chance that we begin this progress already in 2023, so stay tuned and see where the SI will take place next year. When it comes to R6 share, we have been working on multiple improvements across the board. The biggest one is probably the revenue share between Ubisoft and our partnered organizations. From now on, when you purchase a team item of your favorite organization, the organization will receive 50% of the revenues instead of 30%. To really recognize the contributions of our partners, we're also adding additional items to R6 Share. We're doing this by expanding the number of teams in Tier 1 to 15 teams. All of them will get full operator bundles, the weapon skins, and additional MTX items. Additionally, every Tier 3 team will move into the Tier 2 category, meaning you have more ways to support your favorite teams and there will be more items overall in the esports ecosystem. With 2022, we are also adding a new customization category for R6 Share, which is the operator background card. These will be included in the team bundles that you purchase, and they're flexible. It means you can use it for any of your favorite operators to represent your favorite team. So these were the high-level updates for R6 Esports in 2022, but we have a lot more information coming up on our website and our social media channels.
Wow, we've covered so much for this new year, and we can't
I think
wait
the
for you to get
website
your
crashed,
hands on
chat.
all the content to come. Before we end the show, here's our creative director, Alexander Karpazes, for a final word.
So the roadmap brings a lot of visibility, and we also want to continue our improvement in communicating with you, the community, and the players every single time that
The
we make a
website.
change.
I'm gonna tweet it
So
out
you'll
right
see
now.
The roadmap change every single season as we update it when we want to add new things, but also with the nature of a live game, things do change and we do shuffle things around. So you'll see at the start of every season, we're going to update this message and make sure that you're up to date with what we're doing. We're immensely excited about what's to come in Siege, and you can also expect a few more surprises along the way, because the Siege team will never rest on its laurels. We're always pushing what needs to come next, as well as listening to you, the community. Siege is a live game, and we'll always be evolving. What's important to us, though, as a team, is to make sure that we keep on pushing ourselves to deliver more and more, and to make sure that what's there keeps on getting better. And year 7 is going to be huge for us, and beyond year 7 is going to be even bigger. We want to make sure that we're entirely ambitious in what we set out to do for Rainbow Six Siege. My love for this game and the team's dedication means that we'll
Have
always
you guys been
be
able to,
pushing
like-
for more on Siege. We'll always try to push ourselves to do better and to give more to you, the community. And that's our promise to you, to be
Is it actually
bigger and
redeeming for you
better
guys?
in year 7
Eh,
and in the
whatever.
future years to make
Honestly, I'm really happy overall with everything. You guys can type exclamation point code. It seems like the website is down, but whatever. If you're missing it, you could do exclamation point code, and I put a tweet out to it and with all the information on how to grab it and everything, so. I think the site is crashing. Barca, Bassett, 2 months up. What's going on?
My friends, we all know Rainbow Six, much like everything in life, is made by individuals. It's propped up by the efforts and energies of some of the most talented people in the world. And one person that a lot of people's opinion, including mine, has made the game what it is today. We commend our MVP at the Invitational here, our colleague, Michael Kickstar Stockley.
If not after these people, these wonderful people, thank you.
Thank you.
Then I wouldn't be able to do my job to the same standard that I do it. And yeah, I mean, I go up on the stage and I talk, but there's so much that goes into it that's not just me talking. I mean, thank you. It's not about the players, and it's not about me, and it's not about the people organizing, it's not about the makeup artists, it's about all of us. It's about all the little components. You need people.
I think that he is Rainbow Six. He's been around since the beginning. Everybody knows who he is.
He's probably one of the most well-known casters out of all the casters in the game, and I think he's also one of the most knowledgeable.
I just think Kix understands it a little deeper than everybody else.
People can recognize his sincerity.
Whenever I look at the dedication and the commitment for him to do that, it's commendable for sure.
Pretty much the way they worked is I was playing professionally. I popped up on Ubisoft's radar, and then suddenly in the middle of season 3, I left professional play, and at the same time, a casting spot opened up. They approached me and they're like, "Hey, you want to fly to Poland and cast season 3?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" I had the game knowledge, but I didn't know how to get it out. I just guess got better doing it. I remember working as a stock boy. You put fruit on shelf, and then all of a sudden you're doing casting, and it's like, okay, you need to be prepared. You need to look good doing it. You need to be able to eloquently, and concisely throw out your thought in a way that is actually enticing to people. You need to manage momentum. You have to manage tone, cadence, intonation, etc. And I like that. The people around me, everyone's pushing forward. Everyone wants to do the very, very best that they can. It's enticing and it's challenging. I like that.
Kix put in a substantial amount of work, not just with his previous duos, but with me as well when I jumped onto the scene. And when we became a partnership and a casting duo, we spent a lot of time going over the fundamentals of casting. There are certain things that you need to focus on, and there's certain information you need to be able to get out in an entertaining but concise enough manner that doesn't exclude a portion of the viewership, so it has to be relatable. And you have to do it in a way that doesn't disrupt or distract from what you're seeing in front of you. And it's not easy. He went from being one of the most popular streamers and players to probably the most popular commentator that we have in our scene.
With Parker, the energy is just so different. It's so much more fun to watch the two of them bounce off each other. The energy is really vibrant and exciting, and I think that drew a lot more viewers in, is to be able to see that, the chemistry of the two of them on screen. It's a lot of fun. Because their personalities are different, but they really support each other in a good way.
Kickstar is the best duo I could possibly ask for, and I think the best duo that anybody could ask for. He's not just a great person, but he's tremendous at his job. His understanding of the game, the passion that he brings, his ability to convey that, and the way that we bounce off of each other is just, to me, it's unparalleled. There's nobody else who does it like him.
You have to understand, when I was a kid, I had crippling social anxiety. I could not go outside. I couldn't let people see me. One day my mom just took me by the shoulders and she's like, "Michael, nobody gives a shit what you look like. They're all too fixated on themselves." And I thought really long and hard on that, and I was like, oh yeah, you know what? She's right. And then, yeah, I started, being a little bit more used to just going out and doing things and being okay with being seen. But before that, I didn't really go outside very much. I didn't do things very much. I kept to myself. I kept in my corner. I've always been like that.
From where he was as a teenager when I first met him to where he is just a world of difference. The Rainbow Six community offered him an opportunity to make mistakes and grow, and they stuck by him. And it just allowed him to meet the type of people that allowed him to be the man he is.
C'est quelqu'un qui a tellement été associé à ce jeu, c'est quelqu'un qui a tellement travaillé avec nous quasiment dès le début, qui a tellement porté ce jeu, que pour nous, c'était un membre de l'équipe de développement.
This period of growth was incredible. And he got to start doing things that he always wanted to do. And he started improving upon things that he'd always wanted to improve upon. We started to see the best version of Michael that we'd ever seen. He was happy. He was the happiest I'd ever seen him.
His great talent, bringing people together, making people want to listen to him, to learn more about the game. I think that's something that we'll always remember Kickstart for.
The legacy he leaves behind is absolutely massive. Massive. This game doesn't get to where it is without him. I firmly believe that. This esport doesn't get to the point that it got to without him.
He was such a personality in Rainbow Six, as a streamer, as a commentator, a positive light. That's something that will never leave my mind, because Kix was an incredible person and his legacy will live on forever. But the best way to remember him is what he taught us, which is love, respect for one another, dedication to your craft, and being someone that cares about others.
He was huge. He was everywhere, and he meant so much to everybody.
I feel like I've gotten a lot, very lucky as well. You have to understand that, I've done my own thing and I've had my success, but I know there are many others who placed in my position could do just as well as I have, if not better. I mean, that's a big part of doing anything along the lines of what I'm doing right now is you gotta get a little lucky.
Thanks so much, Michael, for all you've done to us, your colleagues, your friends, your neighbors, and to the entire Siege community. You're our MVP commendation. And this was already planned in 2021, but unfortunately we know how 2020 went and the preparation for the year. And that's how we got to this position where, you know what, it's the perfect time to get to it. For all those that are watching, just to get it out of the way, a Kix charm will be available specifically for this commendation at the Invitational. It will be available for everybody worldwide. The code will be flashing up. You can add it to your game, and we're going to be sharing it all over so you can have it in your matches. Add it to all your skins, all your weapons, and show the love to one of our favorite people in the whole wide world. And I just want to start off with introducing the wonderful people that I have here on stage. I'm Milosh. I'm just the guy that's about to talk about his best friend. Carol, Kix's mother.
Hi.
Thomas, his stepdad.
Hello.
And Parker Mackay, his partner in crime.
Yes, hello.
So to talk about it first, you're here because you've accepted the MVP commendation that Michael was anyways supposed to have because of the incredible work that he's done. See the trophy that's on here? That's for all the work that he's done. But Michael means much more than just a trophy to people. He is the heart of the community for so many people, esports and not. And we kind of want to talk about how he got to the heights that he did, because his story is an incredible one. And Carol, you're his mom. You've known him the longest out of anybody on this earth. So I want to ask you, before we got to meet him, how was he? How did he get to, I'm Gamer Michael and I'm going off to Poland?
Oh, he spent a lot of time in his room. And that crippling social anxiety definitely was a thing. He spent a lot of time, but he had decided at some point he wanted to be a pro gamer. And I said, if you're going to be a pro, you got to practice. If you're going to go pro, you got to show me you can. So he would practice 8 hours a day, even on school days, and he was hyper-focused on doing it right. So he would grind, and he wanted to build a team. He wanted to work within the community to really find something that was going to take him far. And that focus just kept rolling as soon as he got traction within the game. So I think the game helped him actually leave his room.
It definitely did. And we were talking about how he actually went to his first event, how he's kind of packing up and getting ready to go. And Thomas, you helped him out in this case because Michael sometimes could be forgetful of some things.
Just a little bit. So the story goes that Carol was taking Michael to San Francisco airport, and I get a call from Carol saying Michael has forgotten his passport. And I had just gotten home from elementary school as a teacher, and I figure out where it is, call Michael and tell him I have it. And he was despondent. He was like, all right, I'm never going to be able to do this. I can't. I'm like, dude, I'm on my way. Get there. And you have to understand that Michael came into my life when he was a teenager. And so it's very, very difficult for teenagers to deal with the step-parent. And I think he was generally shocked that I drove out there and got out and gave it to him. And I think that's probably one of the first times I got a huge hug from him. And I just told him, like this is it. Just go. It's time. And so, yeah.
He went, he played, he competed. He was one of the top players in the world, not just in North America. And he was so good that he got called over to talk about his biggest passion. Now, that is a huge career change for any person. But for Michael, who you say was so used to fixated, spending hours and hours and hours every day, competing and getting to that high level, was that a bit of a shock when he got the call, like, hey, would you like to come over?
I asked him about it later because I noticed how natural he looked on screen doing it, because we watched it. We wanted to follow as much of that as we could. And it told me that the people watching him had faith in him as well, that he had on-screen presence, that they could see he was a good player, that he knew what he was doing. So hearing him and seeing him talk about his play and representing his team, I don't know if he did tell me that he was a little surprised, like, why me?
Fair.
And I looked at him like, why not you? And eventually he grew into that.
Just out of nowhere, I remember a YouTube video, he just packing up and moving over to Poland and showing, I'm here. I'm going to cast Pro League. It's a huge passion. I can actually show off all my knowledge for the game. And after kind of a bit of that time of settling in, we saw him wanting to evolve and to grow beyond that. And that's where you, Parker Mackay,
don't blame me for this.
Step into the picture. I blame you for your hair and nothing more. Yeah.
Hurtful.
Let's be honest. But you stepped in, both of us pretty much within days of one another, coming in, speaking to Michael, getting to know him, and getting to work with him. How is that like? Because you yourself stepped in out of nowhere. You're now with this veteran at this point of Siege.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing either, right? I'd never been out of North America before, and I was going over to Poland. I didn't know anything about it, and I'd been in conversation with Michael for probably about 2.5 months before I ended up getting the call. And he said, oh, Poland it's very unique. You're not going to expect what the country is like. I can tell you all about it. He goes, I don't really leave my house, which, is shocker.
Yeah, sure.
And he said, I go to the grocery store and I go down to the train station to get fast food, and that's about it. And I get there, and we both kind of found our way together, right? Like, I was the type of person who, I'm in a foreign country, I'm in a foreign continent, I want to explore, and you were as well. We wanted to go places, we wanted to go to restaurants, we wanted to see things and travel, and a lot of times we had to drag him, like, kicking or screaming out of his shell. And I remember the first time that we ever went, we went to Krakow, and he didn't sleep the whole night. And I said, okay, we've got an 8 a.m. bus to go to Krakow, and he messages me at 7:30, and he goes, are we still doing this? I said, well, of course we are. He goes, oh, I haven't slept in 22 hours. And
Not
that was
surprised.
just, of course. And it was an adventure, and we had a great time, but it was just like we were both learning. And it was a foreign country where it was kind of scary, but we learned it together.
He loved to share experiences with the people around him. He didn't always know how to vocalize his appreciation of the people around him, at least in his early days. Definitely changed to a very different person, over the years. But even just, I'm really excited to build this computer. I haven't slept for 36 hours. Parker really remembers that day because, a bit of a difficulty in that time. But run over, build a computer with him. Okay, I'm happy. Now I can play and I can rest. And he's him back in it. And he wanted to do it with people around him because he wanted to share it. Is that something that was a trait of his even before as a kid and continued on?
Absolutely. Absolutely. If you wanted him to do chores, he would refuse to do the chores outright and just put his foot down and say, no, I'm not doing it. But if somebody else started doing that chore, emptying the dishwasher or cooking or whatever, he would join in and he would talk the whole time. So there would be a conversation and he would just ease into doing whatever it was he was supposed to do. As long as he didn't have to do it alone, he felt like it wasn't a job. It was community. He was so community focused for somebody who was so intentionally isolated. And talking about Krakow, because I came to visit him in 2017, and I said, let's take the train to Krakow. And he said, no, I'm going to look it up on Google Maps. And he looked up he panned around to see Google Street View. And he's like, okay, I've seen it. I don't need to go now.
Unsurprising.
Yeah.
Really unsurprising.
That sounds exactly like Michael.
It was more efficient, and he didn't have to interject any people into his life. And I went to Krakow without him and had a wonderful time.
Krakow's a great
city. It is a beautiful city.
He enjoyed it when we went, for the record. Even if
he told me he did. He told me he enjoyed it.
You just had to drag him.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, it took me and his partner to drag him out of Katowice to go to Krakow, which is like, 40 minutes away.
Yeah.
We go there and we're like, hey, let's just try out some different restaurants, some different tastes, things you've never tried before. And you see him a bit apprehensive, but he's seeing people around him that are getting excited. He's like, you know what? I'll give it a shot. He's like, whoa, this is really tasty. I enjoy it. I love cooking. I love talking about this sort of food. And this is something that clicked with Michael so incredibly well. And it continued on because you're watching him as he's growing from broadcast to broadcast from home. What was kind of the main thing that you would see changing in his appearance to the public?
I'm not sure if I noticed it right away. Definitely an ease with speaking. I think before, when he was in his little room focusing on, well, I have to produce a YouTube video. I have to do that. I got to get these clips together. He put so much pressure on himself to be able to be his own media, whatever, to throw content out there. He was trying to be a content creator, and he was working so hard at it. And I think when he was able to work with a team here, and he had other people doing things with him or for him, he was able to let go of some of those pressures and be able to focus on purely just easing into the content stream itself and allowing it to happen. I think he really enjoyed meeting people in the community. Mm-hmm. I mean, the day I saw the cosplayer, the father who was so proud of his son cosplaying as Kix, I like that was so amazing. As a mom, I was thrilled.
That moment was incredible to watch, and actually, we got to see it ourselves at the Invitational, which, as always, is a celebration of the community, and he is a major part of the community. You got to work with him, Parker, over the years as a duo. It's a different dynamic than, obviously, between a son and his mother. So, how was it for you?
At the beginning, it was challenging because I don't think either of us really knew what we were doing. Right? Like we didn't come from a broadcasting background at all. You know, my background was in politics. He was a comp player, and he had, as he said in the video, he had the knowledge. He didn't really know how to convey it, and I also didn't really know how to convey myself on a broadcast either. I had a good idea, and we worked a lot together to sort it out, find our own voices independently, but also as a duo. And he always wanted to do both. He wanted to do play-by-play and he wanted to do color commentary work. And it made it a challenge, frankly, sometimes because it was hard to nail a rhythm. But when we got that rhythm down, I felt like it was so strong. And he just continuously improved at a rate that I found astonishing. His growth as a person aside, his growth as a caster over 3 years, over 4 years, is phenomenal. I shudder to go back and listen to the first couple casts that we did together for both of us, not even just for myself. But now, I still hate listening to myself. But even on those older broadcasts, I still enjoy getting to hear what he has to say because I think he really improved and he took a lot of feedback to heart and he worked really hard to get better at what he did.
I mean, a big part of what we do is not just knowing what is going on around
Alright.
the game, but being able to
I
convey
have
it
to do the
properly
code
to the viewers.
chat with,
It's called practice radio
the
cast,
fan
which is
code and
describing everything
Pixar,
to the viewers, making
charm
sure that they're
code
able
so
to
you guys can
get
get,
exactly what's happening, and then doing it
for
in an
both of them.
entertaining way. And there were some clips that were shown when we're doing a LATAM cast, which is always at like 4 a.m, and there's another rehost, and we're sitting back. I was like, you know what? Let's just sing a tune, or let's just toss a coin and see who will win this game, because we have no clue what's going on. And his ability to constantly bounce off of people around him it made every single cast exciting to be part of and to watch if we weren't there ourselves. And that's kind of the growth through 2018, 2019, to put a bit of a timeline around it. But then you started to see him in person again in 2019. You saw him at arguably one of his top performances in Tokonami. I mean, you've been 1,000,001 times to Japan at this point, Carol.
Not so many, but
hopefully. Hopefully as many. A wonderful place. But you got to experience the space with him and seeing him on stage in Tokonami, how he was. How did this contrast to the last time you'd seen him as he's kind of going off with studio work?
Oh, it was amazing. Like, he grew up. I saw him talking with the press. He was walking with me and his sister and my grandson, and he's shepherding us around. Well, here's the talent room, here's some of the team rooms, and here's this and here's that. And then people are like, oh, can we have an interview? And he'd okay. And he'd step off, and he would go from like another interview. Hey,
guys, you'll have time to redeem the codes. Don't worry.
And he would be so polite, and he would give them all the time they asked for, and we would just wait, because this was his job, and I was so proud to see that he was doing all of this. For somebody as a parent who was told, "Oh, your kid's never moving out." We didn't have a basement, but if we had, people would have said, he's going to live in your basement forever. But essentially, it was, your child is never leaving. He's just going to stay in his room and play video games forever. And I was like, he's good at it, and he's happy, okay? And it launched him so far. So in Aichi, to be able to see him on stage with the audience was insanely amazing for me. I was incredibly proud. Just to see the production level of everything was fantastic. And I got to meet Parker.
You did?
Yeah.
Got to meet a lot of talent, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to meet everybody there and hang out in the green room with us. And it was wonderful to be brought into his life, because he'd talk about you, but he was never like a family guy, right? And just to see the way that he interacted with you, you'd never know that, right? He glowed whenever you were around.
He was proud to have you as mom. Between us, he would talk about you quite regularly. So, my mom does this. Look at the work she's doing. So, so happy. I always, look at the inspiration of what she's doing. And it's fantastic to have, family that you always know kind of stand by your side. And that kind of pulls me into the next part of the conversation, which is obviously 2020 happened. Let's just put it out there. And he had to go home within 12 hours of a call. Borders were closing up. He was my neighbor, lived across the street. I was still there, and we're kind of running over to pack up his last stuff before he could get on a plane and go back to the U.S. And we're thinking, he's uprooting himself now from Poland because he had that space. He's basically grabbing whatever he can put in a box and just take it with him. He goes back to San Francisco, and now he has to kind of start from anew with equipment and everything, because this is Kicks. If there's one thing he loves, it's streaming and playing video games. And Thomas, you helped him a lot through that, because the Twitter post, when you're talking about here's how we're setting things up, here's the excitement, that was so heartwarming to see on the timeline.
He was so, how do we say this? He was hesitant to ask for anything. And then he would say, well, I need to go buy this $600 table, but I can't get it because all of a sudden everything's sold out. And I'm like, no, we have a kitchen table here. We'll put a board up. We'll make sure that everything is stable. Run wires, whatever we needed to do. It was what he lived for. So it just needed to be done. it was fun to work with him that way because we worked on it together. It was like I was watching him like in a new light. He had left as one person and he had come back as someone else. Almost defiant teenager to someone who was willing to take advice. And that's huge. It just showed growth, and it was, he's like me. He kept apologizing like, oh, I'm going to put a hole in your wall. It's like, whatever, dude. It can be patched. Whatever we do can be reversed. It's not a problem.
And it made him so happy because we've seen him before when a new computer shows up. It's kind of a big gift for him. He's having the moment.
Not get me started on when the computer showed up in Poland.
Look, 36 hours of not sleeping.
He stayed awake for 36 hours waiting for this computer.
Yes. Mm-hmm. He showed up to that broadcast barely functional the night before.
I had to sit next to him and deal with sleepy kicks for 4 hours.
Yep. But he
didn't even show up. Showed up the next day. Sorry, that's why I said don't get me started.
I mean, look, we've had experiences, and we know that Michael was sometimes a bit very, how do I say, hard-headed is the word for it?
He was often a stubborn ass.
That is a very good way to put it.
In all the best ways.
In all the best ways, indeed. And that made him, in some ways, also very good at his job, and very good at loving the people around him. Because when he wanted to give attention to something that he was so passionate about or to a person, he gave them all the energy that he could. And that was something incredibly impressive to see, despite the fact that later, through 2020 and 21, a lot of the work now went online, Parker. And we got used to working in a studio over the years. It's a very difficult thing to kind of pull you out of, this is our office, this is our space. How is it for you now that you're not seeing your partner that you've worked with for so many years, this duo that you've had?
I mean, it's tough for a lot of reasons. It's tough for personal reasons. It's tough for professional reasons as well. The day that I got news that he passed away, the day that we got the news that he passed away was the same day that we got extended an offer to cast the Sweden major. Mm-hmm. Immediately, I now need to make a business call when I can't even grieve a personal friend. So I had to immediately start thinking about, what do I do? Do I still go? What about the remainder of the stage of the North American League? What about upcoming events? What do I do? Because so much of my own brand has been intertwined with his. And I never wanted to think of it divorced of that. We had no intentions of ever stopping our partnership. And it's been a massive adjustment. It's been, a personal adjustment whenever something goes awry, whenever a rehearsal goes too long, whenever I'm frustrated by something, whenever we were at events, the first person I would message would be him, always. But then professionally, not only do I have to get used to standing next to somebody else and hearing somebody else's voice day in and day out, but I also have to change how I am as a caster, because so much of the way that I spoke and so much of the way that I was able to cast the round, it would be bouncing off of him. I don't have that same rapport with anybody. I can't just throw somebody else into the mix and expect it to be the same. So now I need to recalibrate. Also, there's the emotional aspect of me just frankly standing next to somebody, period, up there, irrespective of how good they are at their job. So it's been a massive shift for me.
Massive shift, but that part, when you said it also in the video, he was happy. It was the happiest we had ever seen him as his colleagues and his friends and his neighbors and whatever you want to call it. And seeing him in Mexico and the way that he was dressed, the way you two had your chemistry together, that was beautiful to see. And Carol, you got to help him out because at some point you say he came out of his shell. He was moving about trying to find his person now in his 20s. What was that like for you in this bonding experience?
It was enlightening to see, because he had been that child who didn't want to go to family events, didn't want to be part. We threw him a birthday party in 2011, and he didn't come downstairs.
Was he playing games?
He was playing games, and he did. He was going through a lot. I think we had just started dating, and he was like, yeah, don't want to. And I had invited friends of mine because he didn't know anybody else. And my friends came. We had a nice barbecue. It was a nice little thing. People brought money for him to buy computer parts. And they all knew him at that point. They were like, it's okay. We're not worried about it. Just tell him we said hi and happy birthday. But he was so self-isolated. And then 10 years later, when we had family events and, step family, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah, let's go. I want to be there. I'm going to bring some chocolate. I'm going to bring this. Let's do these things. Do we need anything else? We're driving over there. Should we pick anything else up? And for the family, for my family, for Thomas's family, it was a surprise, and everybody was really happy because he was so much fun. And they didn't know that. I'm like, I knew that. But I'd been talking to him for 20-some years. But for a lot of people, this was a new side of him they hadn't experienced. And it was so joyous and just like, yeah, let's go do things. And he would do that to me. He'd say, Mom, let's go drive. Let's go drive down the coast. Let's go drive up the coast. I want to see the ocean today. And we would just get in a car and go.
And you just thought, Thomas, hey, you know what? They want to go out. Let's go have some fun.
He had been gone for so long that it was never a thought to deny the two of them to go. And they'd offer to have me go with them. But I knew it was mother-son time. And, they'd come back and each of them would tell me different things that they would talk about. Mm-hmm. As he would come down the stairs the next morning to drink tea before something would have to happen. It's like, oh, I got to cast today.
I got to work with Parker.
I need caffeine. And it's like, oh, tea's made, ready to go.
Yeah.
But it was just so, he had not peaked, but he was rising.
Yeah.
And it was just, he was rising. And everyone saw it.
Everyone saw it.
My family saw it. Carol's family saw it. It was just like, everyone was like, oh, okay. Oh, welcome.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, everyone was shocked. So
he was back in. Everybody saw Michael, the person that he wanted to be after all these years, all these changes. He grew up through you guys. He grew up through Rainbow Six, through the community that supported him, through his colleagues and all the people here that he saw in that video. You saw him in that video. He's going over to everybody, checking on them, making sure everybody's all right, because this teamwork mentality, making sure that everybody's comfortable in and really in their zone, it gives you always the best product. And if there's one thing that Michael always cared about above anything else, is for the broadcast to always have the perfect quality. That's who he was. That's the dedication that he was. And that's what we will always remember him for. His love, his dedication to his craft, and how incredibly thoughtful and passionate he was as a person. And that's why, for many, many reasons, we can sit here all day and talk about it. He's our MVP commendation. We wanted to do it in 2021. Fortunately, could not. But you know what? You got it through. Congratulations, Michael. We love you so very much. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Parker. You're all wonderful people, and I'm so happy I got to share this space with you. Michael means so much to us. He means so much to people out there.
Well, just interject one more thing, because he did get the commendation earlier. He came downstairs to tell us. So we're sitting in the kitchen, and he walks in and says, I want MVP. So we knew, he knew, and this feels better knowing that he knew, that he had to keep that secret. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for all that you've done for this wonderful person that we shared our lives with. Thank you so much to the Siege community for all that you've done, for Michael and all that he's brought to you. Always remember what he taught you: dedication, love, and making sure that everybody around you feels welcome and safe. Thank you, Michael.
Rest in peace, friend. It's so bad for his parents, man. game will, like, seriously, it's still like it's so weird, man. Even just watching like the cast, and it's so weird watching the cast and just not having Kicks be there. It's just, I don't know, man. No, yeah. I mean, I literally remember, you know, hanging out with the guy from literally pre-Pro League even. We used to Yeah, he casted invite when I won with Banky. You can type exclamation point code chat. That's it. I put a link to my tweet where all the information is and instructions on how to redeem everything. I was not ready for that though, man. Not ready for those feels. Brought back a lot of memories and stuff like that. Cody, they've with us to Aselic. K-Craze number for the blue ones. Scum never forgotten. Always remember. Sagampo, Monkey Paw, Alien Adams, Phantom Cat, GB for the 24-month 2 full year resub, Reborn for the sub, Ethereal, FES Sentiments, how you doing, KG? I'm doing good. Doing alright. Gabby for the Prime, Austin for the Prime, PP Yummy for the 3 months. Don't give losers attention, chat. Please and thank you. They will be banned, and that's it. It's exclamation point code. Zumi, do you wanna? You're finally awake. You wanna come into Discord, buddy? Crazy at 30 months TSM win, yes, sir. Bitch! You just told me you wanted to watch party. And now you're asking me why I'm in Discord. What's up, buddy?
Alright, who do you got winning?
TSM.
Absolutely not. Empire's gonna rock their shit.
Think so?
The last time I Tim the Tatman it, where I said Sonics is looking sharp, and then they got like fucking 7-1 or 7-2 on Coastline. So Empire got this in the bag. It's also made a full loop. Remember how everybody used to get soft resets to 2500 MMR, and now they're doing everybody starts in copper? George, that means we get to fucking stunt on some idiots at the beginning of the season. They are not ready for me, you, Flaws, and Rip. Nope.
What about Pain? What about...
Yeah, it was a toss-up. I don't know if it's going to be Pain or Newt. Probably Newt.
This Pain's too fucking annoying.
No, I love Pain. That guy's hilarious.
Actually the biggest idiot in the...
The hardest he's ever made me laugh was when Flaws said something. I don't even know what he said that pissed him off. He's like, go smoke a cigarette. I'm Flaws.
Yeah, I thought someone was about to steal the fucking hammer. That's what this was going. You can't just walk out in an alley like that and leave your car open. That thing is gone most of the time.
Yeah, well, you're just from Detroit. That's what happens in Detroit, George.
Okay.
Everywhere else, it's fine.
Dude, what do you mean?
You can't even have front steps in Detroit. You seen that picture?
Okay, dude, that's a one-off.
Somebody stole the guy's front steps in Detroit.
That's a one-off. Not all the time.
It's not a one-off.
But it is. You wonder how much the guy who guards the hammer makes?
Is the hammer in there?
I guess so.
What if he opens it and it's just a dildo? Look, it's
That's
4
a nice,
foot long.
That's a nice prize right there, dude.
Whoa, it's RGB. It must be a Corsair product.
New RGB Invitational hammer. Dude, not even a joke. Okay, you're saying Toronto?
Dude, there were people complaining about the live orchestra thing. I'm pretty sure they've had that every year. And there's somebody else where it's like, it's a little overboard. I didn't really see the point.
Sick.
Yeah. Kind of speaks for itself. It's fucking badass. A little overboard. I didn't understand it.
Did you like the roadmap for this year?
Yeah, it looks like there's gonna be some stuff and some things that are good. We'll see. We'll see if they roll through on their promises.
Yep. They did say they were like one of the main things is that they were committed to anti-cheat stuff, and like the thing that's annoying is I know like they can't say stuff about anti-cheat because if they say anything, and then like they supposedly like cheaters can like get ahead on that, or cheat makers. But it's just fucking annoying because I want to know.
Yeah.
John Tracy, the Prime sub. Queen for the sub.
Oh man, if I got this stupid question wrong, I'm gonna be so mad. How many projectiles can Jaeger's ADS stop? This better not be a trick question. Okay, good. You can catch one every like 10 seconds. But it used to be 3, then they changed it to 2. Then they made it 1 every 10 seconds, but it can stop infinite. Oh shit, do you remember when it was 3? You just stack that bitch up and then, oh, Hibana pellets will get caught by it too. Oregon basement defense, they put 3 ADSs in front of the Mira. You just fire 1 Hibana shot in there.
Figure that shit out quick.
Actually, no, I think that's when it was catching too. Because 1 Hibana would burn.
Beginning.
Yeah.
That's what the Invitational represents to the Siege community. On its 6th edition, we've seen former champions fall. A new team will pick up the hammer on the stage that will witness to blood,
I don't know why
sweat,
these guys are like
and tears.
playing this game
In over 2
to get
weeks,
that hammer. You could
we've
just go
gone
make
from
your
20
own. It
teams
would take a lot less work.
to only 2. Let's welcome
$1 million
our
prize.
competitors.
Well, there's not $1 million next to it. They're just showing off the hammer. Like, look, they're all fighting for this hammer. Like, just go make your own. Yeah. I can find somebody on Fiverr that'll make that for $7.
That for a full-size hammer?
Bolo.
People gotta eat, dude.
Achieve.
$7.
Geometrics. Chala.
Let's go, blowhole.
By Coach Pojo Man. It's TSM.
I mean, no. Fuck you guys. You're gonna lose.
A proud North American team. They made it all the way to the end. They've gone through all the regions against them, and one stands in front of them. Let's welcome the challengers, their competitors from Russia.
I'd be a terrible fit on this team,
the
dude.
EU League. It's Team Empire.
I'd walk over there, do my before handshakes. I'd break one of their hands. I would break their
TSM is here,
hands.
chat. NA is here.
Shepard, Scyther, led by Coach Zeka. They are Team Empire. This team has been here 3 years ago in a different manner at the grand final stage in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Can they do it here in Stockholm? Or will the North Americans prove too strong to take down? This and more we want to answer here. 20 down to 2, one winner, one hammer, and $1 million on the line. It's 6 Invitational. And there they are, both teams seated down and ready for the bout, the game of their lives. A best-of-5 series, unlimited overtime, constant competition, and only one team will be victorious. Who will it be is the question on everybody's minds. All we know is
What's
there will
on,
be
Calby?
one. There will be a new champion to lift Sledge's caber. Welcome back to the Command Center. I am Miloš Domedic, your host for the show, and with me is the most talented people in Rainbow Six esports. Mr. Jack Fresh, Jess told the GOAT, and of course, Mr. James Devmarda. You've all been here in many ways as competitors, as talent
There's
over
no
the
maps
years.
yet, dude.
Now
What are
we
you
get to
supposed to
talk
predict?
about the best teams in the world. First up, how are you guys feeling?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't nervous, Miloš, but I am so excited. The Six Invitational Final is the pinnacle of what every player and every coach and every team in the world builds themselves up to across the year, and it's finally here.
I have seen these finals many a forms for many a years, and not a single moment as I stare at the stage and I stare at the players sitting down at their computers, do I not get that little tingling deep in my heart of going, wow, this is what we all do it for.
It's one thing to play a match of Rainbow Six Siege, and it's another thing entirely to be a part of a moment in esports history, and that's what these 10 players are here to do today.
Yep, and we're here to just talk about them. Tell you, why should you be excited about the grand final, best of 5, unlimited overtime at the Six Invitational 2022, live from Stockholm, Sweden? Come on, man. I mean, do we really need to tell you? These are the best in the world. They represent North America and Europe.
Chat.
A classic match that we've seen over the years. Maybe balance will be restored and Europe will win again, but maybe NA will get to talk about this victory forevermore. Who knows? That's what we're trying to explore.
Yeah.
Anyone introduced to you?
I'm technically
our competitors.
undefeated at the
TSM is up
Invitational.
first on the chopping block. Here are these 5 players, and of course, led by their coach.
That's all I'm
Pojo Man.
saying.
Let's have a chat about them.
I am undefeated at Invite.
237 rounds this team has played, 21 total maps, 856 kills with 13 tantalizing clutches. Could you have had a better team to go head-to-head against the Russian machines here in the grand finals? I don't think so.
TSM missed out just
Gamescom was not
barely
an
on
invitational.
auto-qualifying for the 6th Invitational.
Technically
Ranked
undefeated at Invite,
17
baby.
in
I've been
the
to one
world.
invitational
They
and
came
I
through
won
the
it.
open qualifiers to be here today, and they've climbed up through that lower bracket. This is a team that is ready to take on that next step in their careers.
And we talk about the Holy Trinity. We talk about Achieved. He does the quote-unquote dirty work. We talk about Bolo. He makes the flashy plays. And we talk about Merc. He is mercurial. That is exactly what he is. He will just be so consistent on the entries. This team is absolutely formidable, and they're a worthy opponent.
And despite some difficulties that TSM has had through the years, here they are. They come in. They were in that upper bracket where they dropped to Team Empire. A 2-1 loss that they suffered at their hands, but you know what? It's okay. TSM fought back. They made FaZe look like chums.
They did.
The game that we had earlier. There's no two ways around it, and they prove that they are worthy of this grand final to go up against an incredible opponent, Team Empire. And this squad, I mean, yes,
Imagine having
they've
Pojo's
had
arms
turbulent
around you.
years.
How can you
Turbulent
lose?
years with an S at the end of it.
How can you
But
lose,
Team
chat?
Empire is a hell of a squad, isn't it, Jess?
Absolutely. We were speaking about the fact that TSM had to play 237 rounds. Well, I'm looking at the fact that Empire played. I've got 672 here. I could be completely wrong. That is an outrageous number. Who knows if I mistyped this? But if it is, right, shout out to CGG for providing Soul 17 maps, 672 kills, and 8 heart-stopping clutches from those Russian boys on your screen right now. What a job to get here.
Once upon a time, Pro League champions. Once upon a time, major champions. And they are gunning to become world champions. They come into this grand final as the upper bracket team, as that favorite, and they're looking to take it home.
They've always had the ingredients to make the cake, but something's always just gone wrong in terms of quantity, in terms of play performance, but not at this event. Every single player is doing his part to make sure that Empire are the world champions coming in the end of today.
Well, you know what it takes to bake a pretty cake?
Great chef?
A great chef. Well, you got great players on here between these two teams. Team Empire representing the hopes of Europe that, let's be honest, has been on a near lethal dose of copium over the past few months and through this tournament. And here we are now with both of these two facing off against one another. And just to walk back down memory lane for just a moment, this is our sixth invitational. That is a tongue twister and a half to say. It's been 6 of these tournaments, and we've had quite a few winners. Just to refresh people's minds, here are the teams that have won an invitational leading up to today.
Let's not forget about that inaugural 6th Invitational far back in 2017, Continuum winning it on PC, and Elevate winning it back on Xbox.
Let it go,
and
man.
No
That was in
one, of course,
2017.
couldn't forget the 2018.
You barely win
Grand
ranked
Final,
matches
one
now.
of the most historic and infamous matches in Rainbow Six history between Penta and Evil Geniuses, one that I think we will not be forgetting anytime soon.
No, and then of course the year after, G2, obviously the previous Penta squad moves into a brand new era, a brand new dynasty, and they prove their worth in the finals there. My God, did we see some
Thank you,
records
graphic
broken
guy,
with
for this
round
one.
count, maps, etc. And then the next year was my very first grand finals, just like it's your very first grand finals.
Yes.
I got you there, my brother.
SSG, they took it that day, and the crowd was absolutely electric. I was sat in there as a viewer, and honestly, it meant there was so much energy inside of that stadium. Coming through to 2021, it was the start of the last time reign of terror. NIP took it, and
All right, my mic
it
is
showed
unopened
no sign
now.
of
I'm
last time stopping
reclining.
as a region since
I'm gonna watch
until
this
now.
properly.
Because we've got an NA team and we've got an EU team that are going to go head to head.
A curse has been broken in some ways that has been, finally lifted off
What was
all
my
the other
role in
regions
Pro League?
except for
To
Brazil,
be
who
old.
has been dominant all through 2021. 2022 looks to be a much varied tournament and year of tournaments than we've had ever before. But we got to talk about some highlight players. You have our head-to-head, and we have a player from each one of these two teams. Our top performers, purely off of numbers. Who are they? It's Bolo and Joystick. I mean, let's be fair. These guys are gunners.
Well, when does Bolo play? He plays right now, and he plays to call himself a world champion. He came in at 18 years old. He's played in the top 4 of every 6 Invitational since in the TSM organization, and now he's playing to become a world champion. He's making a lot of flashy plays. He's playing very well. His aim is just so precise. He never has to move his crosshair to get a kill because his crosshair is already on the head of his opponent. The same thing is with the Russian cyborg that's going against him today in
got a
Joystick.
DiGiorno pizza in
He's
the
been
oven.
there, he's done it all, he's won a Pro League championship, he's played in the 6 Invitational Grand Final
Stuffed
3
crust,
years ago.
2.5 feet of
He's been
cheese,
there,
they
he's
say.
got the experience.
Yeah, and Joystick, one that I
don't
think
know how they
goes down
measure
in the
that,
history
like-
books as one of the best players of all time, one of the most feared players of all time. But I just want to say for Bolo, I think it really speaks volumes about his character and his passion for playing competitive. The fact that this guy is one of the biggest streamers and players in general, content creators, and yet he has decided to dedicate his life on top of that to becoming a world champion. That speaks volumes about his competitiveness.
You have to be one of the most disciplined players to make it to the top. There is no doubt in my mind, having watched players, coached players, sort of had inspiration from players around the world throughout my own career, to know full well that we are standing amongst gods here today. These are the gods of Rainbow Six Siege.
I need to hear a bald eagle
Two of
screech,
the best players
and NA will win
their
this.
own region, North American League for Bolo in the USA, and of course, probably the best player to ever touch the game in Russia, and that is Joystick. But they're not alone on their teams. They got a lot of players around them that kind of enable them to be the best players that they
saw them win
can
on,
be. I want to spotlight a
Cafe,
couple of them
and
as
that was
well
pretty
after our
convincing,
head-to-head, because honestly, if we
And
sit
I
here and
think
talk about every
did
single player
Coastline go
individually, we'd probably
pretty
be sat
far,
here
or
for
was
the
it
rest
the
of the night,
blowout?
and don't you worry, we're going to talk about
Listen,
them
dude,
as
all
we
I'm
move
saying is
on
right now
with our grand final.
we
Mark
got
from TSM
Rocky
is
Balboa.
up first, and he has
Rocky
popped
Balboa
off
versus the
incredible.
Russian cyborg.
I had already brought him up in a
Rocky
player
Balboa.
spotlight in one of his previous series, and I wanted to
Marcus
highlight him
plus
again
38,
because
that's
Team
insane.
Empire relies very
Yeah, that's
much
pretty good.
on the spearhead of their team, Joystick. We've highlighted him, and of course,
Chat,
we saw Bolo
we
on the
need
other
rock-
side,
we
but
need a
he
bald
hasn't
eagle
actually
screech.
the spearhead of the team. It is
America
Merc
versus
who's
Russia.
doing the entry work, who's doing the dirty work of
we got
making
Ra-
the space
we got
across
Rocky
the map.
Balboa
Merc
on
was
our
the
team.
top-rated entry player in the entire tournament before we
Versus
jumped
the
into the
Russian cyborg.
semifinals. Will he end this tournament as the greatest entry player throughout the world?
Not just entry as well. One thing that me and James both love about him is he's moved to an IGL role. So
Yes.
he's not just entering. Whenever he does inevitably die on the entry, because it does happen for entries, obviously he wins more than he loses, but when he does lose them, he's able to then IGL his troops from there, you know, using the cameras, using the player point of views, and he gets them around the map doing exactly what he wants them to do.
And so typically in Rainbow Six Siege, when you think in-game leader, that IGL role, the guy calling the shots behind the scenes, you're usually thinking about your support player, sitting at the back, commanding the troops. But nah, we have Merc at the front line, the best opening kill player in the tournament, like you're saying, Jess. And on top of that, he is calling for his team. We haven't really seen that. Maybe Canadian on the old Evil Geniuses Continuum roster, a 6 Invitational champion himself. And Merc is certainly forging his own destiny here.
Definitely so. And you're going to need everybody to perform at their best. And today, as we go through our final, we'll be talking about those different roles, about the different players that sit in support or flex on the team, and seeing how they're able to bring that heat into the game. Because, hey, each player shines in their own way. Personality, individuality, so on and so on. But that's Merc from TSM, and all he's been able to show through this tournament, quite a few matches that this team has gone through. But Team Empire are bringing a super soldier of their own. Actually, another one on top of Joystick. Dan is also up for us. What does he have to show, James?
I mean, Dan is just something else. He joined this roster in somewhat controversial circumstances many years ago, and yet he almost immediately proved his worth at MVP when Empire were champions back in the day. And during this event, he has either gone hard or gone home. He's had some quiet games, I'll be the first to admit it, but he's also had some where he goes off and has a massive impact for the team. He's one that you better be watching out for, and if he is firing all his shots, then Empire are going to be winning rounds.
Dan plays almost like a closer for this team. When you're upstream without a paddle, Dan is the guy that you go to, who's going to make that big play happen. He will produce clutches, he will produce
Dude, Dan
aces,
is
he will
scary.
produce those big moments exactly when you need him to. You're right when you say, James, he does have his periods of quietness, but when you need it to happen, he's there, and he's the one that holds his hands up and says, I'm going to do it.
I'm glad that you pointed out the clutches, because out of all the mighty cyborgs that are reigning across the Team Empire roster, he is known as the clutch master. Throughout this tournament, he is able to put exceptional 1v3s on the board, 1v2s and beyond. And I think that goes to show his character. Calm, composed, and the mid to late round, wow, we're really getting there, aren't we? I think he's really one you want to rely on.
And this is something on top of the fact that Dan said in an interview earlier at the Invitational with Intero, and kudos, a fantastic interview between them, where he's explaining, you know what, I was a bit too passionate back in November.
Yep.
I didn't know how to control my emotions properly. I needed my team to be behind me and teach me how to do it, and that's exactly what happened. They spent the next few months working on it. They come to Invitational and look at it. Stone cold face for Team Empire, but you know what? When they're done with their games, they are partying, relaxing, because you need that balance in life, and Empire have it in spades. But numbers beyond that, we've gone through quite a few, matches and maps and yada yada yada. There's a lot of them. There's operators in the game that are extremely important that teams will gravitate more towards. Look,
we can't have 5 recruits against each other.
Ah, sorry.
They used
Back
to
in
play
the day, we did.
They used to play it, like recruit shield with smokes, some grenades. That was a thing back in the day. But we don't do that anymore, unfortunately. But we have 10 ops to talk about on attack and defense. The top picked here at the Invitational kind of build that metagame in your head. The attackers are up first, and you're going to see Hibana at the top with her pick and that ban going through bit by bit. Remember, pick rate is at the top in gray, ban is in black.
I wanted to talk about Hibana so much, and I'm so glad she did sort of reach the top echelon of the pick rate here. The reason being, she's been banned quite a bit, and people go, well, there's so many other hard breaches. Why do we see her pick so much? Why do we see her banned so much? Well, after the change of being able to make her modular with her ex-Cairo, she can pick 2, the 4, the 6. There is so much you can do with her, and I think a lot of teams throughout the year have realized that beyond the grenade meta, there is the opportunity for their opening meta. That's exactly what's happened with Hibana.
Yeah, and the thing with Hibana that she is so different to all the other hard breaches is all the other hard breaches can only open a maximum of 2 hatches. On Bank, you've got 5 basement hatches. On Clubhouse, you've got 3 basement hatches. She's the only one that has the key to unlock all of those opportunities for your team.
TSM did get a warm-up. Like, it wasn't...
Talk about getting rid of castle barricades. You can use her ex-Kairos.
Like, obviously they had to play a match, but it wasn't like they fucking rolled
them.
Gun,
plus
it was
an SMG
quick.
secondary. There is basically nothing she can't do.
I mean, you're seeing Zofia that is on top as well in her pick rate, despite everything. LMGE, we talk about the LMGs,
LMG
right?
meta, let's go!
They're great. Finka as well. Yana that gets played a ton. Flores that is a 50-50. When he's available, you probably want to pick him. There's quite a bit of variety in the game right now. And here's the reaction from the defenders. Because this, it's the back and forth between them. Our top 10 and 4 defenders.
Milosh?
Yeah. Ms. Valkyrie is not having a great time.
I've got the tattoos just like her. If I flex, you'll get confused and think that I'm going to be a Valkyrie. So please don't ban me if you are playing. But I will say that is outrageous. Why? Because not only do we have the opportunity for defenders to be able to capitalize on intel, but these cams, the fact that they can still go outside as well, it hasn't been nerfed just yet. She is incredibly powerful. Intel is what makes defensive rounds, attacking rounds, no matter what, be what they are.
Jaeger ban at 3% fresh.
Oh, I mean, you love to see it. You love to see it. And the thing is about Jaeger is he's a necessary evil for most lineups, right?
Yeah.
However, a ban can be so impactful when a team has specific plans to play around him, specific plans to deal with the Wamai, because obviously Wamai will complement him, and we talk about the nade meta. If you're banning Jaeger, get those nades in, get those kills, and make those attacking rounds work.
Who's been banning Jaeger? Is it #UK Massive that has been getting rid of the Jaeger? Why is that? Why do you think you UK boys just don't like Jaeger?
Ingenuity, Jess.
Oh, mate, don't start.
Oh, man.
Wow. What about NAPAC? Do you ever see it banned?
The occasional Jaeger ban, we do love to see it. But the one that on this graph that I'm really keen to see is the Kaid. 46% presence. That's a split. 23% ban rate, 23% pick rate. And this is really the flip side of the Hibana coin, right? Hibana is perfect for opening up hatches. Kaid is a great Hibana counter. It forces that Maverick or the Thatcher to come out instead. And also, with recent nerfs, or at least falling out of meta of operators such as Mute and Bandit, Kaid is really coming into play as the most potent hard breach denial.
And not only that, with over half of the games throughout the entire tournament having a Thatcher ban, I mean, if you leave Kaid in, there's hatches, you got to bring a Maverick. Oh my God, you have so much to deal with if you don't have the Thatcher in play, and you haven't also gotten rid of the Kaid. That takes up 2 whole bans. You got to think about it sometimes.
You know what? Important thing for our matchup, of course, is that this is a best of 5 unlimited OTs. This is where, I mean, Empire has been here before, right? This is exhausting. This is what we look for. This is how we filter out who can be the real big champion to hold out that trophy at the end of the day. But because this year there is no advantage for the team coming in from the upper bracket, at least in map pick, so they get one map for free, we have a bit of a change. They get to pick, this team coming from the upper bracket, Empire that is in this case, they get to pick how the map veto will go through. And this is, it kind of makes my brain hurt. So, Fresh, please explain to me, what are the options laid out here?
And do you know what, Milos? There's been a lot of talk about format, and this is the next bit about the format. The team that comes through from the upper bracket final gets the map veto advantage. So they get to choose option 1, 2, or 3. Now, I'm going to start with option 2 and 3 because that's a best of 5 that the viewers will most normally know. And that is ban, ban, pick, 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 decider. Now, Empire can choose to start that, or they can choose to allow TSM to start that. However, option 1 is the interesting one here. Empire can choose to pick a map to play before any of the bans happen. That's any map from the 7-map pool. Then the 2 bans will occur, and then TSM will pick from there on out. And what this allows on option 1 is the teams that we've seen this in the qualifiers and in EUCL, we saw it as well. What it allows the teams to do is pick their best map or their opponent's worst map before their opponents have had any input in the veto whatsoever. It's a significant advantage. You should win that map you pick, but it doesn't always play out like that.
And here's how our map ban looks like in this case. Reminder, best of 5. There's a lot of variability here, and there is a lot of energy that you need to set yourself up through this whole thing. So, Jess, carry us through our first part here.
All right, well, we have to work out exactly which option that is. Are you going to spoil it for me?
I'm spoiling it because it's on the screen, Jess. It looks like Empire have made their pick and taken option 1.
All right.
That, to me, the coach's brain is the
have
best
to go
option.
for option 1.
Absolutely.
Clearly.
The thing here is Empire is the only undefeated playoffs team gets this advantage, and yet they get to make a pick. So they've picked Clubhouse before TSM gets a ban. And what's great about this is when these two teams played each other in the upper bracket final, TSM banned out that Clubhouse. It's one of Empire's best maps, and now Empire gets to do it before any of those bans come out.
The bans that came out yesterday in the best of 3 was Coastline and Chalet from each team.
Yes.
They banned them, those 2 maps as their first bans. It's no surprise to see them again gone today.
Oh, Cafe. That's going to be a bit of a tricky pick there. I think TSM is coming in. Think they might have a little bit of a strategy here against the Russian cyborgs and the Russian machines. And James, explain to me that pick there.
Well, look, the Oregon pick is not a bad one for either team, and this is one that we didn't see them play the other day in their match between the 3 of them. Unlike Cafe, which funnily enough, Empire picked Cafe yesterday, but TSM won it dominantly 7-2. So you can see that recent form has really given TSM a big confidence boost on Cafe, whereas Oregon is much more of a dark horse.
All right. Our last 2, let's bring them up.
Yeah, let's bring them up. I'm honestly concerned about this Oregon pick. I'm not going to lie to you because I actually think it's a really good map for TSM. Conversely, we have a second last map and a decider. We saw Bank early on. We now might not see a Jack.
I feel like you talk about, I'm just going to come back to the Oregon pick actually, because I talk about the big 3 maps that Empire have. Clubhouse, Cafe, and Coastline.
Yep.
They're already done in the first part of the veto, so Empire would have to pick one of the maps they don't traditionally like, Oregon, Villa, or Bank. They've gone with Oregon because they've put in good performances on it in the 6 Invitational. Villa, we've seen that Empire, they won 7-0 on Villa, but for a long time, it wasn't an Empire map.
So, now that we have our entire map veto out in front of everybody to see, we have to focus on each map individually. Clubhouse is up first on the chopping block. Our lobby's pretty much set, so we just have a bit of time to iron out Club. Empire starting off on the attacking side. So obviously they pick the map. TSM get to pick the starting side, which is defense. James.
I think it's
so
done.
we haven't actually seen TSM play Clubhouse ever since their first match in the 6 Invitational this year, which was against Furia, and they only barely won that 8-6. So you can see that Team Empire clearly prefers
this is for the first map. Who wins Clubhouse, chat?
And the opposite for TSM.
Miller, should you say that Empire is starting on attack? Is that what you said?
They did pick attack, yeah.
Indeed.
Oh, that's not surprising considering they're an attacking sided team on Clubhouse. Let's go, baby. We get to see the full force cyborgs coming in their strong side here on Clubhouse.
TSM will have chosen defense because defense on Clubhouse traditionally. However, Empire love to choose attack on this map.
And they actually chose it on overtime as well. So while TSM think that they're favored on defense, Empire actually think, hey, you want to start on defense? That's great for us. We love our attacks.
Oh my goodness. This could be good and bad. This is the clash of two spears going head to head.
I'm going to leave with one final thought here.
Go on.
The old adage is you never take a Russian team to Clubhouse. TSM haven't had that opportunity, so they're going to have to pull something out in this map.
I am so ready for this one. Our best of 5 grand final begins here and now. James, Jess, and Jack, the Triple J's here on the analyst desk. Thank you so much for filling us in on this entire series, getting us ready. It is time. Clubhouse begins. Empire on the attack. Can these Russians make it through? Can they actually hold that trophy? It's been evading them for so long. Or will TSM take the first map? It's time. It's Clubhouse. It's Hanover. And we have Pengu and Intero to take us through it. Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Milos. It's time for us to crown a new world champion.
Yep.
Yes, you heard that correct. TSM nor Empire, they've never won at all. Empire's been here before.
Yes.
They lost to you.
Yes.
But they now have another foe to go up against, and both of these teams look so good. This is a rematch, but TSM are coming in motivated and a lot stronger than what we saw in their first matchup against Empire.
They did. They just played FaZe earlier today, and that was a very one-sided match, I would say, in favor of TSM. They wanted to get a quick swift 2-0 to get a break, and then to really rest between their game and this now grand final. And if you're a fan of the whole region battle, Europe versus North America, well, you know this: Europe has won twice. 2018, 2019, and North America has won invitationals twice as well, 2017 and 2020. Huh?
Elevate also won the Xbox Invitational in 2017, NA on top.
I'll clarify. On PC.
Thank you.
Both regions has won twice.
Thank
so
you.
This match right here will determine who gets the third victory for their region. Big stakes.
Absolutely huge stakes. Every single team spends an entire year or longer working towards this moment. I want a good match. We don't control that.
No.
Hold on,
Teams
chat.
do.
1 sec.
So, on that note, TSM versus Team Empire. Map number 1 is a best of 5. No bells, no whistles, no advantages. Just 2 incredible teams going head to head. Empire gets this very first map. Set the stage for me. What do we expect going in with Empire getting the very first pick on their map choice?
So Empire, obviously, they have to show up massive, right? Because the one advantage that they actually got from being in that upper bracket is they could pick a map before TSM could ban it out. They chose Clubhouse. The analyst desk spoke of this on there. The only time TSM have shown Clubhouse was in the very first game at this event against Furia, where they barely won 8-6. So TSM historically at this tournament haven't looked too good on it. But I will say they have a really good bomb site choice here. They're starting in the basement defense, and they're doing a very obvious roam strat because the castle's on the board. That's going to signify what the approach will be. And TSM at this tournament, they've been really good at really controlling the pace of which the map is played, and they do that from roaming aggressively and playing aggressively and getting out on that map. It's how they took down FaZe as well, because they made it so hard for them to get into the map anywhere, and they're looking to do the same thing on this first round.
Well, we're gonna hit the pause button and we're gonna redo it. I don't know exactly what went wrong, but
go back.
We will come back. Of course, let's take off all the cobwebs, get all of the bad voodoo out of the way. Very first round, and these teams will go right back into it. But I feel like you were also in the middle of talking about expectations. You were talking about sides, etc. TSM starting on defense on Clubhouse, Empire starting on attack. And if you want to keep going, the floor is yours.
Sure, I mean, I can take up where we picked off, and I'm really happy that Rehost comes out before we get into it, because I know, especially as a player, having to get interrupted or disrupted in your momentum. Once you gain a round or lose a round, it sucks. So let's do it right now before anything is on the board. But what I was talking about was just how TSM so far throughout this tournament have been really pro-efficient on getting out on the map and contesting the entry points for the opponent. And Team Empire, well, they're a full team. All 5 players are positive, with the exception of Scyther, who's -1. So in my book, that's basically neutral, because -1 is almost ±0. Whereas TSM is a very different story. They're a story of a trio. And it's between Bolo, Merc, and Achieved, who's +50 on Bolo, +38 on Merc, and +42 on Achieved. Whereas Chala and Geo, -19 on Chala, -45 on Geo. Well, if the trio shows up for TSM, they are absolutely on fire. And when it comes to Team Empire, it's a full 5-man situation where anyone can show up. Of course, Joystick, plus 31. He's the highest rated player from his team, but not a single player from the side of Empire has not shown up so far at this Invitationals in terms of individuality.
All right, well, let's get back underway. It seems like the teams have got their lineups locked and loaded. Once again, back downstairs. If you are new to Rainbow Six, you might not know how the rehost rules work. You got to run with the same operators on both attack and defense, and you got to go to the same bomb site, which means if it goes deep into a round, you can see attacking teams actually get map control faster. This was something that you and I saw when we were doing the FaZe Sonics match, was there was a rehost, and FaZe knew the entire layout of the defense. The Sonics knew where FaZe was going to be coming from, so both teams will have this mental one-upsmanship where they have to figure out,
Villa,
are they going to do the same thing? Are they going to do something different? Do we need to do the same thing? Do we need to do something different? In a lot of ways, it will ultimately end up being a new round, and I have no doubt with how little time it was into the previous round that it'll be the case here as well.
Yeah, I don't think anything was really given away. Perhaps you can argue that Team Empire might have seen the castle, they can guess the roam, and reinforcing both strip walls with a kite claw is something we do not see very often at all. So, but the extension speaks for itself. We're going up above, we're gonna get aggressive, we're going to challenge Team Empire in all these aspects, and basement bomb site is really the only one on Clubhouse where I think this really works. Normally on Clubhouse, the first room you enter, the madness starts, you start fighting each other. So extending out doesn't really work all that well because the bomb site is so easily accessible. But for the basement, of course, if you choose to, as TSM have, they can challenge Empire anywhere that they want.
Well, that's 30 seconds off the board. When we look at the operator lineups, there's nothing particularly weird about this one. A roam set up for TSM is very present. They've got all the tools to make that work. You've also got Empire running with a very standard composition. They love Dan on the Buck on this map. They love their double soft destruction in the Buck and the Sledge. And then, of course, you're going to have the dual hard breach coming in as well. The roam from TSM looks like it might have fallen off. That top floor was being held by them, but they have now scooted on down to the main floor. Bolo and Merc working together. I want to talk about Merc's growth for a second here. As IGL and as a gunner, and he takes out Dan. That's the very first kill. An easy interaction between these two teams, and it's already taken out one of those so crucial forces for Empire.
It is in Merc, so basically he was put onto this IGL leadership
go.
role. And normally you see that being done from the back, but Merc does it from the front with the aggression. With him
Still had
being
my headset
inside
on.
the map
I heard
himself,
Dan
he
got
can lead his
taken
teammates
down.
forward
Dan
and
was
ask
the
for
reason that
resources. Right now it's Gio
Empire
stuck inside a strip room,
beat
but Merc is found out
TSM
by Scyther.
last
Moves it back
time.
to a 4 versus 4, but Gio is stuck inside a strip room, cannot get out, and has 1 HP left to his name.
Well, Gio needs to hang on. And Merc will be the one IGLing. As we said, moved onto this role, something that Pojo Man, Data, and also Gotcha, who's been helping the team Sammy recently. They've been employing Merc to make these calls. Now, that doesn't look like that was a Merc decision. Gio assesses it, takes out Scyther. The Maverick torches Shepard inside a strip. Look at the time that they're wasting on Gio. There's still a minute to go. The man is essentially a phantom illusion. And even though they've opened it up, there you go. A grenade goes in, more time, 20 seconds since we started talking about this. They can leave him to wither because he's almost certainly unable to be picked back up.
Yeah.
Now you have to circle the wagons towards the bomb site and get in with such little time.
Yeah, they definitely know that he's injured. You know, they chose to leave him there. 35 seconds left or so. Joystick making his way down the main stairs, cutting off the rotation while Empire sets up their attack. But there's no Harpies besides the Maverick. It's going to be limited entry. Joystick has to do it all himself, just walking into side.
And there he is. He's found it, and he's assessing, hey, I've got a window.
Nice.
But there were multiple calls and an assessment as well that we don't want him getting too close to the bomb site. Gio is down, still bleeding out, so it's a 3v2. As always, creeps up through dirt tunnel. Shepard finding a kill on Bolo means it's even numbers. Always presence announced, looks the wrong way, punished by Chala playing on boxes, and it's 50 HP as Shepard in the midst of the smoke. Banshee going away, but Achieved, who's been so good today already, gives TSM the very first round on Clubhouse.
That's gonna feel good if you're TSM. It's Empire's map pick. It's the one thing you could not really stop, and that is the first map that Empire wants to go on. The basement defense with the roam is the perfect situation for TSM to gain ground on this first map, but I have to fear a little bit for them once we go to Gym and CCTV, because that's not going to be as simple. Team Empire, they were met with 2 problems that round. The first one was that, well, they lost a hard breach on the ace. So that means that you're left only with the Maverick. There's almost no ways into the bomb site. There's no time to Maverick open 2 hatches, walk down bottom main, Maverick open the wall. It just doesn't work that way. And yes, they got the injury. Perhaps they didn't know. Oh, that drone actually there confirms it. They knew they had the injured down, waiting for it to bleed out. Then Joystick walks in through long, tries to find the opening, cannot find it. That just leaves TSM in a very easily winnable position.
I would argue that most of that round was won at the very beginning with the roam, as you saw. Being able to hold that top floor for a minute, fall off, retreat to the main floor, use some of those reinforcements inside of strip, quite unorthodox of a defense that we have seen on Clubhouse. Even when a team is defending bar and stock, or bar and stage as it's now referred to,
this is like pretty much what I have
you
to do,
see
dude.
teams forego strip club. They will reinforce the walls, but they don't actively play
I
it.
can move.
So for TSM to make
there.
that choice, we saw the absolute punishment that they put on FaZe earlier today.
Yeah.
This is a TSM team that does not muck around. They are here to play.
That they are, and they've really been showing up so far today, but it is very early.
I don't think it's that
I like
big of
this
a deal,
bomb side
dude. I'm just
rotation,
gonna-
starting basement and going gym.
I'm
This
only
is
covering
likely
the
due to
bottom
Maverick being
players,
open.
so-
Maverick just makes CCTV so hard to defend. I mean, we could even see a bar. TSM do play in NA where they do tend to not love the bomb side, but play it a bit more than other regions, perhaps.
Absolutely. Potentially 60 rounds, not including overtime. Sorry, let me tell you one thing.
My DiGiorno
Unlimited
wasn't ready,
overtime.
but I can get ready.
Now
What
you
do we
get to
get?
suffer through
Look
it
at the
as a caster, by the way. And I only use the word suffer lightly because unlimited overtime is awesome.
Yes.
But it means that these matches can go on indefinitely. Teams will be swapping sides back and forth. Unless you just are a more sound team, you're going to keep trading blows, and you can end up with a matchup going 17, 18 rounds. We saw the same thing happen in that FaZe versus NIP match in Sweden, in Javla. Just a couple months ago, what was it, 17, 18 rounds between FaZe and NIP. Almost getting close to matching that same scoreline that we saw between your team and Empire on Coastline way back. So there, you're right, it's one round. There's a lot of rounds to go.
I'm just at close line spam, but Cypher finds the opening pick onto Achieve. That's now the Russians getting their first opening pick of this series so far. One to TSM, one to Empire.
Oh, there goes the Yana
Alright,
Merc
Dan.
again. Evasive as ever, but he gets tagged on the retreat down below inside a bar. I don't know if they're aware of his position. Another kill for Merc. How does he keep getting these? Nobody can stop this young man.
Merc has been
Up towards Jim he
frying.
goes. That leaves Bolo to hang out. Gets droned out on 2 occasions. 3 drones in the vicinity. Plenty of intel